One fine day, a strange notification suddenly popped up on his phone. The guy had a "what the heck is this" look on his face as countless other weird notifications started flooding in. Each message was different. Jeju has reached the 13th floor. Jeju has hit 100 followers. Before long, the count reached 527. Jeju was starting to panic. He had no clue where this data was coming from. Had some East Sea hacker breached his phone? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Jeju froze in his tracks. Isn't that him? Everything from the face to the voice was identical, but he had no memory of doing any of this. In the video, Jeju was wielding an axe, fighting for his life, and eventually becoming incredibly powerful. After a moment of observation, Jeju came to an unbelievable conclusion. This was a video of his future self conquering the tower. He was the only person on Earth outside of the Awakened who knew about the information inside it. This stuff was basically priceless. According to the video, the portal leading to the tower would open in 2 years. With the info from this video, clearing the tower would be a piece of cake. Jeju was determined to beat it no matter what. Finally, the day he had been waiting for arrived. Jeju knelt on the ground, hands clasped, praying fervently. Dear heavens, please, please let the portal appear today. He'd quit his job last month, turning down a promotion just to wait for this. He was desperate for money now. If the portal didn't show up, his life was basically over. Jeju picked up his phone, starting to doubt himself. Was that whole video thing just some glitch? Just then, a portal suddenly appeared behind him, radiating a mysterious, unfathomable power. It felt like it was inviting him inside. Even if he hadn't been called, he wouldn't have hesitated to step forward. Once he entered, a notification window popped up. Any first-timer entering the tower can choose the difficulty of the challenge: easy, medium, or hard. Rewards will vary based on the selected difficulty. After 2 years of preparation, Jeju didn't hesitate and chose hard. Once he crossed through, he suddenly lost consciousness. When he woke up, he found himself in a mysterious cave. At first, he was startled, but then he realized this was the exact cave from the video. Just then, an unexpected notification appeared. Streaming session starting. Streamer Jeju. Current viewers 0, followers 0. Challenge starts in 1 hour. Defeat all incoming enemies. Jeju reached for his phone to check the videos, but it was gone. It seemed the only thing he managed to bring into the tower was the clothes on his back. Jeju had watched those videos thousands of times over the last 2 years. Every single challenge in the tower was burned into his memory. In the first stage, participants are given 1 hour before the challenge kicks off. During that hour, yet participants have to chat with viewers and receive donations. The viewers are other Awakened who are already inside the tower. From the stream list, they join the channels of low-ranking streamers to sponsor them. The reason: coins. Whenever a streamer is sponsored by a viewer and manages to clear a floor, the sponsor earns coins. 7 minutes passed before the first person entered Jeju's stream. Then a user named The Love donated to Jeju 1 coin and a follow. Then he took off to see if there were any other interesting rookies. 51 minutes and 47 seconds left until the first challenge starts. Being followed by a viewer is like being added to a favorites list. According to the tower's system rules, once you follow someone, you can't follow another person unless you unfollow the person you were previously following. After nearly an hour, the viewer count on Jeju's stream had climbed to 15. He had 7 followers and 37 coins. This seemed okay for now. Jeju was getting a lot of attention just for choosing hard mode. With only 40 seconds left on the clock, Jeju slapped his own face to wake himself up. Then he confidently said to his viewers, "My dear brothers and sisters, I'm getting ready now." The chat seemed satisfied with his attitude. The Love had even come back to watch the stream. Time was up. The clock hit 0. Suddenly, 3 glowing circles appeared next to the rock. Jeju was a bit tense, wondering what would pop out. Judging by the size of the portals, he guessed it would be monsters. But who would have thought it would be 3 balls of white fluff? Jeju went numb the moment he saw them. The chat was shocked too. Some viewers figured Jeju was a dead man and left immediately. These 3 fluff balls were called popoys. Popoys look adorable, but their teeth are strong enough to gnaw through the toughest steel. When they attack, their teeth act like saws, and they are incredibly sensitive to the scent of their own kind's blood. They are experts at tracking down and attacking the culprits who killed their kin. The number of viewers leaving kept rising, which was understandable. Everyone watching had faced a popoy at least once, so they knew exactly how dangerous they were. Jeju kept playing dumb and asked the chat, "Guys, are these things really that dangerous?" The chat helpfully explained the Popoy's traits to Jeju. When they're about to attack, their fur stands on end, so you can't just stab through them with a sword. And their teeth, they can eat absolutely anything they cross. Everyone was also wondering why. Something like this was appearing on the first floor. The Love said he'd go check if other streams were having the same issue, but Jeju knew better. They said that, but they definitely weren't coming back. Everyone thought Jeju was done for. The three Popoys once summoned didn't attack Jeju at all. They just ran around the rock harmlessly. Jeju took this chance to close his eyes and think. I need to think. 3 Popoys shouldn't be appearing on the first floor. That's way too hard. They weren't the type of monsters that attack on sight. Suddenly, Jeju realized something strange. The Popoy weren't reacting to him at all, so Jeju had a bold idea he would try to mimic their behavior so they'd think he was one of them. It might sound crazy, but it was the best plan he had. Fighting the Popoy would have to be his last resort. Jeju immediately jumped into action, mimicking the Popoy as he hopped around the stone. Another viewer watching a Seoul University student stream. This student was quite smart and had good combat skills, decided to follow that guy. But suddenly a notification popped up. Cannot follow because you are already following another streamer. The viewer sighed. Man, you can't even auto-unfollow. If he died? I guess he's probably still alive, right? The person being mentioned was Jeju. Currently, his stream had more viewers than before, and everyone was shocked to see a newbie, and still alive while dealing with Popoy. But Jeju wasn't fighting. He was literally becoming a 4th Popoy. The viewers watching couldn't help but crack up, and Jeju even started receiving donations from viewers who had left earlier. These viewers were too distracted by Jeju's comedy to realize that he had actually calculated everything. The giant glowing rock that the Popoy were surrounding was a mana stone. Popoy usually soothe their hunger with rocks, and among those, their favorite type of mineral is the mana stone. Popoy have their own rituals. Whenever they find rare food, they will definitely perform a ceremony, especially when it involves mana stones. However, for these cautious creatures, when there's a stranger nearby, they usually wander around looking for food instead of continuing the ritual. That's why most people overlooked that Jeju had been accepted by the Popoy after his efforts. They had invited him to their meal, and of course Jeju didn't turn it down. Right then, the Popoy all looked in one direction, revealing their razor-sharp teeth. Seeing this, the chat was filled with desperate screams. So many people had suffered at the hands of those teeth. Jeju was frozen in place. Suddenly, the Popoy jumped into the air, but it turned out their target was the stone. The 3 Popoy frantically devoured it. The chat was full of surprised people. This was the first time they'd seen Popoy eat rock. Jeju hesitated, wondering if he should eat it too. The viewers couldn't believe he would actually try it. But hey, to survive, is there anything you wouldn't eat? Jeju gathered his courage to take a bite. Surprisingly, the rock wasn't hard at all. It melted in his mouth like chocolate. It was refreshing and delicious. Jeju felt a surge of energy in his body like he had consumed some high-quality stuff. In no time, Jeju and the Popoy had devoured the giant stone. Only crumbs were left. The chat absolutely exploded. Jeju's name was shining everywhere. After finishing the stone, both Jeju and the Popoy started glowing. The Popoy began dancing around Jeju. The chat frantically warned him to stay still if he didn't want to get attacked. But the Popoy suddenly rushed toward him. Everyone thought Jeju was a goner, but the Popoy didn't attack. They had become friendly. They truly considered Jeju one of their own. The chat witnessed this and spammed question marks. A scene like this had truly never happened in history. Suddenly, a notification popped up. You have completed the challenge. The path to the 2nd floor had opened. Jeju read it and smiled with joy before passing out directly. This challenge was truly a physical and mental torture. The Popoy were deeply worried, constantly dancing around him. The entire process of Jeju passing the challenge had caught the attention of a mysterious person. A while later, Jeju finally woke up. The moment he opened his eyes and saw the 3 Popoy, he shouted. He thought he was done for, but once he calmed down, Jeju realized the Popoy were worried about him. Jeju patted their heads and thanked them. By now, the chat was exploding. Long strings of messages flew by so fast that Jeju couldn't even read them. After checking, the current viewership had increased to 127 people, 58 followers, and 258 coins. Jeju gasped in amazement. 127 people was a huge number for a newbie like him. Jeju immediately thanked the viewers. The chat was curious about why Jeju had mimicked a popoi like that. If Jeju said he knew a lot about popoi, nobody would believe him, so he just held a popoi that was gaping at him and started making things up. I wanted to make friends with them because I thought if I fought them, I'd die instantly. The chat didn't understand what the hell Jeju was saying and kept spamming question marks. Seeing that, Jeju continued, "Didn't the instructions say we had to eliminate all opponents? It just said to eliminate them, not that we had to kill them. So I thought if I turned the popoi into allies, that would be better. Yeah, that's it. I just got lucky." The chat seemed to buy into this story. Everyone felt envious of Jeju's luck, but inside, Jeju was quite worried. Even if they didn't believe it completely, people would probably let it slide. I have to make myself look more like a newbie. I should probably pretend I don't know about the rewards. Turns out the thing the chat mentioned at the start of the challenge was the reward received after clearing each round. Jeju pretended to know nothing and just headed to the second floor. The chat saw this and frantically reminded him. Each floor has its own reward. You can check them in the window under the Settings tab. Jeju then took out his reward, a small white box tied with a red ribbon. The viewers were surprised. Usually, the higher the rank of the gift, the box should have been even bigger. Jeru just cleared an incredibly tough challenge, so the box really ought to have been larger. Without a moment's hesitation, Jeru opened it, and inside were 3 items: a stone, a piece of paper, and a pouch. This reward was different from what Jeru had seen in the videos. Supposedly, there should have been a sword inside. Even the viewers were stunned as they'd never seen this happen before. Jeju carefully examined each item. First, he picked up the small stone to get a better look. As soon as the popois saw it, they couldn't hold back. They lunged at it, begging to eat it while the chat went wild, seeing that they assumed it was just food for the popois. But Jeju was the only one who realized it was a mana stone. He never expected to find something like this on the first floor. A normal mana stone would be glowing with a blue light, but this one was white, which is why the viewers didn't realize it was an item worth 5,000 coins. Then the chat started pestering him again. "Aren't you going to check the item info? Are you stupid? We aren't telling you. He doesn't even know how to do it, haha." This kid's expression is so calm I thought he was dead already. Of course, Jeju knew how to check the item info. He just didn't want to let on that he had just acquired a mana stone. The viewers continued to act superior, looking down on the rookie. Unfazed, Jeju moved on to check the next reward, a free name change ticket. The chat was incredibly shocked. Usually, this item doesn't appear on the first floor, and nobody uses their real name to stream like Jeju does. Jeju kept the ticket, tucking it into his pouch without any intention of using it yet, though he already had a plan to use it on the 5th floor. The chat kept dismissing Jeju as a clueless rookie. This was exactly what Jeju wanted. The final reward was a pouch of coins, a standard reward that everyone gets. After checking everything, Jeju set off toward the 2nd floor. Just as he was about to step into the teleportation circle, one popoi hopped away and the other 2 followed. Even though Jeju called them back, it was no use. After following the popois to a wall, Jeju stopped. Suddenly, the popois opened their mouths, scaring the viewers to death. The popois then gnawed through the wall in front of them, creating a passage. Just by looking at it, Jeju knew they had discovered something. Could it be a mana stone? A moment later, the popois called for Jeju to follow. Jeju didn't hesitate. He lay down and crawled through the hole. The viewers were baffled by his actions. The hole was smaller than Jeju had anticipated, making it quite difficult to move. Driven by the pressure from the chat, Jeju decided to speed up. Suddenly, his right arm began to glow. Jeju gasped in shock, not understanding what was happening, while the viewers kept laughing mockingly. "You should change your name to Lightman, haha." "It's just a flashlight toggle, I'm dying of laughter." Jeju's sensation at that moment felt just like when he consumed the mana stone. The power currently activating was similar to the knight's power coating his aura outside his body to boost his physical stats. Now Jeju could easily crush stone with his bare hands. After a while, Jeju finally reached the popois. Beyond the passage was a fairly large space. The popois seemed to be surrounding something. Under pressure from the chat, Jeju quickly approached to investigate. It turned out to be a glowing necklace. Thinking it might be an item, Jeju picked it up to check. The chat didn't care much, thinking it was just a normal necklace, but the popoi's attitude was quite aggressive. Jeju immediately inspected the item. This item was a rare grade guardian necklace. Just by wearing it around your neck, it brings good luck to the owner. It would be destroyed after saving the owner's life once. The chat was about to explode. What a high-grade item. Why would a guardian necklace appear on the first floor? You'd need so many coupons to get that right. Ha. Oh my god, is this a hack? Explain it fast, Jeju. Jeju pretended not to know how valuable this necklace was. According to the chat, while it was a one-time use item, it was extremely rare. Basically, it belonged to the hero grade. In the videos, Jeju had used a guardian necklace on the 15th floor to survive. This is an item everyone should have after passing the lowest levels, that is before level 10. Thanks to the popoys, Jeju got it right on the first floor. The problem was he got it too early. This would attract too much unnecessary attention. Just as Jeju was worrying, there was a notification the user, The Love, had sponsored Jeju 10 coins, telling him to put on the necklace. Seeing this, the chat turned its full attention to this person. He was a famous big spender who specialized in guiding rookies. Jeju then put the necklace on, but he hid it under his shirt so as not to attract the viewer's attention. After settling things, Jeju took the popoys and left the cave. Stepping up to the teleportation circle, Jeju decided to take the popoys with him. The place he emerged into was the middle of a vast arena. In the distance stood a gargantuan, super tall tower. Jeju decided to take a walk around this arena. On the walls were strange characters he didn't understand. Luckily, the system had a translation function. Remember well the blood and bones shed by those known as heroes. After reading it, Jeju laughed and said to the viewers, "That's creepy. It's like they're trying to scare me." But after reading the line next to it, his mood shifted. Along with the blood, bones, and effort, there will always be both nobility and baseness, so do not think that all efforts are created equal. Jeju thought seriously about this statement. It was true that the same amount of effort doesn't necessarily lead to the same results, because in a world where everything is already predetermined, I was born poor, but effort is still effort. It's better to always do my best, right? Just then, a notification suddenly interrupted Jeju's thoughts. The challenge will begin in 10 minutes. You must survive for 30 minutes against the monsters that are about to appear. Only 10 minutes to prepare. Jeju couldn't afford to waste any more time. First, he opened the shop window to stock up on some essentials. Just then, someone in the chat mentioned the name Red Bear. Seeing this, Jeju carefully weighed his options. Since this is the highest difficulty level, if his luck is really bad, a red bear will appear. Otherwise, it might be a twin sea serpent. The red bear's entire body radiates fire. It can breathe fire, and it's massive. If I can get full body armor, I should be able to hold out for 30 minutes. A twin sea serpent could be tough, though, but once it's out of the water, it can't do much. I just need to avoid its tail. It tries to crush you to death, that's all, if it turns out to be a twin sea serpent. Then I can just buy a weapon to take it down. I really hope everything goes according to my predictions, but considering how much I struggled on the first floor, it's highly likely that the same thing will happen on the second floor. Finally, Jeju had to calm himself down. No, everything will be fine. They wouldn't assign a challenge that's impossible to clear. Whatever happens, I'm going for it. 10 minutes have passed. The challenge begins. Time remaining 30 minutes. A portal suddenly appeared in front of Jeju. It's pretty small, so it must be a twin sea serpent, but the portal kept growing. Maybe it's a red bear. The chat was constantly urging Jeju to buy armor. Suddenly, the portal expanded unnaturally and became supermassive. Cold sweat broke out all over Jeju. He had no idea what this massive portal was going to spit out. Just then, a giant leg stepped through the portal. It was a giant green turtle with countless sharp spikes on its shell. This is a dragon turtle, isn't it? The chat went wild. Haha, I was wondering why they gave out those magic amulets on the first floor. This is truly the perfect balance for the game. A dragon turtle should be a 3-person challenge, right? How could a rookie on the second floor possibly survive this? Jeju frantically searched the shop to see if there was anything he could use. He currently had 292 coins. After searching for a while, Jeju decided to buy a weapon, a Red Dead one-handed axe for 250 coins. It's a rare tier weapon, a masterpiece created by a master. The weapon is forged by the steel chain arena, with the handle and blade fused into one for higher stability, and the blade is infused with mithril, improving its quality during use. The viewers were utterly baffled by Jeju's choice. Hey, is this guy crazy? Why would he pick that weapon? Are you seriously planning to try and kill it? Even if you wanted to run, you couldn't outrun that thing. But of course, Jeju wasn't stupid. He had his reasons for choosing that weapon. Every time he live streams, If he takes the initiative to attack, he'll receive a hidden reward. This is exactly what Jeju was aiming for. The dragon turtle looked at Jeju with contempt. It saw him as nothing more than an ant it could crush at any moment. But Jeju wasn't afraid. He brought his 3 popoys and charged in together. The dragon turtle lifted a leg and stomped hard on the ground. The entire arena shook violently. Dust and debris filled the air, blocking all visibility. The viewers thought Jeju was definitely a goner. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, the shockwave alone would knock him out cold. Everyone was confused by this reckless move from Jeju. When the dust settled, you could see him. Not only was he not dead, he wasn't even injured. In that situation, Jeju still managed to keep his cool. And by some miracle, he was currently hanging onto the dragon turtle's leg. The red, dead, one-handed axe had managed to pierce the dragon turtle, but it only caused a tiny scratch. To the dragon turtle, it didn't even sting. At this rate, Jeju couldn't possibly take down this dragon turtle. He had originally planned to climb onto its back. Jeju was wondering how much energy his body could draw from the mana stones he got on the first floor when the dragon turtle finally spotted him. It took a deep breath and then fired a beam of energy. Thankfully, Jeju had pulled his axe out just in time and landed on the ground, narrowly avoiding the attack. Even the veteran awakened watching were surprised by his reaction time. While landing, Jeju had already planned his next move. If it were a red bear, I could just block and wait it out, but with the dragon turtle, I've figured out its attack pattern. I can kill it, just you wait. Hidden reward. Thinking about rewards before even fighting? That's really looking down on your opponent. It seemed the dragon turtle sensed that too. It was completely enraged now. It kept stomping its feet, trying to squash Jeju. Jeju was agile and dodged every attack. His target was the dragon turtle's hind leg. Jeju put all his strength into a powerful strike. The dragon turtle roared in pain, a sound that shook the heavens. It used its tail to strike at Jeju, but missed. After landing his attack, Jeju immediately sprinted away from the dragon turtle because he had predicted its reaction. Once injured, the dragon turtle immediately retreated into its shell to heal. That's exactly why killing a dragon turtle is so difficult. Because it can heal all its wounds inside its hard shell, most of the time you're just left standing there helplessly waiting. A lot of newcomers joined Jeju's stream because the creators they were following had just died in the tower's trials, and this was the first thing they saw. Seeing the dragon turtle, they assumed Jeju was already on the 11th floor. When they realized it was only the 2nd floor, everyone was stunned, but Jeju wasn't in the mood to pay attention to the chat. Using his impressive skills, he climbed onto the dragon turtle's shell. Many people facing a dragon turtle for the first time think that getting on its back means they're safe. But the spikes jutting out from its shell can turn red, explode, and then respawn. Jeju scrambled to find the monster's weak point just as a user named The Love donated coins to Jeju. To send a voice message, those spikes on its back are going to explode. Get down. But no one knew that this was exactly why Jeju climbed up there. Jeju found a small spike on the dragon turtle's shell and used all his strength to hack it off. Jeju's whole body glowed with a blue light, his strength boosted as a result. It only took 2 strikes with his axe to chop the spike off. The viewer still didn't understand what Jeju was aiming for. Right at that moment, the dragon turtle finished healing and crawled out of its shell. When it spotted Jeju on its back, it was furious and decided to smash itself into the wall to knock him off. Seeing this, Jeju quickly grabbed the spike he'd just chopped off, jammed it into the dragon turtle's neck, and then slammed his axe down on it, praying constantly in his head that he only had this one shot. Please let this work. Please let this work. One axe strike slammed down. The dragon turtle screamed in agony as the spike turned red and exploded, filling the arena with thick dust. The dragon turtle stopped moving entirely. The viewers were all worried about Jeju's safety, but the fact that the stream was still running meant he was still alive. He stepped out from the smoke, his right hand looking injured, but luckily the dragon turtle was motionless. That was truly a dangerous gamble that nearly failed. The dragon turtle's spikes explode when mana is channeled into them. Jeju had funneled the mana he absorbed from the mana stone into that spike, and then used it to blow the dragon turtle apart. But the blast nearly took Jeju out too. He was lucky to have only been blown back. Suddenly, the dragon turtle's head moved. It seemed it was still barely clinging to life. Seeing that, Jeju walked over and decisively dealt the finishing blow to send it to the afterlife. A notification popped up, trial complete. A path to the 3rd floor will open. You didn't just survive against the monster. You defeated a powerful enemy. You have received a hidden reward. At last, his hard work had paid off. Jeju looked up at the sky and smiled happily. The viewers were becoming even more interested in Jeju and started donating more. Just then the Popwa crawled out from nowhere and started dancing in front of him. It seemed they wanted to eat the dragon turtle's carcass. Monsters in the tower usually have mana stored in their bodies. For a Popoi, a dragon turtle is nothing short of a giant mana cupcake. After getting Jeju's go-ahead, the Popwa swarmed in to tear apart the dragon turtle's remains. These Popwas are only cute when they keep their mouths shut. But the attention shifted from the Popwa back to Jeju. Many people thought Jeju must have been hacking to be able to pull off something so unbelievable. Jeju was a bit worried. At this point, it would be hard to convince anyone it was just luck. Finally, Jeju crossed his arms and confidently said, "It's nothing. I just thought I could do it, so I tried." Jeju's viewers weren't watching because he was sucking up to them. They were watching for the thrill of the fear factor. Jeju had overcome it in such an interesting way that his viewer count proved it. Currently, Jeju had 198 viewers, 117 followers, and 201 coins. Normally, having 50 viewers on the second floor would already be considered great. Because he hit the 100-follower milestone, Jeju earned a hidden reward. Even the viewers were stunned by this achievement. But first, Jeju needed to check his second-floor rewards. The gift box looked exactly like the one from the first floor, only the contents were different. First was a money pouch with 500 coins. Once accepted, it automatically converts into coins. The second was a rare-grade subspatial backpack. It was an invention of the genius mana engineer Rafik. It has a maximum weight capacity of 500 kilograms. The stack of coins was just the basic reward as expected. Subspatial backpacks only appear when you get lucky, so it seemed Jeju wasn't doing too badly. The viewers wouldn't be disappointed with this. Next was another mana stone. Jeju quickly shoved it into his backpack without pulling up the item description. It's best not to let the viewers know to avoid drawing too much attention. To change the subject before the viewers could ask about the mana stone, Jeju checked the hidden reward. The hidden reward was actually a hero-grade upgrade rune. The rune increases an item's level by 1. However, the item's level cannot exceed the rune's level. He never expected the reward to be something like this. It's worth 20,000 coins in the shop. A few people out of jealousy egged Jeju on to upgrade his 250-coin kite. But Jeju wasn't stupid. He knew the value of this item, so he tucked it away immediately. Just then, Jeju felt dizzy and lightheaded. It seemed he had lost too much blood. Now he needed to finish the rewards quickly and move to the next floor. All injuries are healed every time you reach a new floor. But Jeju decided to stay and open his follower milestone reward. Congratulations on reaching 100 followers. Because of your high potential, you will be granted a blessing. You may choose one of the following blessings. There were a total of 5 blessings for Jeju to choose from: vitality, strength, agility, mana, and luck. The chat was flooded with different advice. Everyone had their own reasons. A blessing is a type of passive skill that greatly boosts the associated stat. Among them, mana is a stat that supports mages and magical researchers, and as mentioned, it doesn't get much attention at the beginning of the tower. That's why the chat didn't pay much attention to it, but Jeju's final decision was the mana blessing. Jeju felt disappointed that he picked the most useless option, yet he was surprisingly satisfied with his choice. Unlike mages or knights who are powerful from the start, choosing to study magic is unpredictable and mysterious right from the beginning, no matter how hard you work. It has its limits. So many people regret picking this class after they do, and it's basically treated as a junk class. It's not a combat class designed to protect the team from the front, or just to craft, but that was only the beginning of the tower. Jeju clearly remembered a guy in a video who could shoot beams. Lasers from his hands. He was a genius combat magic engineer. Only real men understand how cool shooting lasers is. At that moment, the Popoys had finished processing the entire shell of the dragon turtle. Only the flesh remained, and suddenly he felt bad for the dragon turtle. Jeju was exhausted by now. He could collapse at any moment. With his remaining strength, Jeju crawled through the gate. Upon stepping onto the 3rd floor, his body was restored and all his wounds vanished. He was ready for this floor's challenge. A notification popped up. The 3rd floor challenge will now begin. This is the garden of a forgotten ancient deity. The guardians sleeping in this place will put you to the test. Win the battle against the guardians. The time remaining until the fight begins is 10 minutes. Be careful. If you leave the ancient deity's area, you will be trapped on the 3rd floor forever. Jeju focused. The 1st and 2nd floors were much harder than in the video, but the 3rd floor seemed quite similar. Just then a gate appeared behind Jeju, and a stranger stepped out. Jeju already knew that. The difficulty of this floor had been increased, too. Jeju took one look at the stranger. Look at how much he was shaking. It seemed he had suffered a lot on the second floor. The guy looked friendly at first glance and reached out to shake Jeju's hand. Jeju politely held out his hand too, but who could have expected that as soon as this guy touched him? Jeju immediately fell to his knees, tears and snot streaming down his face. "Greetings, you're a streamer, right?" Jeju clearly looked embarrassed. "That's right. Did you have a hard time?" The other guy finally came to his senses and let go, but his face was still soaked with tears. "I have zero experience." This was the true look of a real rookie. How could anyone be as calm as this guy named Jeju? After calming down, the guy introduced himself. "What's your name?" "I'm Ha Jon-seok. I'm Kim Jeju." As soon as he heard that name, Jon-seok burst out laughing. The atmosphere began to feel a bit less tense. He finally noticed the three popoys sitting on Jeju. This Kim Jeju person. Sorry, but what are those things on your head and shoulders?" "Popoys, right?" Jeju happily held up a popoy for Jon-seok to admire. The viewers were going crazy over the appearance of these popoys. Thinking back, the first floor challenge was really quite scary. Just then, the ground suddenly shook, and two giant stone statues rose from the earth. Jon-seok was stunned, frozen in place at his first sight of this. But Jeju already knew what was coming, which is why he remained calm. The stone statue slammed its spear into the ground. A clock appeared. Jeju calmly drew his weapon, preparing to fight. Meanwhile, Jon-seok was still rooted to the spot, unable to react. If the difficulty of the third floor was the same as before, Jeju already knew the weakness of the guardian statues. People often say the real challenge starts here. The low difficulty is 1 statue, medium is 2, high is also 2. But if you can't take them both down at the same time, the one that was defeated will respawn. Jeju didn't hesitate and rushed in to attack immediately. From the chat, it was clear that many rookies had already perished here. They all got dizzy and overwhelmed. If you observe calmly, you can easily guess that the statue with the shield will defend and the statue with the spear will attack. Just then, the spear-wielding statue saw Jeju and slammed its spear tip into the ground. The floor shattered into pieces and dust filled the air. Jon-seok couldn't even withstand the shockwave from the attack and was blown away. By the time he recovered, he couldn't see Jeju anymore. But since the live stream was still running, there was no need to worry about Jeju's life. During that time, Jeju had seized the opportunity to approach the two statues. The shield-wielding statue used the sheer size of its shield to slam down, intending to crush Jeju. This attack was no less powerful than the spear-wielding statues, but when it lifted its shield, there was nothing underneath. Jeju had successfully used the blind spot to dodge. He attacked and circled behind the spear-wielding statue. His first target was the statue's leg. Jeju leaped high into the air, his hands emitting a blue light. This light was even stronger than it had been on the second floor, surprising all the viewers. Jeju used all his strength to slash off the statue's leg. The spear-wielding statue immediately lost its balance and fell forward. Luckily, the shield-wielding statue reached out in time to catch it. Jeju felt a bit stressed seeing that. There's no time left. If I just stand here, the spear statue will respawn. I can't let it regenerate. After thinking that, Jeju charged forward at top speed. This time the target was the shield-wielding statue's leg. But as expected of a defensive specialist, Jeju had to slash twice before he could manage to cut that leg off. Now that both statues had lost a leg, they couldn't keep their balance and crashed to the ground. Even though Jeju was standing in the middle, he wasn't hurt at all. When the dust finally cleared, Jon-seok came running over in a panic. This teammate is really useless, huh? As the dust finally settled, Jon-seok came dashing over in a panic. Honestly, this teammate is beyond useless. Jeju carrying the team solo is honestly such a pain. The chat just realized this is a two-person challenge and burst into laughter. Jon-seok, after witnessing that, couldn't help but be shocked. He was terrified. He couldn't believe the massive gap between them, even though they were both newcomers. Just as Jeju was wondering how to explain this reasonably, he suddenly sensed danger. The stone statue's eyes glowed bright red. It seemed it wasn't finished off yet. Jeju shouted for him to duck. Jon-seok turned around just in time to see a giant spear flying toward him. Luckily, Jeju reached him in time, or Jon-seok would have been decapitated. Man, this teammate of mine is such a noob. The two stone statues slowly stood back up. Even though they only had one leg left, they could still fight. Jon-seok was scared stiff. He was too terrified to move. Jeju, however, was cautiously plotting his next move. He didn't expect them to be able to throw spears. Just defeating them wasn't enough. He had to finish them off for good. Jeju gripped his axe, ready to keep fighting. Facing two giant opponents, he didn't flinch for a second. The viewers on the stream were cheering for him enthusiastically. Jeju leaped onto the leg of the statue he had previously chopped off. Then he used the momentum to launch himself forward. His whole body glowed with a blue light. The shield-bearing statue didn't even have time to react before being split in two by Jeju's axe. Clinging to what was left of the shield-bearing statue, he had taken down the first guardian. But before he could rest, a giant hand swiped at him. Luckily, Jeju had jumped down to the ground just in time to dodge the attack, but now he was in free fall with nowhere to dodge the next move. But there was no time to think now. The shield-bearing statue was recovering quickly. Jeju had to take down the remaining one immediately. With a quick reflex, Jeju kicked off the statue to launch himself into the air. He dodged the second swipe, then used all his strength to land a heavy blow on the right arm of the spear-wielding statue. The arm cracked and slowly crumbled, and the statue collapsed lifelessly, falling backward. The red glow in the statue's eyes faded. It looked like he had finally finished off both of them. Jeju walked confidently through the clouds of dust. The system notifications for donations kept popping up. All the viewers were stunned by the performance. Although Jeju could have used strategy to destroy the red eyes, the weak point of the guards, he couldn't have destroyed those statues that quickly. After all, this was the highest difficulty challenge. But it seemed the viewers didn't think so. Some hadn't even finished cooking their instant noodles, and Jeju had already cleared the challenge. This definitely wasn't the speed a rookie should have. Jeju finally realized this and decided to keep up the act. He looked around, pretending he didn't know where the portal to the next floor was. The viewers burst out laughing. They couldn't believe that someone who fought like an experienced player didn't know where the exit was. After his performance, Jeju decided to head to the fourth floor. But before he could leave, John Seok called out to him. "Wait, Kim Jeju, can we talk for a moment?" John Seok had a million questions for his teammate. After all, the challenge was over before he even had a chance to do anything. But Jeju seemed quite tired. He had spent more time on the third floor than expected, and now he just wanted to get to the fourth floor immediately. Jeju offered a polite greeting and turned to leave as fast as the wind. "Sorry, maybe next time." "There will definitely be a next time." John Seok was left standing stunned in the middle of the desert. He still hadn't processed what happened. After leaving, Jeju walked toward an ancient altar that looked like it had been the site of a earth-shattering battle. All that remained was a pile of ruins. Jeju slowly climbed the steps to the central platform. Resting on the stone pedestal was a mysterious scroll. Jeju carefully opened the scroll to read. Inside it recorded a tragic history. "We are awaiting our final hour. The screams of the starving and the souls of the fallen soldiers wander throughout the empire. In the 957th year of the Astrod Empire, the deranged king rang the warning bell and beheaded the young general who had just returned. The reason was simple: he didn't listen to anyone and waged war on his own terms, so he was executed. If the traveler is reading these lines, let me give you one piece of advice: never anger the king." Even the veteran players watching the stream couldn't understand what the scroll was saying. But Jeju naturally knew exactly what it meant. This was a hint for the fifth floor, but for now he just had to play dumb. Just then, the portal to the fourth floor opened next to the altar. But before entering, Jeju decided to check his rewards from the third floor. Not only Jeju, but the viewers were also eagerly waiting for the loot. Jeju opened the gift box only to find it contained nothing but a coin pouch. For such a difficult challenge, the reward was a bit underwhelming. Jeju was quite disappointed. But after checking, he realized it was a 5,000 coin pouch. All the viewers gasped in amazement. This was a massive amount for the tutorial floor. After receiving the reward, Jeju checked the status of his stream. Current viewers 211, current followers 138, coins 5,608. The viewer count was rising, likely from John Seok's stream. With the huge amount of coins he had, Jeju was considering learning more magic. Just then the chat suddenly prompted him, "Hey Jeju, isn't a Popoy a bit too quiet since the second floor? If you're supposed to be taking care of them, you should pay attention." Only then did Jeju turn his head to check. The Popoys were no longer on his shoulders, but were flattened on the ground. Jeju was extremely worried, not knowing what was happening. Jeju tried asking the chat for advice, but no one had a clue since Jeju was the first person to ever carry Popoys with him. Some viewers thought the popoys were just sluggish because they were hungry. He didn't really buy that, though, since they had already eaten the whole turtle shell back on the second floor. But with no other options, he took a mana stone out of his bag to test them. Even though mana stones are a popoy's favorite, they acted like they hated it. It seemed they weren't hungry at all. Jeju held his head and sighed, feeling helpless. Just then, a viewer donated 20 coins with a message, "Try going to the 5th floor." The chat started buzzing. Seeing the message, the chat kept bringing it up over and over. Even though I didn't get what that meant, Jeju obviously did. He immediately remembered that there was someone on the 5th floor who could take care of the popoys. There was no time to waste. Jeju gathered up the popoys and decided to head straight for the 4th floor. Just then, Jeon Seok came running over breathless, calling out to him. "Wait, Jeju, hold on." Jeju thought he was about to ask more pointless questions and was ready to leave, but to his surprise, Jeon Seok bowed to thank him. "I know you're busy, but I felt I had to say thanks. I cleared the first scratch thanks to you, Jeju. Thank you so much." Being thanked so suddenly made Jeju feel a bit shy. He promised he'd accept Jeon Seok's thanks if they ever met again. Jeon Seok was overjoyed to hear that. With everything settled, Jeju turned and stepped through the portal to the 4th floor. The moment he passed through, a notification appeared. "Challenge start floor 4. This is a temple sealed by ancient runes. Break the seal and open the exit. Time limit 6 hours. Be careful. If you fail to break the seal, you will be trapped on the 4th floor. Trapped. But if you don't pass this challenge, it's basically a death sentence. Even though you can buy food with coins, there's a limit. Being stuck on one floor is as good as dying." Jeju set the popoys down and went to examine the temple. It was surrounded by 4 solid stone walls covered in countless ancient runes and hundreds of crystal stones. This floor was a test of intellect. Some viewers thought it looked simple, while others saw it as a total nightmare. Jeju decided to check the shop. The entrance changes based on the player's floor level. The 4th floor shop wasn't like the others. It was stocked with tons of food and supplies to tempt players rather than weapons or armor. The 4th floor is a race against time. If you get too comfortable and waste time choosing food and supplies, you'll end up trapped here, and Jeju will definitely die. After looking things over, Jeju decided to save his coins. A lot of viewers told him to just have a mukbang party since he had plenty of coins, but Jeju wanted to save them for later because the popoys were sick. Then Jeju started the challenge. He had to use the runes on the crystal stones to find the right images and colors. The stones change color when touched. That's the basic rule. Jeju touched the first crystal and it turned red. He touched the second and it turned green. Right then, Jeju recalled memories from a video he had watched previously. At first, it was a huge headache. Jeju had to memorize characters he'd never seen or even heard of, so he decided to replace letters with numbers to make them easier to remember. Thanks to that, Jeju had completely mastered how to decode this challenge through the video. The really annoying part of this floor was that the crystals would change color even if you didn't touch them. But to Jeju, this was just a pesky Rubik's Cube waiting to be solved. He confidently tapped each crystal in order, repeating the pattern over and over. The viewers watching thought he'd lost his mind for tapping so randomly, but Jeju didn't care and just kept going. Soon the entire first row lit up. The chat was left wide-mouthed and stunned, but they didn't know that everything was going exactly as Jeju had remembered. If he kept this up, he could finish this challenge in just half an hour. The viewers thought Jeju was just lucky and would give up at the final row. Jeju kept touching the crystals without taking a single break. Only 10 minutes had passed and he was almost done with the challenge. The viewers were once again amazed by this rookie's talent. Nobody expected Jeju to breeze through a logic puzzle that quickly. Finally, Jeju lit up the last crystal. Just one left. Once he finished, the portal to the 5th floor appeared. A viewer who saw it all happen donated 200 coins with the message, "Are you in Mensa or something?" For those who don't know, Mensa is the oldest and most elite high IQ society in the world. Jeju felt embarrassed and replied, "Thanks for the donation. I'm not in Mensa or anything like that." In truth, Jeju was just remembering everything from the video. He wasn't some kind of genius. Another viewer donated 200 coins with the message, "Great job." It seemed Jeju already had his first fans. Jeju laughed and said to the stream, "Thanks everyone. I'll check the reward quickly and then keep going." Jeju opened the reward for this floor. Like the previous one, it only had a bag with 5,000 coins inside. Now, Jeju would start the 5th floor with over 10,000 coins. With that much, he could buy a hero-grade skill book. That's a staggering amount even to the viewers. Some people were jealous of Jeju, but others understood the reason for such a reward. It's easy to guess if you finish the challenge faster, you get a bigger reward. He deserved every bit of it after clearing the 4th floor in 20 minutes and winning the 2-on-1 fight on the 3rd floor. After getting the reward, Jeju picked up the popoys and prepared to head to the 5th floor. According to the chat, even though Jeju was fast, there was another rookie who was already on the 7th floor. The reason was that Jeju had spent too much time connecting with the popoys on the 1st floor. But it was all worth it. Jeju was still moving fast and didn't need to overdo it. He just needed to prove himself as a champion on the 5th floor, and that would be fine. After stepping through the portal, Jeju felt like he'd been transported into a blank white space. All that remained was a single challenge notification board. Just clearing the 5th floor as Min should be fine, right? After stepping through the Jeju gate, it felt like being teleported into a void of pure white, leaving behind nothing but a mission notification board. The 5th floor trial begins now. Viewers cannot skip time, and the 1 week spent in the Astros world will have no effect on the real world. You will inhabit one of the forms existing in the desolate Astros world. Another player will also be present occupying a different form. There are 2 ways to complete the 5th floor trial. Reach the predetermined ending, or kill the other player. Inside a massive castle, Jeju wakes up, but he is no longer himself. He has copied the identity of someone else in this world. Jeju slowly approaches the desk and begins reading the diary left there. Imperial Calendar, February 20th year, 944. I am 10 years old today. I asked Father for a magical beast as a birthday gift, but instead, I was met with a slap to the face. That look of contempt from my brother pierced my heart. What did I even do wrong? Imperial Calendar, February 22nd, year 944. I built a secret basement under my room without Father knowing. I offered 1 gold coin to Fordrick, who has been helping me, but he refused. He said he would provide me with magical beasts in the future. Thanks to the diary's contents, Jeju now understands the identity of the person he has copied. It is the 2nd prince of the Astros Empire, Kalizu Toprox. The magical beast the prince was raising was discovered by the emperor, and because of that, the prince burned it alive. He earned the title of the Executioner after getting drunk and causing a scene in bed. Jeju has now transformed into the prince's likeness, complete with his signature red hair and dark circles permanently under his eyes. Just as he finished reading the diary, the trial notification popped up. Reach the chosen ending. Copied character Kalizu Toprox. Mission become the emperor. However, taking the throne by force is not accepted as a valid ending. Time remaining 6 days and 16 hours. What kind of hellish difficulty is this? For a disregarded 2nd prince to become emperor within 7 days is practically impossible. And on top of that, I am not even allowed to use force. After reading the notification, Jeju has a mental breakdown. Why did I have to get assigned the role of the executioner, the 2nd prince, the person furthest from the throne? If only I had become a magical engineer as planned. How great would that have been? Jeju recalls everything that happened before the trial began. When he stepped onto the 5th floor, reality changed, so it wouldn't even take a minute to reach the 6th floor. Viewers cannot leave for the entire week. Throughout the 5th floor trial, there are 2 ways to reach the chosen ending or kill the other player. If the other player reaches the ending first, you will feel this world vanish along with your entire body. The viewers don't seem satisfied with the system's explanation, and a heated argument has broken out. Seeing this, Jeju immediately intervenes. Stop fighting, I'll ban you from the chat if you keep arguing like that. The chat finally quiets down. Suddenly, a notification appears. Select your desired ability. This is exactly what Jeju has been waiting for, depending on your choice. The user's character that they must copy on the 5th floor will be assigned. If the player chooses a high difficulty level, a key figure of the Astros Empire will be assigned Magic Ability. Will be assigned as the Empire's Chief Mage. Magical Engineer will be assigned as the Empire's Platinum Engineer. Physical Strength will be assigned as the Empire's Royal Guard. There is also a possibility of getting a Support or Assassin class, but their abilities are much lower than the previous 3, so only a few people choose them. Jeju crosses his arms and closes his eyes to think. The viewers are each offering their own suggestions, but one thing is clear, not a single person is recommending he choose Magical Engineer, but the choice that Jeju wanted was indeed Magical Engineer. With his eyes sparkling, he shouts, I choose magic. But before he can finish his sentence, the system notification appears. Are you sure you want to choose power? Related to magical beasts. Magical beast is just the term for monsters in Astros. Before Jeju could explain, the system automatically confirmed his choice. He is going to be assigned a character related to magical beasts. It seems like this system is broken. That is the reason why. Jeju was transformed into the second prince. Right now, Jeju is burying his face in his hands on the desk, constantly lamenting, I said magical engineer, so why did I get magical beast? But Jeju quickly regains his composure and reassures himself. No, it's too late for that anyway. Stay calm. Think about what needs to be done. If the ending objective is easy, I'll stick to that. For instance, if I had become a magical engineer, the stage would be cleared once I made an invention. If the goal is too hard, I can aim to kill the other player. For a crazy job like becoming the emperor, killing the other player is a good option. The first day of the week is for getting used to the copied body. It is very important for the player to read their character's diary so they can grasp the situation. After a moment of thought, Jeju suddenly orders the servant to bring Fordrick. The first thing he wants to do after reading the diary is to see what kind of person Fordrick really is. The viewers, after witnessing Jeju's acting, all have goosebumps. They couldn't believe Jeju could get so absorbed just by reading the diary for a moment. Shortly after Fordrick arrived, a middle-aged man with a scar over his eye. It seemed Fordrick wasn't just some ordinary guy. He bowed respectfully to the two princes, asking, Did you call for me, Highness? Likely because of the new magical beast, Jeju. While he was hesitating about what to say, luckily, Fordrick spoke up first. He had come prepared. He signaled his servant to bring in a cage covered with a white cloth. I thought you might ask about this. So I came prepared. This magical beast is from the north. It's known for being incredibly aggressive, but it's acting strangely quiet. That actually made things easier. When the servant lifted the cloth, inside were the 3 popoys. It looked like they were indeed Jeju's popoys, since they had entered the 5th floor together. They must have been brought here just like Jeju. Seeing the popoys, Jeju was shocked. He had completely forgotten about them. What a terrible owner he was. Jeju tried to keep his cool, then asked Fordrick, They look exhausted, don't they? Fordrick replied, I asked the hunters, but they don't seem to know why they're in pain. I examined them myself, and it looks like they've absorbed way too much mana stone. He warned them to be careful, as the viewers now realize the giant rock the popoys ate on the 1st floor was a mana stone. A single small mana stone is worth several thousand coins, so everyone was stunned. Not only that, the popoys had also eaten all the dragon turtle shells on the 2nd floor. It looked like they were just stuffed from overeating. Right then, Fordrick lunged toward Jeju. He gripped Jeju's shoulders, shaking him and shouting, Your Highness, this cannot be! How can magical energy be glowing from your body? What happened during the time you were up north? Jeju calmly stopped Fordrick and reassured him, There's nothing wrong with my body, don't worry. But Fordrick couldn't calm down. It's impossible. Normally a person would explode from having that much magical power. Highness, you cannot absorb any more mana. Right then, the magical energy was encroaching on Jeju's head. Luckily, it wasn't life-threatening yet, but from now on, if he felt too anxious or angry, Jeju could end up a vegetable. Seeing Fordrick's concern, Jeju placed a hand on his shoulder to reassure him. I understand. I'll keep your words in mind. Fordrick finally felt at ease enough to leave, but before he did, he warned that the 1st prince had been making suspicious moves lately. Fordrick was Kali's only supporter. He was the personal knight of Kali's mother, Queen Pradesa. He had resigned from his post when the queen passed away and specifically became a helper to young Kali. After Fordrick left, Jeju thought about what to do next. He had to defeat the 1st prince within a week to become emperor. Killing the remaining players would be easier, but getting the best ending rewards would be harder. Jeju held the cage with the popoys in his hand and approached the bookshelf. Based on information from the diary, he found a specific book and pulled it out. The bookshelf immediately moved, revealing a secret passage below. The viewers were surprised, thinking this was a skill of a magic engineer. Jeju carefully walked down the stairs. Below was a large room filled with iron cages. Inside were the magical beasts that the 2 princes kept. Surprisingly, the beasts weren't anxious or hateful. They were happy. Seeing their master, Jeju walked to a corner and placed the cage with the popoys down. He turned away, his eyes tearing up. Popoys, I have to leave you guys here. I don't know what's going to happen outside. I'm sorry, little ones, but this is for your own safety. The popoys began to cry too. They didn't want to leave Jeju. Seeing how cute they were, Jeju couldn't handle it. He decided to open the shop to buy skill books for the popoys. The good thing about skill books was that the user didn't even have to read them fully, as the content would just go straight into their head. He searched for a while but couldn't find anything useful for the popoys. Finally, he decided to buy a common rank skill and received Basic Magical Beast Taming Level 1. After Jeju learned the skill, the viewers asked if he felt anything different, but Jeju didn't feel much change. He only bought the skill because it was cheap. The viewers advised him to switch to becoming a knight or a mage before it was too late. But Jeju didn't pay any attention to that. After leaving the basement, Jeju pushed the bookshelf back to cover the entrance. Now there was one more place he had to go. It seemed his rival had chosen to become a knight or a mage. The head mage had their own private room, and the knight captain had their training grounds. If he thought about the rewards, Jeju had to limit the actions of the other streamers. At the knight training grounds, Jeju's rival was practicing the skills he received from using the skill books. He was incredibly amazed by the effect of these so-called skill books. He had only used a few, yet he felt as if he had practiced for decades. The player's name was Leon J, and he was feeling extremely smug about his own abilities. He thought he had gotten lucky by choosing the high difficulty. On the first floor, he was rewarded with a ton of coins, and on the second floor, with his kendo skill, he had defeated the monsters very easily. On the third floor, he used his companions as meat shields, so he cleared it very quickly. He thought he would be cursed at by the viewers for letting a teammate die. But unexpectedly, because of his toughness, he received even more rewards, even though he almost didn't clear the fourth floor, finishing with only 30 minutes left. While Leon J was immersed in practicing his skills, the chat reminded him, "Leon J, another guest is coming." Thanks to the chat, Leon J realized the person before him was the second Prince Kali. He was so surprised he stood frozen in place. Luckily, thanks to the viewer's timely warning, he managed to kneel just in time. "Your Highness, it is an honor to meet you." Leon J had no idea the person in front of him was his rival. My Lord Jeju clasped his hands behind his back and said, "Stand up. Watching you train so hard for the Empire, I'm truly delighted." Seonja felt a flicker of suspicion that the two princes might be streamers like himself, but in the end, he figured they must have chosen to be either knights or mages. Knights or mages, that is. Lee Seonja's character is the Black Lion Master, an upright swordsman who detests hypocrisy. At first, he found it incredibly difficult to talk like a noble, but after copying the way other knights spoke, he managed to get used to it. Seonja sheathed his sword and asked the second prince, "What wind blew you to a place that reeks of sweat like this?" Jeju, hearing this, replied, "Oh, it's nothing much. I just remembered that you're quite fond of liquor. Didn't you even tear up at my birthday party last year because your favorite drink wasn't there? So I thought I should send some your way. However, I'm not really a drinker myself, so I don't remember what that stuff was called. Was it Kionji?" Seonja broke into a cold sweat. How on earth could he know that? With no other options, Seonja had to beg his chat room for help. The viewers gave him a few suggestions for expensive drinks in Astro, mostly names like Apple Mio Mayo Ba Kitch or Nepcam. Just pick one quickly. They won't know the difference. After picking a name at random, Seonja stammered, "I believe it was Apple Mio Mio, Your Highness." After thinking for a moment, Jeju spoke up. "That sounds familiar. I'll have it sent over tomorrow." Only then did Seonja breathe a sigh of relief. He continued his act. "Thank you, my lord. I will strive even harder to serve the Empire with all my heart." Just when he thought it was all finally over, Jeju suddenly asked, "Oh, that reminds me, I haven't asked yet, what is your Korean name?" Seonja felt like he'd been pushed over the edge. He had suffered kneeling this whole time only to find out the other person was just another player. Seonja slowly stood up, veins popping across his face as if he wanted to tear the man in front of him to pieces. This guy's completely lost it. "Or who are you exactly?" Jeju, still calm, replied. "Didn't you hear I'm the second prince of Astro Kali Seonja?" Seonja couldn't take it anymore. His bloodlust flared as he stepped toward Jeju. "Oh, is that so? So you're a prince, are you? If you didn't even bring guards to protect you, how dare you come here to stir up trouble all by yourself? And hey, let me ask you this. How did you know?" I was trying my best to act natural. As he spoke, Seonja put his hand on his sword, preparing to chop Jeju's head off. Jeju wasn't afraid. Instead, he mocked him. "Is there any reason I should answer you?" The reason Jeju recognized Seonja was because the introverted prince had written everything down in his diary, including the Black Lion Master Zion's favorite drink. Driven mad but trying to keep his cool. Seonja said, "What did you just say?" Isn't the second prince just a useless, talentless punk I could finish in one strike? Hearing this, Jeju got a bit angry and retorted, I sensed your recklessness and crudeness from the start. I've been pretending not to smell this disgusting stench, but it keeps sticking right up my nose. Seonjae couldn't take it anymore and reached for his sword to settle things. Just then, Fordrick came running from out of nowhere and shouted, What is the meaning of this? He was extremely worried for the prince's safety. Even though Jeju said he was fine, Fordrick didn't buy it. What are you talking about? Your Highness? I saw with my own eyes this man pointing his sword at you. Jeju quickly explained, Don't worry, I wanted to see his swordsmanship, so I asked him to give me a demonstration. Isn't that right? He shot a look at Seonjae, signaling him. Seonjae, feeling tense and unsure of what to do, just played along with Jeju. Jeju's chat room thought Seonjae looked like a complete idiot. Moments ago, he could have just swung his sword and killed Jeju to clear the 5th floor. Even though Jeju explained, Fordrick still pressed in close to Seonjae and warned, I could clearly sense the bloodlust in that demonstration. Watch your actions next time unless you want to be charged with attempted assassination of a prince. You'd have your limbs severed and be tied to a horse to be dragged around the city. Hearing this, Seonjae was terrified and bowed his head in apology. Fordrick finally let it go. Get out of here since the prince has spoken. I won't dig any deeper into this. Seonjae immediately turned and fled. Afterward, Fordrick followed the prince back to his room, grumbling the whole way. He's so different today. Something is definitely strange. It's truly pathetic that the heart of the Empire, the Black Lion, has become so careless. Jeju heard this and asked, The way you speak, you seem quite nostalgic for the old days, don't you? Fordrick froze for a moment at the question, but he quickly regained his composure, smiling at the prince. That is a difficult question to answer, my lord. I have no thoughts other than to remain loyal to the Empire. After walking a while, Jeju made an excuse to be alone. I just want to take a walk. Being stuck in my room is boring. Don't worry, go ahead and do your work. Before leaving, Fordrick didn't forget to warn Jeju to be careful if he happened to run into the first prince. Once alone, Jeju checked the remaining time. He had wasted much more time than planned. Tomorrow. You need to drop by the magical machine shop right now. The chat is buzzing, wondering what your next move is, Jeju. What are you going to do now? You found the other streamer, but the situation is getting really intense. Jeju confidently replies, I will reach the ending I've chosen. Hearing this, the chat explodes. Hey, you only have 6 days left. Do you really think anyone can just become the Emperor? It's not too late to go kill that guy. Go tell Fordrick that he threatened you earlier. But Jeju has no intention of clearing the trial that way. He still believes there is a way to become the Emperor. Meanwhile, Seonjae is digging up information on Fordrick, a sly grin spreading across his face as he holds the documents. But just a moment ago, he was crying and begging the viewers for help. What do I do, everyone? I'm going crazy if he's... The prince and he orders them to kill me, I'm done for. Someone couldn't stand watching this anymore and started plotting. Look at how much this idiot is shaking. Listen here, Seonjae. I'll teach you how to mess that guy up. First, go to the commissioner's office and find info on the 2 princes and Fordrick. Right now, Seonjae is carefully reviewing Fordrick's files. One mission catches the viewer's attention. Royal Sanitation Task, Fordrick de Maron. Duration 29 days. Mission details investigate. And study the magical animal ecosystem. Note, owns 3 popoys. Special case, all 3 popoys are quiet as if they are sick. The hypothesis is they're sick due to environmental pollution. As soon as the 3 popoys are mentioned, the viewers immediately recall the name Kim Jeju. Many of Seonjae's viewers have watched Jeju's streams back on the 1st floor. The chat is debating Jeju's identity quite heatedly, but Seonjae doesn't understand why the other guy's identity matters so much. The viewer who suggested the plan speaks up again. Of course it matters. Just listen to me. Head out to the portal in the outskirts. There must be a chapel there. By evening, Seonjae follows the viewer's advice and goes to the chapel in the suburbs. It seems he has discovered a way to overcome this trial, but the premise is to find the identity of the other player first. Seonjae flashes a smug smile. He is very close to victory. 1 hour ago, while Seonjae was on his way to the chapel, he ran into Jeju. But unlike last time, Seonjae isn't scared anymore. Jeju is still confident and provocative. Oh, it's you again. I heard you've been digging into my background. Seonjae isn't provoked anymore. He calmly replies, Hey, knock it off. You're quite famous, aren't you, Kim Jeju? Hearing the name Jeju is slightly startled, seeing that Seonjae knows he was right and quickly leaves. He runs while laughing in satisfaction. It's over, it's over. I won't have to die here. Back to the present. Seonjae has found the chapel in the outskirts. It's the missing piece on the 5th floor that the viewers told him about. If he finds his opponent's name at the chapel, he can clear this trial. However, Seonjae will lose the chance to level up his skills. More importantly, there's a penalty for failure. It's a method not recommended, but are level ups important when he's in a life-or-death situation? Seonjae enters the chapel without hesitation. In the center of the chapel, a large basin of water is illuminated by moonlight with a mysterious key inside. Seonjae carefully lifts the key with both hands. Then, holding the key, he prays before the goddess statue. Just then, a notification pops up. Your intelligence will be tested. State the name of this participant accompanying you in the trial. Seonjae immediately blurts out, Kim Jae-ju. Checking username Kim Jae-ju. Confirm answer and continue. Once confirmed, the answer cannot be changed. Seonjae presses yes without hesitation. But suddenly the goddess statue shakes violently and its eyes glow with a deadly red light. A notification appears. Your answer is incorrect. You have been cursed by an evil spirit. Mocking intelligence. Current attributes of user Royance Carson Seonjae. Predetermined end purchase. 5 techniques of the first knight of the empire. Curse loss of all acquired skills. Seonjae's entire body erupts in red light. He kneels on the ground, screaming in despair. What are you saying? What the hell is this? Everyone is wondering why. Did Seonjae answer wrong? Everything goes back to an hour ago before Seonjae left after confirming his opponent's identity. Although Jeju's stream viewers had warned him he didn't stop Seonjae, the viewers thought he was an idiot and was going to die for sure. But Jeju flashes a cunning smile. Everything was under his control. Jeju calmly returns to his room and takes something out of his backpack. A name change ticket he received on the 1st floor. The viewers are all left with their jaws dropped in shock. No way. Is he planning to use it here? How did he know the piece was hidden? This was all a trap from the very beginning, wasn't it? From the moment he got this ticket on the 1st floor, Jeju had already decided to use it on the 5th floor. Without hesitation, Jeju tore the ticket in half, and a keyboard popped up for him to enter a new nickname. The name he chose was Kim Jeju 2. Honestly, you just can't make this stuff up. Could he have multiple personalities or something? After changing his name, Jeju satisfiedly thought about Seonjae's situation. I mean, the guy is a master swordsman. He has to master the 5 sword techniques of the Empire's first knights, right? After failing the intelligence trial, all his skills reset back to level 1, ha? Once a skill is reset, a player has to buy the skill books all over again. If he doesn't have a wealthy sponsor during the broadcast, he'll never have a chance to change his fate. Reset. Then the player must repurchase the skill books. Without a wealthy sponsor watching the broadcast, he wouldn't stand a chance of changing that outcome. And nobody would be stupid enough to invest in an idiot like that, but right now the chat is only interested in the name Kim Jeju 2. The viewers keep teasing him about the name. Seeing that Jeju sheepishly says, so what's wrong with Kim Jeju 2? I was in such a rush that I couldn't think of anything else okay. Plus, Kim Jeju 2 is simple and it won't get mixed up with my original name Satisfied. But it seems the chat isn't very happy with that excuse. Just then, strange noises start echoing from the hallway outside. Jeju heard the commotion and stepped outside to check only to find Seonjae being blocked by the guards. One of the guards spotted the prince and reported, "This is Prince Ryan. He insists on speaking with you." "I already told him to come back tomorrow as it's far too late now," I replied. But he wouldn't listen. Seonjae, seething with rage, gritted his teeth and spat at Jeju. "Prince, do you have a moment?" An intense killing intent radiated from him. After a nod from the prince, the 2 guards let Seonjae pass, but they didn't even bother to confiscate his weapon. Turns out those 2 guards were the first prince's men. They'd be thrilled to see both princes dead. As for the 2 princes, their only military backing was Fordrick. Once inside the room, Seonjae approached Jeju with murderous intent. "You bastard, who do you think you are?" He was losing his mind after losing all his skills, yet Jeju still dared to mock him. "I thought I already told you," I said. Seonjae, unable to take it anymore, grabbed a chair and hurled it at Jeju, screaming, "Stop messing around, you son of a bitch!" Despite the loud crash, the guards outside didn't bat an eye. Jeju was in deep trouble. Seonjae drew his sword and lunged at Jeju. "That's right, it's all going to end right here. Let's see who dies first." But since he had lost all the skills he had mastered, Seonjae's movements were as slow as a turtle. Jeju easily dodged the attack and countered, subduing him instantly. After all, Jeju could easily solo him. Even the long turtle on the second floor couldn't challenge him, let alone a player with no skills. Seonye struggled and screamed, but it was useless. Jeju applied just a little force, and Seonye couldn't even hold on to his sword. Your sword is still useful to me, so I'll let you live. Don't mistake my mercy for fear. Do you understand? Terrified Seonye begged for mercy. Seeing this, Jeju let him go and kicked him out. At that moment, the viewers were curious about Jeju's next move. He was still calculating his options. He could have killed his opponent at any time. To complete the challenge, Jeju lay on his bed, pondering how to take the throne. If the current emperor didn't die, there would be no successor, even if the emperor died suddenly. The first prince would still have the advantage. The best option was to study magic until the very last day and then eliminate the other streamers, but if he did that, Jeju would have to forfeit the final reward. Exhausted, Jeju drifted off to sleep. In his dreams, he recalled the videos he had watched back when Jeju was doing the 5th floor challenge with the night class. He was training hard with the axe he'd received and chatting happily with the viewers. Jeju had been swinging that axe for 6 days now. There was only 1 day left until the challenge ended. Just then, a crowd caught Jeju's attention. It seemed the viewers knew something. But they weren't telling Jeju. Based on their chatter, it seemed an important trial was about to take place. Jeju couldn't suppress his curiosity. He begged the viewers for permission to go check it out, and after a while they finally agreed to let him go. Jeju was thrilled and headed toward the crowd. Just then a man called out to him, "Who's this?" "Isn't it our brave chief of the Black Wolf tribe, Alex?" Jeju replied cheerfully. "Long time no see, Count Seon, but is something the matter?" According to Count Seon, the imperial trial was about to begin. Jeju was stunned. Only royalty was supposed to be involved in the imperial trial. It seemed something extremely serious had happened. Count Seon glanced left and right, ensuring no one was near, and whispered into Jeju's ear, "The 2 princes have been arrested and charged with assassinating the emperor." Jeju's eyes widened in shock, but Count Seon actually seemed pleased. A good thing, that. Honestly, we don't need those 2 princes anyway. By now, a huge crowd had gathered. Because of the prince's trial, the entire imperial nobility was present. Jeju was distracted for a moment and bumped into someone. It was Fordrick. He looked devastated, his body gaunt. He was the only one who genuinely cared about the 2 princes. He looked like he was about to die. As the crowd surged into the courtroom, the viewers began to debate the issue fervently, sensing that something wasn't right. Jeju followed the crowd into the courtroom, observing the surroundings. The emperor didn't trust anyone, so he had hidden knights all around the area. And those knights were all beastmen in disguise. The 2 princes must have been struggling immensely during the trial. The viewers were constantly debating about whether the first prince or the 2 princes were the guilty ones. The chat was split into 2 clear factions, their arguing giving Jeju a massive headache, because this was such a serious affair. The courtroom was packed. Every Archmage tribe leader, noble count, and high-ranking official was in attendance. Security was incredibly tight. No one dared to cause a scene. Just then, the court secretary rang a bell, capturing everyone's attention. "I understand many dignitaries are present today. However, the Astro Court handles trials with fairness. Anyone causing a disturbance will be punished regardless of their status." The secretary was a handsome man who seemed very credible, but in the eyes of the viewers, he was nothing more than a loyal puppet for the nobles. After his speech, the secretary introduced the representatives of each class present at the trial. In the last seat, the commoner representative Kane had arrived. In the middle seat, Maki Crow represented the nobility. The highest seat remained empty as His Majesty had passed away. Grand Duke Magnus will take your place, sitting where the Empire's class divide is visible for all to see. The commoner representative is just here to fill a seat, nothing more. Once the introductions are done, the clerk continues addressing the 3 jurors. "Please heed the words of the Goddess of Justice. Can you preside over this trial without a shred of personal bias?" All 3 representatives agree and take their oaths. The clerk continues. "Before we begin, please understand that this trial is being expedited because the defendant was apprehended in the act. Therefore, testimony has not been gathered in detail, and the defendant has not yet entered a plea. Please understand this is a trial for the official record." From these words, it's clear they don't even need to present proof. The second prince's guilt is already a foregone conclusion. There's definitely something shady going on here. Then the second prince is brought before the court, his hands shackled in iron chains with absolutely no chance to resist. When asked to state his name, the second prince trembles, drenched in sweat. Could a coward like this really dare to assassinate the emperor? The clerk speaks up. Do you understand that since the charges have already been established, there is no question as to who the culprit is? The second prince has no choice but to nod in confirmation. The clerk then reads the indictment of how the incident occurred. At 2 in the morning today, the second Prince Calyx went to the emperor's room while he was sleeping to speak with him, and they talked in the drawing room for about 30 minutes. Witness, did I state anything incorrectly? The witness is a beastman knight responsible for the emperor's safety. When no sound came from the drawing room, the guards, suspiciously opened the door. The emperor had collapsed to the floor, vomiting blood, and there was no one else in front of him except Calyx, the second prince. It was you. The second prince was weeping bitterly, then his eyes full of terror. His body was shaking uncontrollably, but strangely. This wasn't mentioned in the testimony. Those present in the courtroom started whispering heatedly after hearing the knight's words, while the second prince completely lost control of himself. Shivering violently, the clerk then presented the evidence after the autopsy. Dried lilac leaf powder was found in the teacup. The emperor enjoyed drinking that, and the powder was also found on the second prince's clothes. According to the records, lilac is an incredibly toxic flower. It has no smell or taste, so assassins use it often. After presenting the evidence, the clerk asked, "Does anyone have any objections or find any errors in what I have just said?" Unexpectedly, even the second prince offered no resistance and confessed immediately. The clerk immediately declared the trial over, and the onlookers started booing. They never expected an imperial trial to end in such a pathetic way. Even Jeju couldn't believe it. He stared in shock. To think that a prince of the empire would accept such a sentence so easily, it really is unbelievable. Just then, Duke Magnus spoke up sternly. "Stop right there. The gods watching over Astro must be laughing their heads off. Tie the second Prince Calyx to a horse and drag him throughout the kingdom first so all the subjects in the kingdom may know, and second to confess his crimes before the gods and beg for forgiveness." The second prince burst into tears of despair upon hearing the sentence, his whole body shaking, but strangely even at this point. He still didn't say a single word to defend himself. The representatives of the various classes completely agreed with the verdict. Without any objections, only Fordrick spoke up in protest. Duke Magnus, sitting nearby, asked, "Lord Fordrick, are you implying there is some error in the trial?" Fordrick didn't dare to openly oppose him, only offering a few reasons. No matter how important the matter is, the court cannot skip necessary steps and rush the process, as if he were hiding something. Secondly, please understand the second prince's usual way of life. Please take some time. But Duke Magnus didn't care about these words at all. "Are you questioning how I am conducting this trial?" "Enough, say no more, drag that criminal away." His face showed clear contempt for the second prince, who was then led away by 2 knights, and Fordrick could only cover his face in helplessness. Meanwhile, Jeju was stunned, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. The viewers were all advising him to just let it go. But they didn't expect that Jeju's limit had been broken. He gritted his teeth and declared, "I will never agree with such a ridiculous trial. Just you wait, I will destroy this tower. And this stupid Astro, or whatever it is. I'm going to drag the admin out and tear them a new one." Back in the present, Jeju in the form of the second prince just woke up from a long dream. Everything in the vision felt strangely real. In his dream, he was genuinely furious about that trial. The viewers still didn't know anything and kept persistently advising Jeju to kill his opponent to clear the challenge, but Jeju had no such intention. He just flashed a cunning smile. It seems he had already calculated everything. Jeju then calmly sat in his chair, flipping through the diary to find information. The reason Calyx was obsessed with magical beasts was because of the Emperor, as he couldn't reach Calyx. In the video, Kale has to figure things out on his own, but the diary entries are just way too short, leaving him debating whether or not he should ask Fordrick. But he never expected that the moment he even mentioned the name, Fordrick appeared out of thin air, giving Kale and the viewers the shock of their lives. Kale calmed himself down and asked Fordrick, "When I want a beast. When I was little, my father slapped me. Do you remember me crying?" Hearing this, Fordrick's mood soured. "Yes. If it concerns you, my lord, I remember every single detail." "I'm surprised you still remember, though," Kale immediately asked again. "When I asked father why he was angry, he said, 'Wait, didn't you say you hadn't told me? Wasn't that the right time?'" Only then did Fordrick reveal the truth behind what happened that day. After hearing it, Kale immediately set off to find the Emperor. The viewers couldn't help but wonder, is he really heading straight to the Emperor? Did he not even read the scroll before entering the 5th floor? The Emperor is a madman. Don't even think about meeting him. Even after Fordrick said that not everyone reacted negatively to Kale's actions. And it makes sense why they'd feel that way. The emperor has slowly descended into madness ever since the Empress Jur-Thames passed away. He felt like someone had to be held responsible for her death, and he became unable to trust anyone, which just goes to show how much he truly loved her. It's illogical to think he wouldn't love the child his wife left behind. At that moment, Cale recalled what Ford Rick had said earlier. It turns out the beast the two princes wanted for their birthday was way too dangerous for a young prince, which is why the emperor reacted the way he did. After a while, Cale reached the palace gates. He stared at the guards for a moment before telling the viewers, "Before I go in, I need to focus, so I'm going to turn off the chat for a little while. Don't be mad, guys. You'll see everything when the time is right." After turning off the chat, Cale stood still to steady himself. I am Cale. I am Cale. Instead of a shy, gloomy Cale, I will be a brand new Cale. Even the emperor would be surprised. Once he regained his composure, Cale approached the guards. "Working hard so early in the morning, aren't you? I'm here to speak with His Majesty." The two guards immediately crossed their spears to block his path. Even though he announced his status as one of the two princes, he still wasn't allowed in. He had no other choice. Cale took a deep breath and shouted, "Your Majesty, Prince Cale requests an audience as there is something I must discuss with you." A moment later, the doors creaked open and a tall, imposing knight stepped out. "Wait in the waiting room." Cale was then escorted to the waiting room. He was a bit tense, so he kept muttering to himself, "I am Cale, I am Cale." A while later, the Emperor of the Rhone Empire. Zed Crossman walked into the room. He looked incredibly dignified, nothing like the madman described in the rumors. Upon seeing the prince, the Emperor spoke up. "How interesting that you've come looking for me, Cale." Cale immediately stood up and bowed. "How do you feel when your son wants to see his father?" the Emperor asked. "Since when have you treated me like a father?" Cale offered a friendly smile. "It has always been this way." But the Emperor didn't believe a word of it. He had always insisted that the princes provide proof for their claims. Cale continued, "I know you've been secretly raising beast people near me. Isn't it because you're worried about me?" The Emperor didn't look surprised. "You dare to guess," Cale replied immediately. "The point is, that's how I understand it. That is a parent's love, and as your child, I will follow your lead." In reality, Cale only knew about the beast people because of the viewers talking in the chat. He had no way of knowing that on his own. The Emperor sighed and slumped back into his chair. "Is that all you wanted to say?" Cale glanced at the guards and said, "Send the beast people away, so they can't interrupt our conversation." The Emperor rubbed the ring on his finger used to control the beast people. When asked why, Cale answered, looking slightly embarrassed. The atmosphere suddenly became strangely tense. The Emperor ordered the knights to leave. Then he started, "You know now I can hear the real reason why you wanted them to leave, can't I?" Cale flashed a confident smile. "If that magic ring really does control the beast people, then you can say I know the truth. The ring you're wearing is a fake." The Emperor was startled and instinctively pulled his hand back, but he tried to maintain his composure. "How amusing. And what is your proof? The next words you speak could determine your fate." Cale wasn't intimidated at all. He pulled out a piece of paper and read aloud, "Or rather, you have another ring. The first Prince Albaru Crossman discovered it and was commended by you 3 years ago for his brilliant leadership during the victory against the Lavaru Plains." At the celebration ceremony, an incident occurred when the first prince spilled wine on the Emperor. The Emperor suddenly cut him off. "Stop. Are you planning to convince me with just something written on paper?" Cale confidently presented the paper to the Emperor and continued, "This is the content of the document, and I'm going to add something to it." The eldest prince wiped the alcohol off with a handkerchief and casually swiped the person's ring. He then swapped the real ring for a fake one and hid it in the cloth. Upon hearing this, the Emperor suddenly flew into a rage. "That's all just speculation from start to finish. Where is the proof for these words?" Jeju tried to stay calm and continued, "You don't need any proof, do you? You already know everything, don't you? But I just wanted to tell you that I know too." The Emperor suddenly laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha ha! This is the first time I've genuinely laughed in a long, long time." It seemed he had admitted to what Jeju said. Seeing this, Jeju asked the Emperor, "I understand that I have a few more days to live, don't I?" The Emperor didn't hide it anymore and directly admitted it. I didn't think you were hiding a trump card pretending you didn't know from the start until now. It means you have something you want from me." Right. Jeju clenched his fist and shouted confidently, "Yes, that's right. I want to be the emperor." The emperor's face darkened. "A kingdom cannot have two kings." Hearing this, Jeju wore a sinister smile. "I know, so you should just die." The brown-haired guy via live stream tipped 1,000 coins to Jeju and shouted for him to rip all their heads off, leaving the viewers quite impressed by his willingness to spend. Countless other coins were sent simultaneously, leaving Jeju speechless with joy. To the barrage of questions from the audience, Jeju laughed and said he needed to go grab some breakfast first. Afterward, he would go learn some new skills. Standing blankly at the workshop where the magic engineering class would take place, Jeju was startled to hear the voice of the kingdom's eldest prince, Astro Sloan. The viewers hated seeing the prince appear. Mean comments popped up like mushrooms on the screen. The prince tilted his chin at Jeju and said, "Compared to the last time we met, you've become increasingly disrespectful. Did my father show you pity, huh?" Jeju immediately understood. It seemed the prince had obtained information by controlling the beast folk with the stolen ring. The prince was apparently curious about what Jeju had said to the emperor, so he snuck all the way here because he couldn't wait to be exposed by Jeju. The prince turned red with embarrassment and rage. He trembled and cursed Jeju for daring to talk back to him. Just as the prince was about to strike Jeju Brand, a master serving the royal family stepped in just in time. "That is none of your business." The prince was totally humiliated. "None of my business? What do you mean you two are causing a scene in front of my workshop? You're not even the emperor yet. You demand respect." This comeback from Brand satisfied the netizens greatly. Insulted by Brand, the prince turned purple with rage, glaring at him as if to say he would never forget today's humiliation. To be insulted in front of Jeju like this made the prince want to find a hole to crawl into. "As if I care, I wouldn't care even if you came to spit on my grave after I die, but I would carve this line onto your tomb. Prince Sloan was a useless piece of trash who only knows how to rely on those around him," were the final parting words. Brand arrogantly countered with a savage roast, making the prince boil with rage. "Once I become emperor, I will kill that old man first to see if he can still run his dirty mouth after his head is lopped off." The prince was fuming mad and immediately turned around to storm off. Only then did Jeju happily turn to thank Brand for his help. He also took the opportunity to ask to tour the place. Stepping into the magic engineering workshop for the first time, it smelled of grease. Jeju shyly held his breath and looked around. The system suddenly sent a notification that Jeju had entered the area of an individual compatible with magic engineering. He could now buy related skill books, even though they were quite expensive. Despite the comments jumping constantly asking Jeju to think carefully, he didn't care at all, and bought them with a click, leaving the viewers speechless. Someone dropped an overly insulting comment and was immediately blocked by Jeju. After buying the books, Jeju tapped to open the skills. But trying to learn all four at once like this didn't seem easy at all, because it made Jeju feel nauseous and dizzy like he'd just done drugs. "I still don't fully understand it all. I've only memorized the basic framework, even though I only understand half of it." "I can still buy the skill room. If I can't build them, I have to level up the skill," Jeju thought, clutching his golden head. Seeing the locked door opposite him, he decided to stay here for a while. He walked over and knocked, knock, knock. Seeing Brand open the door and ask what he wanted, Jeju put on a cute puppy dog face and said he had a favor to ask. Jeju's sudden politeness confused the netizens slightly. Jeju then followed Brand into the room. As for the prince, he was currently seething with rage, because he heard Jeju had met his father at dawn. He was afraid Jeju was plotting something. "Poor Callie, you should have stayed in your tiny room. You would have witnessed my imperial coronation from inside the grave," the prince thought arrogantly. After hearing Jeju's request to use his workshop, Brand immediately refused. "Magic technology is not something to mess around with. I have a basic understanding of it, so don't worry. Even if it's embarrassing, I have a basic understanding of machines and thermodynamics," Jeju stated confidently. Brand felt quite intrigued and immediately took a pen, drew a diagram, and gave it to Jeju, asking him to try and solve it. Jeju broke into a sweat. He sat down in a chair and pondered the Latin circle on the paper. Latin is a material used like steel in engineering, because the three materials outside the circle are... After a while, with sweat pouring down like rain, Jeju had finished solving the circle, but unfortunately he was only half right. Thinking Brand wouldn't let him use the workshop, he surprisingly said that even though it was only half right, it was still a valid solution, so he kindly allowed Jeju to use the workshop. "Go for it. However, think thoroughly. A young person like you taking an interest in magic engineering is not a good thing, especially for a prince, Brand said, then quietly left the room. Leaving Jeju in high spirits, knowing that nothing could stop him from studying magic engineering anymore, he dove headfirst into an incredibly busy schedule. With his research designs filling every moment, his day became a 16-hour grind. One morning, right in the middle of his studies, Jeju was hit with the shocking news that the emperor had been assassinated. Since the culprit hadn't been found, Jeju, as one of the two princes, became a prime suspect. Guards burst in, slapped him in chains, and dragged him off to the interrogation room to face the charges. Before the trial even officially began, they were already calling Jeju a criminal. That guy Philip was definitely one of the first prince's puppets. Despite his assistant trying desperately to stop them arguing, there was no evidence. That Jeju was the culprit, they dragged him straight to the courthouse anyway. A crowd of nobles was already there, as if they had just been waiting for him to get arrested so they could rush over to watch. Well, Jeju thought the secretary's words played out exactly like the script. It's as if destiny already decided this. Standing before the bench, hands cuffed with countless eyes staring him down, Jeju finally understood how Kali felt. So this is what it's like. His assistant was incredibly worried for Jeju, since most of the royals here were on the first prince's side. Being dragged to a place where he had no allies and was treated like a criminal, how could he stay calm and not shake? Is there any way out of this situation? Jeju worriedly thought to himself. The Duke kept accusing him of poisoning the Emperor with Lapla leaf powder, and the witness just kept nodding in agreement. This whole trial was a meticulously planned setup, designed to frame and take him down. Jeju stubbornly insisted that he didn't kill his father, which made the Duke fly into a rage at his defiance. You have no evidence, but I have a witness. I will behead myself if my witness is lying, Jeju declared boldly. The hot-headed Duke challenged him to bring the witness in so he could hear for himself. From the back of the room, someone walked in, leaving the crowd in utter shock and terror. It was the Emperor himself, who was supposed to be dead. He appeared in the middle of the court looking incredibly handsome and dapper. Talk about a massive plot twist, his helmet literally flew off. The whole courtroom erupted into chaos and whispers of amazement. Everyone thought the Emperor had already kicked the bucket. Thank the heavens everyone looks healthy. I can see you've all been getting very cozy with Sloane while I was away. The Emperor, looking sharp and cool, spoke up, making the crowd want to pee their pants. Even Grand Duke Magnus was questioned by the Emperor, making him tremble and scramble around in a panic. Sweating bullets, he ran down to kneel at the Emperor's feet, begging for a blessing. Seeing the Emperor give him a mischievous smile, Jeju was like, "What the hell is going on?" The Emperor paced around, looking at the trembling officials on the ground with nothing but disappointment for this bunch of trash. The Grand Duke stood up. How could you let this happen in such a public place? Grand Duke, who is it that should be sitting on that throne? The Emperor asked in a chilling voice, making the Duke terrified. After the Emperor confirmed he could take the seat to pass judgment, he didn't hesitate. He sat right down. He started a proper trial, recapping the whole disaster as the officials turned pale. Because you see, every single one of them had already taken bribes from Grand Duke Magnus. Currently, the two princes Kali and Jeju are being accused of assassinating the Emperor, and the defendant Kali is asking for a witness. Hearing this, the Emperor swiftly delivered his verdict. Jeju is innocent. Absolutely fantastic. Looking at the events that transpired while I was away, it seems Grand Duke Magnus has committed quite a few crimes. From now on, you are no longer a judge by the grace of the goddess Mia. Is that clear? The wise Emperor issued the order, leaving Magnus no choice but to accept it. On top of that, the Emperor slapped him 3 times in a row for having the audacity to influence the trial with personal bias, failing to supervise the nobles and not caring for the public. Plus, because of his deal with Sloane to inflate the prices of 10 different food items, Magnus was beaten until both his cheeks were swollen and bruised like a panda's, then dragged straight to prison. Even as he screamed his innocence, it was over. 4 days ago at the Emperor's lounge, Jeju had sought him out. Please take your own life. I've lost my patience watching my brother's actions. If you die, given my brother's personality, he'll find a way to eliminate me just because I'm an eyesore. And in his childish way, he'll want to humiliate me by framing me for murder and staging a trial. Jeju strongly asserted he had a plan to overcome and reverse the situation, which pleased the Emperor quite a bit. Returning to the present trial after ordering them to release Jeju, the Emperor loudly demanded, "Arrest and bring the first Prince Sloane here for the attempted assassination of the Emperor." "Let me go, you bastards!" Sloan cursed and screamed all the way as he was dragged into court, begging his father and insisting he was innocent, blaming everything on Jeju. The Emperor's expression was basically, "I don't have a son like you." After being chewed out by the Emperor, Sloan shrank back trembling and completely flustered. Jeju, meanwhile, got a notification that the jerk from earlier wanted to be unblocked, but he was like, "Yeah, not a chance." Just as the Emperor was about to pass judgment, Jeju suddenly interrupted. "Wait, Your Majesty. Just a moment ago I was standing in the position of the accused. If you want to know if I felt insulted, then yes, I did. I want to say that. Thank you for allowing me this. I want to personally prove the crimes of Sloan. Please give me a chance to prove my own innocence, as well as to expose the real villain." The crowd below was stunned, whispering and gossiping at Jeju's bold, fearless words. "That's right, you guys won't believe it. Thank you, my lord, for allowing me to personally expose the crimes of that YouTube lowlife rock. Please give me a chance to prove my innocence. And while I'm at it, I will unmask the true culprit." The crowd below was stunned, whispering and murmuring at Jeju's bold, fearless declaration. "That's right, you won't believe it. If that were the Emperor, we all know he would have usually dragged me off by now for being so arrogant. But it was all part of the plan." Jeju chuckled to himself. After receiving the Emperor's permission, he immediately rushed over to interrogate the first prince with incredible intensity. "Your name is Sloan YouTube Rock, isn't it?" Refusing to answer is a violation of the divine decree, and a verdict will be issued immediately. Please answer. The first prince turned red with anger, but had no choice but to say yes to Jeju. Jeju continued, "You tried to assassinate the Emperor, didn't you?" This question pushed the first prince past his breaking point. He slammed his hands on the table and chair, feeling it was all absolute nonsense. "Do you have any evidence to refute these claims?" Jeju asked again. He knew that if he kept pushing Sloan, something interesting would happen. The first prince. Sloan suddenly burst out laughing like a madman when Jeju mentioned evidence. "Do you want the throne? I don't know who put you up to this, but if you kneel and beg for forgiveness before things go too far, I might even spare you." Faced with the first prince's arrogant attitude, Jeju coldly flicked him away. If this were the pure and easily manipulated Kali from the past, he would have easily trusted his only brother. Back then, on February 19th, 944, Kali, under Sloan's instigation, asked his father for a magical beast. Not only did he refuse, but he slapped Kali, leaving the boy crying all evening. Later, on February 22nd, 944, Kali built a secret cellar to raise magical beasts. That room was slowly filled with beasts. Kali thought his father would like them, but in the end, he flew into a rage upon discovering them in Kali's room. Since he didn't tell anyone except his brother and Fordrick, he was heartbroken. Forced by the Emperor, Kali had to burn all those beasts with his own hands in deep despair and agony. Afterward, Kali went to a tavern to drown his sorrows, but ended up in a fight. When he opened his eyes, only Fordrick was by his side. Since then, he couldn't trust anyone anymore. He felt that magical beasts were better than people. Back to the current trial, Sloan requested that the beastman who guarded the reception room be brought in as a witness. Sloan had a ring to control beastman in his hand, so he was very hopeful he could control what the beast said. "By your eyes, who is the person you saw in the reception room?" Sloan sneered as he asked. Surprisingly, the beastman blurted out Sloan's name, leaving him frozen stiff for about 10 seconds. It seemed he wasn't the only one with a beast control ring. Seeing Sloan freeze, sweat pouring down like a waterfall, the Emperor smirked and asked him if he was all right. If the Emperor's real ring wasn't following his orders... Sloan stood there breathless and exhausted. His head slumped. He flicked his handkerchief, causing the ring to roll right to where Jeju was standing. "You've admitted to the evidence yourself and saved us the time of searching for it. Sloan YouTube Rock, you are hereby sentenced for attempting to assassinate the Emperor." Jeju picked up the ring and declared coldly. Jeju showed the familiar ring to the Emperor. He confirmed it looked exactly like the one he used to control the beastman. "It's a device created by Brand. This thing has zero compatibility with a stupid apprentice who stole his master's fingerprints just to make this piece of garbage trash for money. Please stop disgracing my image any further, Sloan." The Emperor insulted Sloan until he was pale as a ghost. Just before Jeju delivered the final verdict, Sloan shouted at the top of his lungs, protesting the trial. It didn't follow the normal procedure. He claimed Jeju had no right to judge, and even the people he'd paid off who he thought would be on his side seemed to act innocent. He had gone mad even admitting to the bribery. Jesu thought to himself and in response to Sloane's demands asked around to see if anyone wanted to stand up and defend him. But naturally, not a soul moved a finger. Since there was no one, Jesu offered to deliver the final verdict. Poor Sloane, the fools you bought with power and money have turned their backs on you. And in a situation like this, well, that's only to be expected, Jesu thought with amusement. After the verdict, Sloane was immediately arrested with the Emperor's permission. Jesu asked to send Sloane some final messages through a series of rapid-fire slaps. First, you mocked the imperial law based on the will of the gods. Second, you used this prince title for personal gain. And finally, because of your personal ambition, you tried to murder your father. This goes beyond disappointing. It's absolutely disgusting. Jesu hit him repeatedly as he spoke. For the final blow, he used all his strength, making Sloane's nose bleed like a faucet. The personal message was delivered. Jesu gave the order. Tie the prisoner to a horse and drag him across the ground through this entire empire, so the people can know of his crimes. Jesu was now just one step away from the chosen ending. Both the emperor and the courtiers below accepted Jesu's verdict. But it didn't stop there. The emperor asked to add, immediately after the trial ends, tie Sloane to a horse and drag him across the entire country. Furthermore, decapitate the corpse and hang it on the highest point of every city for 1 month. Sloane could only cry, tears streaming down his face. His screams echoed throughout the court. Before the trial ended, Jesu asked to make one last suggestion, though it wasn't related to the trial. It needed to be said. The reason Jesu brought this up was because the people who keep the empire running every day were all right there. May I speak to your majesty? To the gods watching over Astaroth, I wish to become the sun that covers this Astaroth empire. Please grant me this. Jesus spoke clearly and commandingly, invoking the gods of Astros and the very empire itself, which was regarded as a world with supreme power, demanding to become the sun of the empire, which meant Jesus was asking the emperor to abdicate. Upon hearing this, the emperor burst into laughter, even though he felt Jesus' words lacked any real persuasion or any solid foundation, but in the end he still accepted. This is the final decree of Emperor Astro Radix Zutop the first Radix declare Prince Kali. Zutop is now the Emperor of Astro. The Emperor grandly announced to everyone, making this glorious moment one that made Jesus feel incredibly proud. Everything was suddenly turned upside down, except for him. The surrounding scene lost all its color, and the air felt like it had frozen in time. Jesus' body and the people around him gradually began to melt. The background faded into just black and white before disappearing entirely. Jolting awake, Jesus realized he had returned to the real world. Back in his original form, the system appeared to congratulate Jesus on successfully completing the 5th floor, while also continuously persuading him to become an administrator. The request was repeated so many times it gave Jesus a headache. The system even got desperate enough to threaten that if he refused, he would meet his doom. The surroundings subsequently became drenched in a blood-red color, making Jesus panic until he screamed a refusal, and everything finally stopped. Aren't you afraid of what the future holds? I'll be waiting for you on the 10th floor. The system flashed a line of text, then vanished. Time was still ticking. Jesus clicked the button to agree, and was transported back to the 6th floor to continue the challenge. Bam! In a flash, Jesus returned to the form of Kali, standing with the emperor in the court, as if nothing had happened. The crowd was ecstatic to see Jesus back. This is clearly what you wanted, but you seem quite surprised. Do you have anything to say? The emperor approached and patted Jesus on the shoulder. Jesus finally snapped out of his trance and apologized in a panic. From now on, even if you apologize, you must be serious, for I am no longer the emperor of this land. You are the emperor, said gently, and to celebrate this joyous day. The emperor went all out, deciding to let the whole palace drink their fill until they dropped. In contrast to the lively scene, Sloane was being dragged to the dungeon at this very moment. In a state of utter misery and despair, he decided to lunge and attack Li Zhongye, but Zhongye punched him right in the face without a second thought. The system popped up to announce that Zhongye had lost because another player reached the end before him. Because you failed to reach the end, you will be completely erased from this world. Following the system's warning, CEOJ was sent to meet his ancestors by Sloane. The remaining time was 1 day and 11 hours. Jesus was now emperor, so everywhere he went, people knelt and greeted him. Was the celebration party still going on? I've already asked for permission from the emperor, so Jay is gone. But whatever, let's just finish the work and get out of here. Jesus was speechless and thought, fine, screw the emperor who's sitting there waiting for Jesus to come and drink. He walked straight into a room containing a giant portrait of Kali's mother. Back in the outside world, Kali's situation made Jesus feel immense pity. Feeling that if he could, he wanted to reach the 5th floor to plead for Kali. Now Jesus had finally done it. Standing for a moment, Jesus turned and hurried to join the others. This world isn't real, and Jesus isn't really Kali, but he truly hopes Kali will be happy. Jesus gently pushed the door open to the noise and bustle of the party the emperor had thrown. 17 hours remained. Last night, because he was forced to drink so much, Jesus couldn't even get up. Suddenly he jolted up. His screen was in blind mode, and he retched and vomited like crazy. It was such a mess. Once Jesus calmed down, the screen returned to normal. Thanks to the viewers reminding him, Jesus realized he had a pile of coins he hadn't used yet, all because of the bet with Brand. Looking at the number 16,592 coins on the system, Jesus thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. These viewers are real high rollers continuously throwing coins at Jesus. He was incredibly grateful for their kindness. Finally have I truly been recognized, if on the 5th floor. They donated so many coins it means I really put in that much effort, Jesus thought happily. He said he would quickly visit a few more places and wrap up the 5th floor. Jesus went to see his father first because he had something to tell him. It's nothing much, actually. It's just that yesterday while reading my diary, I read about the time I was small and got caught with those magical beasts. Father, you gave me a real beating. It's not that I'm bitter about it. I'm just really curious about why you were so angry, Jesus asked curiously. And you still don't know the truth. It seems Fordrick is still keeping his mouth shut, huh? All right, at this point, there's no reason not to tell you. When I inspected your collection of those abnormal magical beasts, I saw a few among them showing signs of going mad. I almost let it slide, thinking you just lacked experience in raising them. But very quickly after that, I discovered that someone had deliberately done it. I believe you know who I am talking about. My feelings were truly complicated, but that was the main reason. See, I saw your mother in you, the disgrace of easily being swayed by evil, and I truly couldn't stand it. Ahem, if your curiosity has been satisfied. Then go. Your schedule is packed. You don't have time to play around, the emperor explained before Jesus left the room. He bowed his head to thank him for raising and loving Kali. It was so terrible that only after Jeju left did the emperor feel awkward and deeply moved, realizing just how much Jeju had changed. Since he had finished everything and said his goodbyes, Jeju hurried back. Despite the viewer's advice, Jeju still chose the magic engineering path for himself, and on the way he stopped by Brand's place to check on his health. He also went to pick up those gloves. Seeing Brand worrying about him because the gloves were quite dangerous, Jeju felt a bit touched and said, "Thanks for worrying about me. Please take care of your health and keep creating more great inventions in the future." Jeju bowed solemnly to thank Brand, making the old man shy as hell. While carrying his pile of messy belongings back, Jeju thought about what would happen once this challenge ended. All of this would cease to exist, and Kali's unfair death would return to how it was. Jeju hoped the time he spent on the 5th floor would actually mean something. At the same time, on the 3rd floor, user 4901, Baek Jinha was struggling to carry a pile of stuff up the stairs, dripping with sweat, looking for the portal. The viewers were cursing Jinha out, calling him an idiot for not seeing the scroll lying right over there. It made him so pissed off he couldn't stand it. Mumbling curses under his breath, Jinha flicked open the scroll. In the 957th year of the Astro Empire, for the first time in history, a man who ruled with integrity and fairness without a single corrupt act was born. The emperor was incredibly wise and bold, all the citizens praised him, and the nobles always showed fear and respect before him. Celebrations broke out all across the empire. To the adventurers reading these lines, "I beg you do not toy with the kind heart of the emperor," signed Fordrick. The viewers were watching the developments completely stunned by the blatant and absurd nature of this. Just as he returned to the palace, Jeju shouted for Fordrick to check why the Popoys had ended up like that. "I haven't found the reason yet, but there are no signs of them going crazy, and so far, I haven't seen any strange behavior. So you don't need to worry, sir," Fordrick replied obediently. Hearing that, Jeju smiled happily and dismissed him to go prepare for his trip to find the Popoys who were sleeping soundly in their pen. Seeing Jeju come to visit, they got super excited. As soon as Jeju opened the door, they all rushed over, grinning from ear to ear, surrounding him. Jeju petted them for a moment, then carried them up to his office. After turning off the comments, he started working on fixing the gloves. They weren't stable at all, just like Brand said. If he made a mistake, it would be dangerous, and no matter what he did, trying to completely interfere with the magic was very difficult. "I fix one part and another breaks, and if I fix this part, Then the other part that was working fine breaks. What a frustrating cycle. This is exactly why I respect Renan so much. Renan, the magic engineer, he knew through that video. When Renan appeared, the magic engineers of the tower even split into factions. I'm not a genius like Renan, but I still can't give up. Jeju set his resolve and busied himself with fixing the gloves again. With 10 minutes left, it finally lit up. Jeju tried putting them on and channeled his energy into them. Even though the speed was a bit slow, it was still more useful than he thought. The system turned the comments back on. Jeju had been so focused on fixing the gloves that he had almost completely forgotten about this. 5 seconds remaining. Jeju packed his bags fully and vanished from the 5th floor portal. He had reached the chosen ending and passed the challenge. The portal leading to the 6th floor was slowly opening before Jeju. Just as he stepped into the 6th floor, the comment section was filled with brawls. Fans of Jeju and Lee Sanjae were tearing into each other, making Jeju break out in a cold sweat. He didn't want to ruin the vibe, so he disabled comments for viewers who hadn't been around for at least 12 hours. Once the atmosphere calmed down, Jeju opened the gift box to see what was inside. A huge gift box dropped down, startling Jeju. He decided to limit the voice messages to 500 coins, thinking no one would be crazy enough to donate 500 coins to a newcomer from another channel. Unexpectedly, not even a second later, user Luca donated 1,000 coins with the message, "Please unblock me." Jeju didn't unblock him, but he took the coins. As soon as he opened the massive box, a set of clothes that looked as plain and basic as could be stared back at him. The viewers couldn't help but feel bored and disappointed, because they thought it would be some awesome high-tier gift. Turns out he was just being teased. This is a message from that administrator, trying to say I'm just that Kim Jeju from the video. Can't do anything about it either, Jeju thought gloomily, opening the next gift box. Jeju was startled to realize it contained the leather boots of Lord Salaton. Jeju quickly put them on. Deep down, he was totally confused, not knowing what the administrator was thinking. There was a reason why the viewers weren't surprised by this hero-grade item, because it was extremely hard to control. In the videos, I couldn't even use it. I had to watch others use it instead. Jeju sighed, but when he put the boots on, he felt incredibly comfortable. It must be because he had eaten a mana stone earlier. The last thing in this gift box was a pouch containing 5,000 coins. Nice. I really was thinking about learning other skills. But look at how many there are. I've already managed to buy that item from the 10th floor. Now let's head up to the 6th floor. This is a team challenge. It'll be a real pain if they see my po-poys. Jeju thought for a moment, then decided to pack all his pets away and headed for the 6th floor. In the blink of an eye, the team was full, and the 6th floor challenge officially began. The scenery shifted to a dense jungle, and the objective appeared: defeat all enemies. This 6th floor challenge consists of 5 waves in total. With 59 minutes left until the first wave, Jeju was the last one to appear in the group. Standing in front of him was a muscular man who looked like a knight. The scowling man looked like a mage, and the last one was a girl in a uniform wearing a mask. "What is this, your first time meeting a human?" Seeing Jeju staring right at her, she tossed her head and spoke up. Jeju froze at her erratic, short-tempered attitude. "Regardless of whether we like each other or not, we have to get through this tutorial together, so let's not fight. Since there's a new member, why don't we introduce ourselves?" The knight side-eyed him and introduced himself as Young Kang Hyo. He just turned 26 this year, and his job in the outside world is a fitness trainer. Kang Hyo was extremely confident in his skills, which is why he chose the high difficulty level. That mage Park Jin-soo looked incredibly cold and said that once the job was done, they would go their separate ways. He wouldn't bother anyone anymore. Based on their attitudes, Jeju guessed there was some bad blood between them. "I'm Lee Saha. I don't want to go into details, but I'm pretty solid when it comes to punching and getting punched." The girl in the uniform replied bluntly. Finally, it was Jeju's turn to introduce himself. "My name is Lee Jeju. I work at a supermarket back home. I'm a magic engineer." The others, as soon as they heard his pathetic job title, they all gasped in astonishment. "Doesn't a magic engineer have no combat ability? What were you thinking?" "Your viewers must be demons," Kang Hyo asked in surprise. Jeju insisted that he chose it himself, even though his viewers had tried to stop him. That left Kang Hyo completely speechless, holding his head and sighing in frustration. Saha, however, felt it didn't really matter. The important thing was just to do your own part well. But Kang Hyo kept belittling Jeju's job mercilessly. "The student is right," he muttered. "Stop arguing and let's make a plan. First, let's look at our situation. The fog surrounding us from the outside, it just looks like regular smoke, but when you touch it, it's hard as rock. In other words, that layer of fog is the boundary of this floor. Young Kang-hyo and Lee Saha, you two are fighters, so hold the front line. I'll support from the center with magic. Jeju, you keep watch from the back and help out if anyone is in danger. Jinsu finally spoke up to assign the combat positions. It looked like Jeju had been relegated to the role of a useless dead weight. Kang-hyo stood to the side complaining because Jeju wasn't a fighter, yet he was still in the group. That reaction wasn't wrong, as that was the current view on magic engineers. Well, there shouldn't be any major incidents anyway, Jeju told himself, the time until the first wave officially began. In the thick fog, a spiked claw slowly emerged. Kang-hyo, with his massive blade, was about to rush in to attack, but Saha and Jinsu stopped him because everyone in the room was talking about something strange. Hey, I was the master of the 5th floor. Whoever strikes first is sure to win. Let's go. Kang-hyo didn't listen to advice and charged at the monster with his sword. But the moment the blade touched its claw, it was deflected back due to the creature's terrifying hardness. Kang-hyo broke into a cold sweat. The next second, that claw knocked his sword away and wrapped tightly around his body, scaring the hell out of him as the monster attacked, drawing blood. Kang-hyo wailed and struggled, cursing for it to let him go, but it was hopeless. Only then did he see the monster's true form, a giant dung beetle. It shouldn't have appeared on the 6th floor. Even though they are at the bottom of the demon hierarchy, they are monsters on the same level as those on the 25th floor. This thing would one-sidedly slaughter any awakened. Rookies had only just stepped onto the 6th floor. Jeju knew it would be a team tutorial, but he didn't expect the admin to adjust the difficulty to this extent. Just as Kang-hyo was about to have his head bitten off, Saha, cool as can be, stepped in and blocked the lethal blow. She grabbed the monster's head and slammed her fist down, shattering it. It splattered blue blood, spraying everywhere like chicken sauce. The first wave is done. You old fool, do you want to die that badly? I told you to wait because something was weird. So why didn't you listen? A weakling who only likes to run around? Jinsu was annoyed. Weak and unmotivated adults who only know how to talk big like you are the most useless bunch, Saha snapped, berating Kang-hyo until he was stunned, which even made Jeju flinch. Saha looked toward Jeju. Remembering he was just a magic engineer, she turned away completely disappointed, thinking he would be just as weak. But she still felt there was something very familiar about Jeju, as if she had met him somewhere before. Thank God it wasn't time for him to step in yet. Jeju just poked at the puddle of the monster's blue blood with his foot. Just thought of it. The viewers in the chat won't stop singing his praises. Jeju, embarrassed, just keeps scratching his head. Uncle Jinsu's fans are out in full force here too anyway. Back to Kang-hyo. Kang-hyo has been huddled up in a ball this whole time. When Jeju approaches to check on him, he keeps insisting he's fine. But his limbs are shaking like they're rigged to an engine. Seeing how much pain Kang-hyo is in, poor Jeju uses his magic gloves to heal him. But the second he makes contact, Kang-hyo's scream echoes through the entire mountain range. It's going to hurt like hell for a second, but at least you won't lose any more blood, Jeju says, trying to comfort Kang-hyo, who is currently sprawled on the ground, whimpering. Jisoo looks a bit intrigued by Jeju's high-end gear. Seeing the two men yapping non-stop about their items, Saha watches from a distance, silently judging them. If he's a magic engineer, he's just like the rest of them. Nothing special. Moving on to round 2, Jisoo suggests supporting Saha from behind while Jeju stays in his original position. As for Kang-hyo, perhaps due to the intense healing process from a moment ago, he's still lying there like a zombie. Since they can't drag a burden like him along, the group decides to leave Kang-hyo behind the fog. This time there are double the beasts compared to before. Saha lunges forward quickly, smashing the first one to pieces in a single hit. The second one meets the same fate. The next second, the comment section is flying by, blown away by Saha's sheer power. The second wave is finished in an instant. Jeju hasn't even had a chance to lift a finger yet, and she handled the whole second wave by herself. Well, that makes sense. The title of Close Combat Genius isn't just for show. Lee Saha is a player who easily climbed to the 4th floor with sheer luck and donations, then played the part of a regular civilian on the 5th floor. Wandering the streets, she stumbled upon a master, learned close-quarters combat, and awakened her powers. With her agile body and expert dueling ability, the title of Close Combat Genius gained widespread fame. She's in the same category as me, but I never expected to run into her here. All in all, in the middle of these dozens of difficulties, meeting Lee Saha is a huge stroke of luck. Jeju thinks to himself, there were 2 last time, so this next wave will probably be 4. Classmate, hold them off in the front. I'll provide support from the back, and you kid take care of those who fall behind. I trust you all in the end. We won't lose anyone else. Jisoo speaks up, and as they enter round 3, all 3 quickly take their battle positions. Seeing only 2 monsters appear leaves the whole group pretty surprised. Saha, though she doesn't get it either, still charges in to take them down first. Only Jeju and Jinsu are left here. Both of them feel like something is off, and then suddenly 2 more monsters materialize in front of Jeju. It turns out it wasn't just 2 appearing at once, rather 2 are spawning every time. Jinsu tries using firepower, but it has no effect on the monsters. Jeju puts on his gloves and tells Jinsu to step aside so he can show him how it's done. On Saha's side, while punching and kicking the beasts, she's worried about Jeju. Hearing a sharp scream behind her, she jumps and turns around thinking another pair has appeared. Caught off guard for a split second, a monster lunges to block her path. With no time to counterattack, she holds her breath, squeezes her eyes shut, and tries to brace for the impact. Suddenly, splat blue blood from the monster splatters all over her face. She stares wide-eyed as the monster slumps over after a thunderous punch from Jeju. For monsters, you're fighting for the first time. Quantum mages are easy targets. That's why Jeju moved forward to shield Jinsu. These things have the ability to fly straight at their prey. With incredible speed, they also have extremely hard outer shells that resist steel weapons. But if you observe them from a different angle, Jeju realizes they're nothing special. His bone-crushing punches cause the monster's limbs to snap and blood to spray everywhere. In the end, they all share the same tragic fate, being smashed to a pulp under Jeju's strength. Jinsu's jaw drops as he watches Jeju take out the monsters in a heartbeat, blue blood covering the ground. All right, with the remaining 2, I'm sure Lee Saha can handle them easily, Jeju thinks to himself. But wait. He suddenly witnesses Saha being threatened by the remaining beasts, her life hanging by a thread, afraid he won't get there in time to save her. Jeju utilizes the powerful thrust of his boots. In a blur of speed and fire, he sends the beasts to the afterlife. Saha is stunned by Jeju's power. She hadn't even seen him move before he'd already wiped those things off the map. The 3rd wave is over. Amidst the confusion and bewilderment from his teammates, Jeju is just standing there. Jeju is being stared at by Saha so hard he feels like she's about to burn a hole through his face. Even though he tries to calm himself down, stay strong, and act like nothing happened, the heat from Saha's glare makes Jeju feel seriously tense. Damn it. If I look over there now, I'm afraid she might say something troublesome. I need to change the subject. Jeju breaks into a cold sweat, trying to deflect by talking to Jinsu. Mr. Park, Jinsu, do you have any stronger magic spells? Jinsu sighs and admits, this is the best I know. Hey kid, didn't you say you were a magic engineer? But you're moving faster than a knight, Jinsu asks curiously. Jeju sheepishly pretends it was just a coincidence. Just as the group is chatting away, Kang Hyotid chimes in with a few words, and the atmosphere goes stone cold. He really knows how to kill a conversation. 2 minutes remain before the 4th wave. This time, the group will have to face 8 monsters appearing from both sides. Everyone quickly switches into alert mode. They huddle together, forming a circle facing 4 directions. The fog gets thicker and thicker, and the murderous aura makes their skin crawl. It seems changing the monster types wasn't enough. They doubled the difficulty by doubling the number of monsters appearing in this round. They really don't want us to get through this easily. Jeju nervously watched as the monsters materialized in front of their group. He and Saha fought side by side, and only after a long, grueling battle were they able to wipe them out. The 4th wave ended, and they braced themselves for the next. The mood in the group wasn't great, as everyone could guess what would happen next. 5 squared is 25, but this is 256. This is absolutely insane. I'm going to lose my mind. The viewers said they'd tried calling the admin, but no one was picking up. Jinsu looked depressed and grimaced, and Kang Hyo, panicking and terrified, started bickering with Jinsu. The atmosphere was tight as a guitar string. With 26 seconds left before the 5th wave, Jeju decided to go big or go home. He chose the only option left. He put on his gauntlets, cleared his throat, and made a suggestion. Everyone get back. Facing the dense horde of monsters, Jeju held his breath and swung his hand, firing magic from within the gauntlets toward them. A surge of raw, powerful energy erupted from the gloves. It poured out in a torrent, making Jeju tremble. I have to kill them all in one shot. Jeju gritted his teeth, determined, and the power from his arm surged even stronger than before. Under the blinding, destructive mana beams unleashed by his magic, the monsters were vaporized in an instant, leaving absolutely no trace behind. The ground was left shattered and covered in thick smoke and dust. Jinsu and Saha stared at Jeju with dropped jaws, looking at him with Huayi suspicion. They wanted to know who he was to be that strong. Taking off the gauntlets, Jeju suddenly slumped to the ground, coughing up blood incessantly. I used way too much mana. I had already tucked a magic stone inside the gauntlet, but even that wasn't enough. It feels like every bit of magic in my body has completely vanished. But if it weren't for that stone, I probably would have collapsed before taking them all down, Jeju thought to himself, trembling. The challenge is over. The path to the 7th floor opened before them. Jinsu and Saha rushed over to ask if Jeju was okay when they saw him coughing up blood so violently. I'm fine, really. It's just a side effect of using that much mana. That's how it usually is for magic engineers, too. You're a mage, so you know how it is, right? The side effects aren't a big deal. Jeju laughed out loud, seeing Jinsu and Saha acting so worried about him right before they parted ways. Jeju suggested the group check their rewards first. He was a bit surprised that they didn't seem too eager to split up. Suddenly, Saha called out to him. The mask. The mask that had been stuck to her face was finally removed. Behind that crude mask was a beautiful face, the real Saha. Hey, weirdo uncle, I'm talking to you. What's your real name? My stream viewers said Jeju doesn't show up on any search systems, Saha asked aggressively. Jeju finally remembered his own name. It also had a 2 at the end. He felt that Saha and Jinsu's viewers were quite loyal to remember that well, nothing like Kang Hyo's viewers. I didn't think so many people would jump over to my stream. Should I tell her to test the viewers' reaction? Jeju thought secretly. Saha was surprised that Jeju's name actually had a 2 at the end. That really is weird. Kang Hyo's viewers had all jumped over to Jeju's side, forcing him to set restrictions. After kicking them out, there weren't many viewers left on Young Kang Hyo's stream. This floor. Looks like it's hard to get viewer rewards, Jeju said anxiously. The viewers were also leaving one by one to their own business. Kang Hyo had nearly lost all his viewers earlier, which really made his heart skip a beat. Suddenly, the group reward appeared. Jeju hesitated, wondering if he should open it. Suddenly, another gift box fell from the sky in front of Jeju. The rewards for the 6th floor seemed to be based on ability, as Jeju's box looked bigger and completely different from the others. Jeju started opening his gift. The nosy Kang Hyo kept sticking his head in, trying to see what was inside Jeju's box. The item that appeared in Jeju's gift box was Loten's leather gloves. These came with the ability to control temperature for casting magic, even though Jeju already had gauntlets. But if the system gives him more, he'll take them. Kang Hyo immediately mocked Jeju because the gloves looked just like ordinary ones on the outside. A while later, Kang Hyo shamelessly crept back toward Jeju, trying to beg him to remove the viewer restrictions for his followers. I can't do that to my original viewers. It's too inconvenient. Jeju coldly refused, which made Kang Hyo absolutely furious. He cursed Jeju under his breath, convinced that he was deliberately trying to steal his viewers. Just you wait. At that moment, Jeju also received a bag of 5,000 coins. It was time for Jeju to say goodbye to Saha's group. After they left, Jeju quickly packed his things and waited for the gauntlets to cool down so he could head to the next floor. Unexpectedly, the popoys in his backpack caught the scent of magic. In a flash, they burst out of the backpack, jumping around frantically, and Jeju couldn't stop them in time. While struggling to contain them, Jeju's heart skipped a beat when he realized Saha hadn't left yet. She stood there stunned, looking at Jeju and the popoys with an expression of existential confusion. Just as Jeju was panicking, not knowing how to explain it to her, Saha had, without realizing it, already been enchanted by the cuteness of the popoys. When he snapped her out of it, she turned, flustered and embarrassed, then hurried away. Jeju didn't really understand what happened, but he had to get moving. With his luggage packed and the popoys settled, Jeju immediately set off for the 7th floor. Somewhere on the 7th floor at that very moment, a psychological battle is unfolding through the videos, even though Jeju already knows quite a lot about the 7th floor challenge. But as he actually steps into it, he feels a bit overwhelmed. In front of Jeju right now is a giant relief carving and a man, or more accurately, an old acquaintance of Jeju's. He is startled to realize it is Hanji Seok, a man who once slaughtered innocent people unrelated to his challenges for no reason at all, a truly dangerous individual. Hanji Seok, what line of work were you in before coming to this tower? Jeju curiously approaches and asks, Are you trying to question me already? We haven't even checked the details of the challenge yet. Isn't it a bit too early to be asking? Ji-seok sneers and replies, Han Ji-seok is the very person Jeju has been dying to punch if he ever got the chance. It's fortunate he appeared in his videos, but he is the worst possible opponent for Jeju on many levels. He knows the 7th floor challenge. It is also known as the lie detector, a psychological game where you expose your opponent's lies or deceive them with your own. Jeju thinks about the rules for the lie detecting statue, which take up 10 sheets of A4 paper. He sighs, unsure of what questions to ask to bait him. Han Ji-seok says there is only 1 minute remaining, then steps toward the stone slab and poses a question to Jeju. Kim Jeju, did you know me before you entered the tower? Jeju is startled by the question, yet tries to appear calm, saying he doesn't know him. Ji-seok sneers, stating that is a lie, and decisively presses the button. The viewers are buzzing, thinking that this time Ji-seok must have guessed wrong. But unexpectedly, one of the eyes on the relief lights up, making the viewers retract their words instantly. Jeju lied about not knowing him. Now it is Jeju's turn to ask. If the situation doesn't require it during the challenge, like having to kill someone, could you do it? Of course I'm always ready, Ji-seok replies decisively, and it's the truth, leaving Jeju speechless. Jeju, you knew what the 7th floor challenge was beforehand, right? Isn't that right? Amidst that, Ji-seok smirks and continues to press him. Jeju feels a chill down his spine, sweating profusely as he stammeringly denies it. Ji-seok asserts that it is a lie and places the stone into position. The second eye of the statue lights up, leaving the viewers bewildered. How could he have figured so much out in such a short time? Is my intense emotional turmoil after seeing Han Ji-seok revealing too much? No, the moment I entered the 7th floor, he likely realized I hadn't reviewed the challenge details. That was my mistake. But I know you. Jeju thinks calmly, and then continues to question Ji-seok. If the person you had to kill was your wife, would that still be okay? Answer me, would it still be okay? I couldn't do that to my beloved wife, Ji-seok replies with a trembling voice. That's a lie, Jeju says, then forcefully slams the stone into the hole. The statue's eyes immediately turn red. This causes the viewers to erupt in discussion. Kim Jeju, you knew I was married and had a wife, Ji-seok asks suspiciously. Jeju confirms he has known for a long time, and that is the truth. Now it is Jeju's turn. Han Ji-seok, if your wife followed you into the tower and became a burden to you, would that reason be enough to kill her? Is that reason enough for you to chop her in half and throw her out on the street? Could you kill her? This somewhat extreme question from Jeju flusters Ji-seok. This statue judges lies based on the truth, but it also considers the thought process and mindset of each individual. Seeing Ji-seok deny that he could handle his own wife, Jeju stares intensely and asserts that it is a lie, then quickly snaps the final stone into place. After hearing his question, Han Ji-seok would naturally think about whether he could actually do it or not. I know Han Ji-seok is a person capable of doing exactly that. Jeju chuckles internally. The test result is revealed. Ji-seok lied. The viewer's sympathy for him drops to negative infinity because his cruelty is enough to make even Satan admit defeat. Like a madman with eyes full of malice, he asks Jeju back, Jeju, be honest. This is the second time you've entered this tower, isn't it? Jeju pauses for a moment, then blurts out, no. Ah, is that so? You should stop lying. Ji-seok laughs maniacally and presses hard on the stone on the statue's face. Suddenly, 3 devilish eyes open wide. The statue declares it will carry out a penalty on the player, Han Ji-seok, leaving him absolutely terrified because he never expected this. He never anticipated this. Jeju understands that he is not the same Kim Jeju from those videos. The statue considers personal thoughts and what the player believes. If I personally feel this is my second time, then Han Ji-seok will be the winner. But that me in those videos is not the real me, Jeju thinks. Ji-seok is now being grasped by the statue. It slithers like a snake around his body, binding both his arms and legs, leaving him unable to move. At the moment before the statue swings its blade to mince him, he trembles and stammeringly asks Jeju, Who are you really? Does that matter? I don't know. Just consider it that we knew each other in the past. Jeju replies, remembering the video from the past between him and Ji-seok. Ji-seok at that moment had truly laid hands on his own daughter-in-law just because he was bored with life. The statue, now fully in motion, struck a powerful blow at Ji-seok's shoulder, sending his fresh blood spraying out like a downpour. Amidst Ji-seok's shrill screams, Jeju squeezed his eyes shut to avoid witnessing such a gruesome sight. A scene like this, straight out of a horror movie, really should be censored with beeps, but everything Jeju was doing now was just to escape a terrible future he already knew was coming. Faced with the nonsensical comments from the viewers, Jeju could only sigh before moving on to the next round. Round 7 had ended. The gate leading to the 8th floor opened. As soon as Jeju opened the system to check his rewards, countless coins gifted by viewers popped up in a flood, along with messages begging him to lift the chat restrictions. No way. They're Lee Seong-jae's viewers. They'll definitely cause trouble if I unban them. Not a chance, Jeju thought decisively. His reward for this round was a protective glove from Roten capable of neutralizing spells, a skill Jeju had been looking forward to. As soon as he slipped it on, Jeju felt countless different kinds of power merging into it, while the remaining rewards for him were, of course, more coins. As usual, Jeju continued toward the 10th floor amidst the eager anticipation of his viewers. This place was a fresh green forest with birds chirping, yet it still left Jeju's spirit exhausted. The system demanded he defeat all enemies that appeared. As the 10-minute countdown started, Jeju dropped his backpack, leaned against a tree, and rested while waiting for the time to pass. A group of popoi started crawling out of the bushes, looking quite aggressive and militant. Just when everyone thought they would swarm Jeju, they unexpectedly lunged at him, fighting each other just to hug him. These little guys are honestly way too cute for their own good. Is it because I've been learning the basic lessons of magical beasts, or do they just genuinely like me? I can feel the popoi's emotions. They're so happy to see me. Jeju breathed a sigh of relief while hugging the crowd of popoi as more and more of them appeared. They clung tightly all over Jeju, leaving him with no room to breathe. Just as he was being crushed by the pile of popoi, the portal to the 9th floor appeared. This situation was exactly the same as when he was on the 1st floor. Once the popoi no longer held any hostility toward him, it meant he had fulfilled the requirement to defeat all enemies. Jeju's reward for this round? It was a scroll containing information about the world tree being broken and the spirits slowly drifting away, spirits that wanted a new world tree seed planted. Foreign and Foden, that was the name of the world tree. One of the factors that helped shift the fate of the Astaroth world after the world tree was suppressed by evil spirits. Astaroth would become incredibly chaotic. The challenge on the 25th floor led to the place that changed the entire world of Astaroth, while the evil spirits saw the collapse of the world tree as an opportunity for them to thrive. Jeju lay flat in the grass, resting for a moment, surrounded by the pile of popoi huddling around him. A moment later, he woke up and his heart skipped a beat when he saw his stomach had become a playground for the mischievous popoi who were stacking up on top of each other. Resting is over. Jeju sat up immediately and grabbed his backpack, preparing to enter the 9th floor. He only carried the 3 little popoi who had been with him since the 1st floor. The remaining popoi looked at Jeju with such sorrowful eyes. As they gradually disappeared behind the door, it looked so pathetic. The challenge on the 9th floor was about to begin. This was a temple sealed by ancient runes, requiring them to break the curse to open the escape door. The maximum time allowed is 2 hours. If you fail to break the curse, you'll be trapped here forever. The mission requires making all the gems on every wall the same color. It doesn't have to be all 4 walls the same color. The administrator here really doesn't want me to get through this easily, but my teammate is here, Jeju thought, walking over to greet the mysterious cloaked girl in front of him. As soon as she saw the adorable popoi on his head, Hyeon immediately rushed over in excitement and grabbed Jeju's hand, making him feel incredibly awkward. Right, I'm sorry, I just got a bit too excited. What's your name? The girl asked with a bright smile. After hearing his name, she told him her name was Hyeon. I know we're on the same team, but I didn't expect to meet you here, Jeju thought with interest. Hyeon, a person more widely known by her nickname, the Witch. She didn't even bother paying attention to the difficulties or the irregularities, and she was focused on the popoi. Many people have met tragic ends just because they were charmed by that beautiful smile. Jeju suggested to Hyeon that they should split up. Each person takes 1 wall to speed things up. Once I remember the sequence, I can definitely do it all by myself, like back on the 4th floor, but it's not good at all, as it would detract Hyeon's attention. Jeju, while staying vigilant, intentionally pressed the buttons on the wall slowly. What felt strange to him was that 40 minutes had already passed. Hyeon was still fumbling around and hadn't finished her side of the lights. He guessed she was definitely doing it on purpose. But at the same time, he didn't want to be stuck here, just because the 2 of them were suspicious of each other. Jeju quickly speeds up, and in a flash, the entire wall is the same color. He finishes her part too.
Ha-Yan, luckily there was still enough time.
Jeju finishes the mission in a heartbeat. Ha-Yan, with a fake overly sweet expression, laughs and showers him with praise. Jeju, how are you so good? She even uses the opportunity to touch Jeju again, making him extremely uncomfortable.
I'm not a genius. You should know that, right? I'm sure you know it, Ha-Yan.
If it were you, you wouldn't even need an hour to solve all 4 walls.
Right.
Jeju coldly pulls her away and says in a low voice. Hearing that, Ha-Yan drops the act and reveals her true colors, a total bitch. She flashes a mocking ear-to-ear grin. Her wandering eyes stare right at Jeju. Ha-Yan, this girl is truly a femme fatale. After being called out by Jeju, she laughs out loud in suspicion. Is this your second time in the tower? What are you talking about? Do you think that's even possible? Jeju irritably replies. I agree with you, but the viewers in my stream room are suspicious and want me to ask that. They even gave me a bunch of coins. Ha-Yan laughs out loud. Jeju doesn't bother answering her. What he wants Ha-Yan to know is that this time, she's in his hands now. Ha ha ha, of course, I don't think it's your second time entering either, but you're too careful. Maybe it's a regression or reincarnation or something like that. My fans gave me a coupon to replay, and I watched your 7th floor challenge. If this were your second time in the tower, you wouldn't seem so clueless about it. It's like you know more about that person than you let on, don't you? Ha-Yan taunts Jeju. She's the witch famous for chasing whoever she targets to the very end of the tower. If that happens, it'll be a huge headache. If I answer well, maybe I can avoid that. Jeju contemplates for a moment, then sighs and agrees to tell Ha-Yan everything. But in return, Jeju asks for the cloak Ha-Yan is wearing. Ha-Yan thought Jeju had some high-demand request, but who would have thought he only wanted her cloak? It really disappointed her. So, before the eyes of Jeju and countless viewers, Ha-Yan boldly takes off her cloak, revealing a thin layer of clothing underneath and an incredibly tiny waist, making the guys in the chat box swallow hard. Jeru tries his best to restrain himself. I'm definitely not letting this witch get under my skin. Ion, looking completely ignored and annoyed, tossed the cloak toward Jeju, muttering that it wasn't just some overpriced ordinary cape. It actually had a mana amplification function, which is exactly why Jeju wanted it. After putting it on, Jeju finally deigned to answer Ion's question about earlier, that wasn't my second time entering. It's not some regression or reincarnation thing. I'm just someone who knows the structure of this tower better than anyone else. It's an absurd construction that lays everything about a streamer bare. And if you don't have viewers donating, climbing the tower becomes exponentially harder. So, all the current viewers have formed a faction with overwhelming power, and streamers on the lower floors can only beg for mercy. Like that guy on the 6th floor, if you mess up, the viewers who get a kick out of watching streamers die or get hurt will swarm you. That was all Jeju told Ion. As for anything else he didn't want to spill, hearing that, Ion suddenly let out a cackle like a maniac, then struck a seductive pose, saying she had a thing for guys with lots of secrets. It made Jeju want to gag the moment he turned his back to leave. She kept calling after him, demanding he reveal his real name. Jeju flinched, panicked inside, not wanting Ion to know the name Kim Jeju from VCL of all places. Jeju took off with all his might toward the door, completely forgetting to even check his rewards. In a flash, Jeju arrived at the 10th floor, a place with vast, ancient architecture. After tucking the popoys into his backpack, Jeju pulled his hood up and started wandering around, witnessing a commoner girl bump into a nobleman right before his eyes. Jeju broke into a cold sweat, fearing the poor girl was about to be in deep trouble. To his surprise, the nobleman didn't yell or hit her. Instead, he gently helped her up and checked on her with genuine care. Jeju couldn't believe a noble could be so kind to a commoner. Something feels off here. In the park, a middle-aged man was feeding pigeons when he suddenly jumped, realizing that Jesus had been standing right in front of him the whole time. In that tape, he had met the manager on the 10th floor. Right in this park, Jeju thought to himself, then sat down right next to the man. Have you lived here long? Jeju asked the man curiously. I don't know. I don't remember anymore, the manager replied. Jeju asked again, so are you happy now? I don't even know if I have any feelings left at all. The manager replied quietly while tossing birdseed everywhere, the sound of a waterfall rushing nearby as Jeju recalled what happened before. The system had once asked if he wanted to take over the admin's position, and Jeju agreed. After finishing the food, the manager suddenly threw an empty box at the pigeons, making them scatter in a panic, and he roughly grabbed one of the birds nearby. With a cold, sharp gaze fixed on Jeju, he remained perfectly calm and called out to him, "Admin." Opening his eyes from the pitch-black darkness, Jeju didn't understand why he was standing in a place so crowded with people screaming like this. He clearly remembered that just a moment ago he was still talking to that admin, and the leader of the riot below was shouting incessantly, "Who dares to look down on Taro ha ha ha?" Upon hearing this, Jeju quickly realized that this was Taroha desolate at the location of the 15th floor challenge. Taroha had fallen into the hands of demonic monsters. All of them had reached a level that nullified any damage from level 15 players, and there were countless monsters like that on this floor. No warriors had to die, but that didn't mean it was over. On the 15th floor there was no end. Monsters would continue to spawn from the heart. This truly was a nightmare that would repeat forever until the day Taroha fell, or perhaps even beyond that it would never stop. Taroha's troops rushed in to face the monsters one-on-one. Both sides were locked in chaotic hand-to-hand combat. Seeing the monsters slowly gaining the upper hand, Jeju began to feel a tinge of worry. But that worry quickly turned into sheer terror when a monster with a mouth full of 1,000 teeth appeared behind Jeju out of nowhere, lunging ferociously to snap at him. Blood splattered like strawberry syrup. Once again, Jeju opened his eyes in a panic back to the park scene from before. He had just witnessed his own fate. "How was it?" the manager asked Jeju. Jeju stated firmly, "No matter what you do, I won't change my decision." "What are you talking about? I haven't even explained it yet." "That was just to show you a glimpse of your own future." The manager smirked and said, "I've changed the future you showed me last time. You should know that, right? You saw it." Jeju broke into a cold sweat and replied, "Right. So this is why he wants Jeju to become an admin." "No, I'm not that Kim Jeju in the video," Jeju shouted defiantly. Even though he didn't know why those tapes were shown to him, he would refuse to be an admin. Jeju didn't want to die. He'd rather take on that guy's challenges instead. "Aren't you curious about the reasons behind those tapes? If you want, I'll tell you." The manager squeezed the dove tightly in his hand and casually continued, "Have you ever thought about what an admin actually is?" "Like the name says, someone who oversees and manages the tower," Jeju replied. "Then what about the astro world? Do you think it was just created for entertainment?" he asked. Jeju had always thought the world on the 5th floor was fake. He hadn't acted like a prince. He had chopped off that Lee Seung-yeon's head. That's not it. To be honest with you, several other candidates could have taken the admin position before you climbed the tower. There is only one true admin. Anyone who leaves this position has a life of their own. The human heart is complex, and building a tower to appoint a new admin just creates a transmission system that works for everyone. I've done everything I could, but every time I fix this damn astro world, time and time again, it just keeps breaking. If I plug one hole, another one pops up, and if I keep plugging them, it's like pouring water into a bottomless cup, just like that glove you created. He gritted his teeth, groaning, and stomped his foot against the ground in frustration, shattering the earth and stones. I've become too emotional in front of you. An admin is like a jar, he continued, a jar filled with water. The astro is the water being poured in, but I've been the jar for far too long. I don't remember why I chose this anymore. It's been so long. I'm broken. I don't feel love, hate, or sadness toward humans anymore. All that's left is a sense of duty. Wanting to fill the jar meticulously, he seemed to go insane, moaning endlessly in front of Jeju. His face began to melt away, and finally all that remained was the head of a pigeon. In a hazy blur, Jeju felt that all the admins had failed, but only Jeju was doing his job well. So what was the meaning behind the tapes I watched? Jeju wondered. That is the future. If you become an admin, I know that's already the past. Looking at someone's memories is like digging through their soul. If I could do that, I wouldn't have to be annoyed, the manager said. So it was Jeju himself. He had sent himself those tapes about the important future. The you in those tapes, or the you right now, you are both still Kim Jeju. Your curiosity has been somewhat satisfied, right? Do you have any other questions? He smiled faintly and asked Jeju again. Jeju still felt that his future self as an admin was worlds apart from who he was now. Jeju still had one more question after the 5th floor trial. The atmosphere on the 10th floor has changed. Do you know why? Hearing this, he burst into loud laughter, stating with 100% certainty that Jeju would definitely make a good admin. What I did on the 5th floor was entirely for myself, yet it changed the astro just like in those tapes. Jeju hung his head, mumbling to himself before suddenly looking up and shouting, "What the hell is with you?" Admin Kasoha with the nickname The Love was frantically typing, cursing up a storm when she saw her. Or Ion kept clinging to Jeju, refusing to leave him on the 9th floor. Back to the present, Jeju, after listening to him, fiercely refused the idea of becoming an admin. The manager mumbled something under his breath. Then he suddenly collapsed to the ground. He turned into a pigeon and flew straight into the sky before Jeju's stunned eyes. I guess the admin isn't the one who sent those videos. Kim Jeju, why did you send those videos? You're doing a great job in the admin role too. What's going on? To find the answer, I have to keep climbing the tower, Jeju told himself. Popoi, seeing him sad, licked his ear to comfort him. That's right. Nothing will change if I just stand still like this. I have more followers than I thought. People whose highest floor is 10 can't watch the live streams of streamers on other floors. My follower count back on the 5th floor was 235. So if it's 227 now, only 10 people are on the 10th floor. Most of Lee Seunggi's viewers are users on the 10th floor, so they've all been eliminated. All they want is to find slaves or allies, or just earn more coins. After a moment of hesitation, Jeju decided to hit the broadcast button on the 10th floor. Even though it was a risky move, he wanted to go big or go home. Seeing him come back, viewers poured in the chat room, flooding with a storm of comments. A request to join a guild sent by Crimson Eagle had arrived for Jeju, but he didn't want to tie himself down to anything. After chatting with his audience for a while, Jeju announced he needed to go sort out some gear before heading to the 11th floor. In reality, he wanted to switch to Channel 97. Each country has 100 channels in total. Jeju was currently on Channel 1 of Korea. The only thing that changes when viewers switch channels is the users currently entering the tower, while the location and the people of the Astro remain exactly as they were, just like when they were in the game. In a flash, Jeju teleported to the Celestial Forest Park. There were no useful magic-constructed items here for Jeju. After walking for quite a while, Jeju finally reached the Empire's Magic Engineering Workshop, located on the main street, the Gray Workshop. Jeju came to find Brand and also to fix a few miscellaneous things. The owner was a bit surprised to see someone come here looking for Brand. Instead of going to the palace, he was also equally surprised to know that Jeju was interested in magic engineering. Because of that, the two of them started to get to know each other. The shop owner's name was Gray. He offered to take a look at Jeju's item. Holding the glove and examining it, Gray assessed that the glove seemed to have been made in a big hurry, but it looked interesting nonetheless. Gray told Jeju to come back in a few days to pick up the glove and also reminded him to bring along a magic stone to test whether the glove was functioning normally or not. And so Jeju began the task of searching for magic stones from the 10th floor onwards. There was a free auction house on the community tab where players could buy and sell various items, but only items commensurate with the player's rank on the 10th floor could be seen. So it was very difficult to find things like magic stones. However, instead of the free auction, in the real auction house, items like magic stones were quite... The disadvantage was that I couldn't see the item information, so I could only trust my own eyes. There must surely be a magic stone within my range. I want to buy a bloodstone, but that's not something you can just get whenever you want. He was walking and thinking when a blonde guy mistook Jeju for a mage because he saw him wearing a cloak. He and his girlfriend approached, trying to get to know him, whispering advice for him not to enter the auction house as he would get rejected just like him. Plus, he wouldn't be able to see the item info. He wanted to trick Jeju into joining his party. Hearing his honey-coated introduction, Jeju was a bit hesitant because he also needed members to climb to the 11th floor, but Jeju was just too handsome. He wasn't stupid enough to fall for her obvious ploy. Jeru turned on his heel, cold as ice, and walked away. The girlfriend tried to grab him, but he immediately brushed her off. He shoved her away roughly. As she fell to the ground, Jeru felt a pang of guilt, thinking he might have gone too far. Maybe she just reminded him of Jin or Ion, which set him off like that. After a quick apology, Jeju hurried away. Behind him, he could hear the bickering of that stuck-up couple, both convinced that Jeju wouldn't have enough coins to enter the auction house. Little did they know, according to the system's calculations, Jeju actually had a staggering 42,950 coins. The couple stared in shock as he walked straight through the main entrance. Once inside, an attendant handed Jeju an identity form. He bit his pen for ages, having no clue how to even write his name, leaving the viewers watching in absolute hysterics. After some thought, he wrote down Kim Jeju, but the system returned a 0-coin balance. It was hopeless. Reluctantly, Jeju added the number 2 after Jeju, and finally the registration was a success. After taking off his hat for security, Jeju stepped into the auction waiting room. He saw aristocrats and commoners chatting away in this place. It felt so foreign to him. To his surprise, he bumped into Saha. She was shocked to see him there. Jeru bought her a cup of cocoa. He sat down across from her. Curious, she asked why he was here. Jeru happily explained he was looking for a magic stone to fix his gauntlets after they exploded last time. The atmosphere grew awkward and silent. Unable to stand it anymore, Saha nervously opened up and thanked him for what happened that day. Jeju felt uncomfortable. After all, it was his fault the difficulty level had spiked like crazy. Seeing her keep thanking him, Jeju awkwardly tried to change the subject. He asked why she always wore her school uniform. "This outfit holds a memory for me, a very precious one," she replied. Jeju recalled that even in the videos Saha was always wearing that uniform. There had to be a reason for it. Once she hits floor 15, she'll have power no one can ignore. Befriending her now isn't a bad idea, Jeju calculated. He gently asked if she wanted to be friends with him. Saha blushed and thought about it for a moment before finally hitting the accept button. She cleared her throat, wanting to know how Jeju managed to get close to Pop Boy. But Jeju wasn't about to spill his secrets, which seriously pissed her off. Just then, the system announced the auction was starting. Saha stood up, annoyed. She muttered a few curses and stormed inside, leaving Jeju a bit rattled. He quickly followed to find a seat. The auction at Silenin officially began with Raiden as the host. After a long, rambling introduction, they moved to the main event. The first item was a red earth dragon egg from the RAF volcanoes. Since Jeju had studied magical creatures, taming it wouldn't be a problem, but it would breathe fire and grow to 3 meters long. Jeju figured walking around with that thing would be way too dangerous. It was too flashy. The egg eventually sold to someone else for 6,000 coins. Finally, they reached the 8th item, a necklace donated by the Grady royal family. It didn't have any special powers, but it was beautiful, featuring a massive red diamond in the center. Jeju immediately bid 10,000 coins. He knew that was the bloodstone he had been searching for. The 10,000 coin bid shocked the viewers. They couldn't believe how big he was playing. Of course, a gemstone expert wouldn't know what it was actually made of, because the bloodstone isn't a typical gemstone. Jeju was anxious. Unexpectedly, Gretel, the youngest daughter of a gemstone trading family, bid 11,000, snatching it right out from under him. She winked at him, looking cute, which only made Jeju more frustrated. Fuming, Jeju gritted his teeth and bid 12,000. Gretel wasn't backing down, and they kept driving the price up. After a while, they had already passed 20,000 coins. Jeju realized that even though the bloodstone was valuable, if he couldn't get it right now, it was fine. He'd just aim for a regular magic stone instead. Just as he was about to give up, Saha suddenly jumped in with a bid of 21,000, causing a stir, especially for Gretel. Saha had stepped in to battle Gretel on Jeju's behalf. After a fierce bidding war that left them both dry, the necklace went to Saha for 30,000 coins. The auction ended on a high note. Jeju was a bit bummed about missing the bloodstone, but at least he'd bought a decent magic stone for 6,000 coins. As he walked out, he was surprised to see Saha waiting for him. Blushing, she shoved the bloodstone into his hands, saying she wanted to give it to him since he seemed interested in it. "You said we should be friends, right?" "Friends give each other gifts, don't they?" Saha said it shyly and hurried off, leaving Jeju bewildered with a 30,000 coin bloodstone in his hands. Her attitude was really strange, because Jeju knew that wasn't like her at all. Jeju really had no idea what was going on in her head. At that moment, Saha was remembering the past when she had just transferred to a new school and couldn't afford a uniform. It was Jeju who had left her some money. That memory stuck with her all these years, even though Jeju didn't even recognize her. With 1 day left before their appointment, Jeju went to see Gray to pick up his gloves. Being impatient, he arrived early and saw his ugly old gloves had transformed into something absolutely incredible. Jeju couldn't help but stare in awe. This time he brought the bloodstone, hoping Gray could resize it a bit. "You don't need to worry about that. I've already figured out a gauntlet structure where a magic stone can fit perfectly. Since the size of the magic stones you might want to use will vary, that means I just need to make the glove adjustable and that'll do it," Gray explained while demonstrating to Jeju right on the spot. He pressed a button on the glove, a magic slot popped right open, and he immediately slotted in a magic stone. The glove gripped the magic stone perfectly in the center. Now you won't have to worry about the size of the magic stones anymore. You can equip them freely. Plus, to change them out, you just need to double-tap that button to release it. Stones that are cracked or have been drained of their power will pop out automatically. Jeju's jaw dropped in amazement as he listened to Gray's casual explanation of the mechanism. With something this brilliant, how am I ever going to be able to pay you back, Gray? Seeing Jeju hesitate, Gray just chuckled to reassure him. Don't worry about it. After waiting a bit, Gray finished fixing the glove. Not only did Jeju not want to stick around the 10th floor to sightsee, he was burning to head straight for the 11th floor the next morning while he was still fast asleep. Those hungry, mischievous popoys climbed right onto his stomach, baring their teeth and licking his whole face, scaring him awake. Before feeding them, Jeju had to turn on his stream first. Over 200 people were already waiting in the lobby. These are some hardcore fans, for sure. While waiting for the popoys to finish breakfast, Jeju took the time to change his clothes. A comment popped up. It asked if Jeju had thought of a name for his glove yet. Jeju hesitated for a moment, then remembered what happened yesterday. Back then, as soon as Gray finished fixing it, he told Jeju to try it on. As soon as he slid it on, it felt incredibly comfortable. He awkwardly offered to pay the commission fee, but to his surprise, Gray refused point blank. No way. If I took your money, I'd ruin the best day of my life. However, please give this item a name. No matter how sophisticated a piece of gear is, if it doesn't have a name, it's still considered a dead object. Jeju smiled, remembering Gray's words. Jeju made up his mind to give the glove a seriously epic name. The spatial rift to the 11th floor was open, though it looked like there was something behind it. But it was blocked by an invisible wall. He couldn't get through. Furthermore, except for players, the residents of Astaroth couldn't even see the gate, let alone enter it. Jeju switched channels, but he still ran into a lot of people there. There are a ton of team challenges from the 11th floor onwards, so usually regular players form parties after checking the recruitment board on the community tab. Jeju decided to just wing it and head into the 11th floor. I want to take action and help the people on the first floor who are watching my stream, but I don't know what kind of tricks the administrator is going to pull on the 11th floor. So first things first, I need to play it safe. If I party up and those people get dragged into levels where the difficulty has been rigged, that'd be terrible. Jeju thought to himself as he opened the system to choose the difficulty. Stronger, more confident players on the 5th floor would bump up the difficulty, while players being threatened by viewers would lower it just to survive. That stuff had nothing to do with Jeju. He just confidently chose the high difficulty setting. Just as he stepped through the door, a couple arguing loudly caught his attention. The system announced that there were enough players. The 11th floor Beast Defense Challenge would begin in 20 minutes. The couple saw Jeju wearing a cloak and immediately assumed he was a mage excitedly approaching to greet him. A dual wielder and a lancer, they must have been thrilled to see someone. Or wearing mage gear, Jeju guessed to himself. Seeing them curious about his gloves and cloak, Jeju immediately clarified that he was just a magic engineer, not a mage. The moment the couple heard the words, magic engineer, their attitude did a complete 180. They pulled faces of utter disgust and disappointment. It was honestly irritating. And the thing is, Jeju had only brought one support tool. It really left them feeling hopeless and miserable. The time officially started. The pair immediately took their stances, frowning. Please, just don't let it be that thing, they prayed. The water began to churn, bubbling with white foam. Seeing their faces turn pale, Jeju wondered, their reaction isn't great. What did the administrator do now? Jeju was anxious too, reaching his hands out to prepare his strength. Contrary to his worries, out of the water came a huge dragon turtle. If that's all it was, Jeju could take care of it in one go. It looked like Jeju wouldn't even need to use his glove. One strike with his staff would be more than enough. Jeju stepped forward, looking cool, and told them he'd handle it himself. The brown-haired guy saw Jeju showing off and got annoyed, but he was quickly scared senseless by Jeju's axe and glove. The dragon turtle was heated up now, roaring loudly and charging straight toward the shore, chasing the couple right on their tails while they were busy playing bait and running for their lives. Jeju behind them took the opportunity to swing his axe, dealing a critical blow to the monster. Because he put a bit too much force into it, the axe head snapped off the handle and rolled onto the ground. Jeju quickly retrieved the axe head to finish off the beast. It had stopped roaring and was already curling up into recovery mode. It couldn't get back into the water. It needed to hide as fast as it could, thank goodness for that otherwise. If it had dove back in, not even a god could have tracked it. Jeju stared at the spiky shell of the beast, sweating a bit. He realized that instead of needing the couple's help, he wanted to fight it alone. In a flash, he leaped onto the monster's body. He nimbly wielded his axe, hacking away and chopping off the spikes on its back. The monster was provoked and turned bright red with rage. Jeju scrambled away as fast as he could. Before it could explode entirely in the final seconds, Jeju used his veteran arcade basketball experience to succeed. He used his axe and the monster's own spikes to stab back into its neck. A deafening explosion boomed, bam! The beast was officially taken care of by Jeju. It lay dead and exposed on the ground. The gate to the 12th floor was about to open. Jeju's coolness from just now left the couple starstruck, and they bowed to thank him for saving their lives. Just as he was feeling embarrassed, the brown-haired guy suddenly asked for Jeju's name, making him feel super awkward. He coldly told them to just go ahead. After waiting for them to leave, Jeju finally went back to being a calm, handsome guy getting ready to open the gift box. Inside that massive pile of gifts were a 5,000 gold money pouch, an inventory expansion voucher, and low-grade magic stones. The rather mediocre rewards from the 11th floor left Jeju feeling a bit disappointed. Jeju continued to open the 9th floor rewards, finding another pouch of gold coins and something else inside. Jeju was briefly startled. In his hands was a leather cloak from Lotanto. Jeju immediately tried it on, but it felt so long like he was wearing his dad's clothes on the sly. I'll adjust the length to here. This cloak is a bit too flashy, so I'll change the material too and add a hood, Jeju thought while using magic to reshape the cloak. Just a few seconds later, a top-tier, sick-looking cloak was born perfectly suited for Jeju. After reading a few comments, Jeju decided to return to the 11th floor once more to hunt for more Lotanto gear. In that place, Jeju once again flattened the dragon turtle in one shot. It seemed this new cloak was quite useful to him. After finishing up, Jeju left like a gust of wind, ignoring the people around him calling out to ask for his name. Back on the 10th floor, the scene of the park where he first met the admin appeared before Jeju, making him slightly anxious. The popoi in his backpack rustled, unzipped the bag, and crawled out. Watching them waddle around was ridiculously cute. Jeju started thinking about naming the little popoi. Like the viewer comments, none of the names he thought of felt right. While pondering, Jeju suddenly remembered something and immediately opened the system to check a category. There are so many skills related to magic beasts for sale, and they're cheap too. Who would want to spend money to learn magic beast skills? Seriously, who would think I'd go and buy these books that nobody wants? Jeju grumbled, having impulsively bought several books on magic beasts to boost his identification skill. After absorbing them through magic, Jeju felt his head start to throb a little, even though he didn't actually read the books himself. Clutching his head while looking at the popoi wiggling at his feet, Jeju blankly realized they seemed very different from before. Perhaps it was because of the skill. I've decided. Goddess of love Polaha. Your name will be Laha. I know you love to eat, but remember to take care of the other popoi first, okay? And you, little one, are Koden, the god of bravery, Rash Koden. You will lead and protect the other popoi when they face danger. Finally, goddess of wisdom to Baron, you will be Baron. You're the most careful and clever of the three. Jeju suddenly stood up and reeled off the list of names he'd come up with, which the popoi seemed to love. Jeju suddenly realized he was still live-streaming. He shyly let go of the popoi and continued to the 12th floor. Though he didn't really want to keep the creatures in his backpack, he didn't want to attract any unwanted attention. Regardless, even if it's a new skill, I still feel guilty like I'm locking them away in a bag, Jeju thought, feeling a bit down. In a flash, Jeju reached the 12th floor, a poetic field. 3 people were already there waiting for him. The one in armor introduced himself as Kim Jun, then happily stepped forward to shake Jeju's hand. The long-haired girl Lee So-hyun, who already knew Yun from the 10th floor, also stepped up to greet Jeju. By the way, your outfit looks really unique. A long cloak with a hood. I've never seen pieces like these in the shop. Did you make it yourself? So-hyun asked curiously. Jeju smiled brightly and said it just appeared out of nowhere, even though technically Jeju did create it himself. The last person, who had been slowly walking up from behind, stared at Jeju blankly, which made Jeju feel a bit confused as well. Your name is Jeju, right? He asked. You were the one who accidentally became emperor, right? Every stuttered word felt like a lightning bolt to Jeju. Jeju rushed over, covered the guy's mouth, and signaled him to shut up. He told the guy to introduce himself first. The guy grinned and said his name was Jung Sang. Jung was a hardcore fan of Jeju. Jeju sighed, dejected. He had thought he wouldn't run into any more viewers. especially since only 8 people were watching after he got kicked from the stream when he reached the 10th floor. Life is full of surprises. Seeing that Jeju and Sangjung already knew each other, So-hyun laughed heartily. Just like that. That's much better than if all 4 of us were strangers. But you're acting weird. Just a moment ago you were so confident talking about the good gear you had. Why are you suddenly nervous now? Jun asked Sangjung, leaving the boy flustered. He didn't know how to explain it properly. Jeju, standing behind them like he was sitting on needles, anxiously changed the subject and asked Jun and So-hyun why they weren't in any guild. Both of them scratched their heads and said guild life didn't suit them. They were always demanding contributions, but didn't help with anything, so they both left. This was also the first time both of them were challenging the 12th floor. By now we've both turned our live streams off for a while. My viewers haven't even hit 20 people yet. They just insult me and don't give me a single cent, Jun said irritably. It seemed they had half given up. Regardless, it must have been tough for them to find information on the 12th floor after leaving their guilds. The 12th floor is no easy place for knights and other melee classes. Both of them were knights, so it was sure to be difficult for their first time, Jeju guessed. Having said that, he turned to ask Sangjung what he was doing before coming to the 12th floor. I was kicked out of my guild, so I was just wandering around. When I was searching for floor 1 users to be companions or disciples, I found a super great live stream from a newbie, and I got rich after donating to him. Thanks to that, I have gear and made it to the 12th floor, and that's why I'm here now. Sangjung proudly bragged about his combat experience, which was effectively 0 on the 12th floor, leaving Jeju speechless. With only 10 minutes left before the battle, Jun suggested they start planning the mission. Seeing that Sangjung already had experience on the 12th floor, Jeju asked him to decide the positions. Seeing Sangjung listen to Jeju so obediently, Jun was quite confused. But after learning that Jeju's expertise was limited to magic and technical skills, Jun immediately showed an attitude of contempt, doing a total 180-degree turn from before. I knew it. Every time he revealed his class to others, he got the same reaction. John instantly flipped a full 180 degrees, wearing a look of total contempt. I knew it. Every single time I tell someone about my class, I get the exact same reaction. Jeju sighed while Sangjung was fuming on his behalf, seeing the bratty attitude Jun was putting on. When asked about his equipment, Jeju mentioned he only had 1 item, but it was incredibly useful. It's used to support battles with the ability to break magic and boost power. Even as Jeju tried to explain, Jun just brushed him off, mocking Jeju's chosen profession. The attitude was so unbearable that even So-hyun couldn't stand it. Since So-hyun is an assassin, this environment wasn't ideal for hiding, and compared to the knights, her raw strength was weaker. An assassin isn't much help when fighting magical beasts, So-hyun thought gloomily. After calculating for a moment, Sangjung decided on the group's positioning. Jean and I will hold the front to block the enemies. Jeju will stay in the middle to support both sides, and So-hyun will assassinate enemies from behind. But there's something even more important than our positions. Don't rely on your own skills too much during these live combat scenarios. Our enemies could be Jedi or poisonous hounds. Simply put, they are fast learners. If one of them dies, the rest won't fall for the same old tricks anymore. It will be a serious problem if you guys rely too much on your sword skills. The same movements mean death within a second, Sangjung warned. Jun immediately flared up, claiming these skills were self-taught from the 5th floor and he couldn't just forget them. You can't just rely on raw power alone. I don't know, suit yourself, do what you want, Sangjung replied coldly. Jeju stood back and observed, sensing they didn't seem to get along very well. Sangjung finally walked over to Jeju and whispered a question. Why did Jeju hide his ability to fight solo? Fighting as a team is one thing, but fighting solo? That doesn't seem right. People will think I'm just showing off, Jeju replied in a low voice. The start time was approaching, so the group took their positions, waiting as the fierce beasts swarmed in. Sangjung recognized them as Jetty and started trembling. The anxiety made it impossible for him to stay calm. Calm down, you're going to get hurt if you stay like this. Everyone will be fine, Jeju said, his voice comforting Sangjung to help him settle down. Yun at the front arrogantly mocked Jeju and Sangjung. Why are you scared of those weaklings? So Yun stepped forward to observe, reporting there were 16 of them, but the boss in front was the most fearsome. Upon hearing that, Jun immediately got agitated and charged straight at the boss. He didn't care about his teammates or the strategy they had set up. Jeju just sighed wearily. There are always people who don't listen to advice and have to experience the consequences themselves. Only then do they admit defeat. That confidence might be what got him to this floor, but if he keeps being this stubborn, it will backfire. If I help him now, he'll just end up dying later. It's better to let him experience it himself, Jeju thought to himself. The monsters sensed Jean's aggression and charged like a storm their attack power. Clearly nothing to scoff at. Jean faced the boss and in fear realized how huge it was, but it was too late for regrets. The boss pointed straight at Jun and rattled off a string of strange language. Though Jeju didn't understand the words, he could feel the creature's emotions. It was like when he named the Popoi creatures, although old, its fighting spirit was still intense. Jeti are common monsters found in the northern part of the 15th floor. The older they are, the weaker they become, and they die if they lose their leader. Instead of fear, they turn it into motivation, trying to prove they aren't washed up yet. Jun, not wanting to look pathetic or lose face in front of the others, gripped his staff and stabbed toward the boss, but compared to the beast, he looked like a grasshopper, like a mantis trying to stop a carriage. Jun's basic strikes had no effect on it at all. Skills don't work. What kind of nonsense is that? The only way to kill this thing is to use skills. I'll make it open its eyes with an aura flash and then attack. Even though it's a simple skill, it's perfect for distracting the opponent to land a finishing blow on you, Jun thought wildly, while firing with all his might, aiming straight at the boss. Surprisingly, not only did his magic not shed a single hair off the boss, but it sent the beast into a frenzy. It raised its giant hands ready to strike a lethal blow at Jun. In the moment Jun thought it was all over, Jeju lunged forward just in time to save his life. Terrified Jun crawled away, leaving Jeju alone to deal with the boss. Jeju thought, it's strong all right, but not beyond my wits. Seeing an opening, Jeju found his chance and drove his blade into the boss's chest, causing it to scream and collapse to the ground as blood sprayed like rain. The remaining Jedi saw their leader go down, and were absolutely terrified. Jeju was too fast and too dangerous, taking advantage of the moment he moved in to wipe out the whole lot of them. After a bloody battle, the portal to the 12th floor opened. So-hyun and Sang-jung rushed to thank Jeju. Only Jun was embarrassed, so embarrassed that he didn't dare look him in the eye. Do you know what Sumeha means? Jun suddenly turned around and asked Jeju. It means kid. It was calling you a brat, Jeju replied. Jun, blushing deeply, immediately sprinted toward the door, not waiting for So-hyun, and vanished like the wind. Feeling just as awkward, Sang-jung hurried to get ready to leave. He mentioned he had been watching Jeju's stream since the 2nd floor, curious about how Jeju handled the Kui Long. Thanks, Sang-jung, for watching the stream and donating. You're a 10th floor player, so it can't be easy either. Thank you, Jeju said respectfully to Sang-jung. Why are you saying that? It's thanks to you that I've earned money and had such amazing experiences watching your streams. I only realized there were people living in the tower because of you. I hope you can make it to the 100th floor and live happily. Sang-jung bowed solemnly to Jeju, making Jeju incredibly shy. Suddenly, Jeju realized something and shouted loudly. It turned out that Sang-jung, after seeing the portal open in front of him, had excitedly jumped right in, completely forgetting that Jeju was still there. Jeju gaped as the crazy guy vanished like the wind right in front of him. What a comedian. Before leaving, Jeju had to see what rewards he got. The system popped up 1,000 coins and a basic sword skill manual. Since the difficulty wasn't high, he couldn't expect an amazing reward. I'll save the basic sword manual for when I have nothing left to learn with magic, Jeju told himself. After finishing up, Jeju shouldered his backpack and headed back to the 10th floor to switch channels. Afterward, he planned to go up to the 13th floor. The 13th floor with its wild snowstorms appeared before him. Jeju was the last one to emerge at this gate. The 2 remaining Americans were already sitting by the crackling fire, warming themselves and waiting for him. This time, Jeju didn't use the Korean domestic channel. He went big and switched straight to the American one to look cool. Seeing that Jesu's lip movements didn't match the English audio, they immediately guessed he had just changed channels, even though he was using an auto-translation system. My lip sync still didn't match, and he realized right away that I'm not an Asian American. He's got good observation skills. Jesu thought anxiously, then immediately introduced himself. I'm Korean. Ha-en North Korean or South Korean, just kidding. Nice to meet you, I'm Kurtner. Are you streaming? Kurtner shook Jesu's hand cheerfully. When asked so abruptly about streaming, Jesu pretended to dodge the question vaguely, hinting that he didn't have any viewers watching his channel. Talk about hurting the viewer's feelings. Kurtner quickly led Jizu over to introduce him to the group of people in black who had been sitting there looking like they were at a funeral. He had only just met them himself, but he didn't hesitate to introduce himself to them. Tisk, it's clear these guys already knew each other. Jizu switched into high alert mode, thinking to himself, they're probably the Black Scorpions, one of those trashy groups accused of shady dealings. There are 6 of them, but they formed an 8-man party. They're pretending they don't know each other while waiting for others to join the party. They'll act friendly with the 2 newcomers to get them to lower their guard, and then they'll turn on them. Groups like that usually aim to target enemies or have an assassin lure monsters to attack their prey. Then when they rescue the prey, they threaten them to extort money as compensation for their broken equipment. Worse yet, they'll rob everyone who doesn't have money of all their gear and finish them off to silence them. As for random people who join their party and don't belong to any guild, they don't need to worry about any retaliation. Jesu stood there with a blank face for a moment, thinking about how he should deal with these guys. When Kurtner heard Jizu say his profession was a magic engineer, he wore a sly half-smile and suggested Jizu support them. They were easily invited and grouped up. That makes sense. Because I look like a helpless piece of prey, don't I? Jizu guessed silently. Unexpectedly, one more player appeared after Jizu to make a full 8-man group. The last name to appear looked absolutely miserable. It was Jack. He had escaped to the 13th floor after a sword fight on the 12th. Kurtner's group took turns mocking and teasing Jack, making him feel so humiliated and angry that he'd run from the 12th floor, only to have to join Kurtner's group to clear the 13th. Talk about jumping from the frying pan into the fire. He was too fed up to even speak. The start time for the match was approaching. Kurtner stood in a ready stance and snapped his fingers forcefully, calling everyone to take their positions. Seeing Jack confused about his role, Kurtner suggested Jack just support them from the back with Jizu. That was all. Jack showed his dissatisfaction, but just then a swarm of venom dogs charged in. Jack screamed in terror, annoying Kurtner to no end. This idiot talks too much. There are about 40 of them in total. I'll kill 20, then let the rest attack from the back so we can actually get the story moving. Kurtner calculated. But while they were still busy pushing each other around, Jizu suddenly bolted forward. With one swing of his staff, he smashed the alpha boss into a pulp. The Kurtner group were all shocked. Their eyes went wide at Jizu's strength. Another swarm of venom dogs rushed toward Jizu, but in the blink of an eye, they all suffered the same fate as the boss, a single strike from Jizu. Now let's take a good look. You guys don't seem to want to fight much, do you, just now, instead of whispering about these venom dogs? You should have been swinging your swords at them, Jizu said with a fake laugh, revealing that his cloak was just a piece of gear. This was a real shocker for Kurtner's group. The atmosphere suddenly dropped and grew as tense as a guitar string when Kurtner shouted for everyone to focus. Now Jizu was surrounded by the remaining venom dogs. In front of him was Kurtner's group glaring at Jizu like he was their prey. Beasts have better intuition than humans. They must know that I am the one doing the hunting here. Jizu thought cautiously, then tilted his chin up and walked forward, asking Kurtner's group what they wanted. They glared and pointed their swords at Jizu. Kurtner asked coldly, "You're a manhunter. You dared to lie to me and say you were a magic engineer. You think I don't know?" Kurtner flew into a crazed rage, venting it all on Jizu. "The gear you're wearing is obviously the Lotentoe item, which can create sonic waves. Don't think that just because I'm a criminal I don't watch the broadcasts. A normal person's body, it could never withstand the pressure of a Lotentoe item. Do you think I'm stupid? You think this is our first time dealing with arrogant hunters like you? They always exist, but the ones standing in front of you are always the ones who survive." Kurtner and his cohorts screamed at Jizu. The killing intent radiating from them felt like they wanted to devour him alive. They were furious because they felt Jizu had been looking down on them. Jack had no idea what the hell was going on. Looking completely bewildered, Jack curiously stepped closer to Kurtner to ask about the high-end gloves Jizu was wearing. They're rare items that can only be found on the 20th floor. They're worth thousands of coins and are of heroic rank. Every word from Kurtner terrified his underlings. They turned pale. This stash of high-end gear Jizu had was truly beyond their expectations. Suddenly seeing Jizu drop his bag to the ground, Kurtner rejoiced, thinking Jizu had given up. But contrary to his expectations, Jizu pulled out his gloves. Though he wasn't a teacher, he really wanted to teach Kurtner a lesson to prove he wasn't lying. Jesus is literally the king of items and the lord of gear. He's got literally everything under the sun except for a girlfriend. The pack of single dogs aggressively shoved each other to rush Jesus again, but in less than a minute, they were completely wiped out of existence by the mind-blowing power radiating from Jesus's gauntlet. Kuttner witnessed the whole scene firsthand. He was so terrified he nearly pissed his pants, never expecting Jesus to be this overwhelmingly powerful. Noticing the hounds bunching up together because they sensed the Jeju aura, he casually wiped them out in one go, too. A few stragglers were left over here. The thunderous magic blast didn't just obliterate the hounds, it even cracked the sky wide open. Things are getting way more stable now. The firepower was less than during the fight with the cleaners, but my body's still stockpiling tons of mana. That means the mana consumption dropped drastically, and the side effects are way milder, too. So I don't need grounding from the earth anymore. I can just rely on the strength of my own 2 feet. Jeju thought to himself, completely lost in thought, when one of Kuttner's lacklings noticed Jeju letting his guard down. He lunged from behind to launch a sneak attack. But man proposes, and God disposes. The one spilling blood turned out to be him, not Jeju, wrapping up the challenge. The portal to the 14th floor has been opened. Those cowards tried to bolt for it with their tails between their legs, but Jeju immediately cut them off after graciously letting Jack go first. Jeju flashed a lovely hearty grin as he walked closer to them, implying he wanted to have a nice, cozy little chat. Jesus has no intention of sending them back to Mother Earth just yet. At the very least, he needs to squeeze a few things out of them first. "How much do you guys have?" Jesus asked, with a beaming smile making them jump in fright and drop straight to their knees. "Calm down, buddy, let's talk things out," he says, but Jesus, of course, has zero friendly ties with this bunch of lowlifes. There's no room for any misunderstandings here. If they were just an ordinary gang, I wouldn't remember their name this clearly. The Black Scorpions usually operate around the 13th floor and rob items from the survivors, but with their rapid accumulation of wealth and power, they started tasting the forbidden fruit more and more after reaching the 20th floor, becoming infamous. Jesus thought to himself that he didn't want to waste words on this bunch of good-for-nothing muggers. Take that for messing around. Take that for burying South Korea. Jeju got heated, kicking the purple-haired guy into the wall, leaving him bruised, battered, and scared out of his wits. "Here are some new rules to make you guys more cooperative. First, keep that damn mouth shut until you're asked. Second, don't try to pull a fast one on me. I trust you're smart enough to understand what I'm saying." Jeju stomped the purple-haired guy's face right down into the white snow, making him tremble and shiver all over. Jeju attentively instructed, "I'm setting down a few rules to make cooperation easier." He continued, "First, no opening your mouth before answering a question." Jeju's face darkened as he went on. "Second, no lying when answering." Instantly, something came flying down and slammed hard. Blood splattered everywhere across the snow. Jeju's whole body darkened, emitting a deep blue glow much brighter than the surrounding space, his voice cold enough to strike terror into people's hearts. "Speak up. I believe you all get my point." Someone gritted their teeth, speaking up in defiance against Jerry. "Who the hell do you think you're looking down on?" He turned back to the terrified crowd behind him, pointing at Jeju and shouting, "The bastard's even smiling on his glove! Let's all rush him, kill that guy and grab his loot. He's got thousands of bucks on him." Looking at the crowd in front of him, he suddenly realized what the heck was he thinking? Why were they acting so terrified? Looking at the purple-haired guy, shaking in fear and staring up at something, Jerry couldn't help but wonder what they were all looking at. By this time, Jerry could already feel the dark aura surrounding him, and he asked, "What are you guys looking at?" Right away, Jerry felt something terrifying, and his eyes widened in shock. Then Jeju's voice rang out, "I'll show you what happens when you break the rules." A black tentacle wrapped around Jerry's tongue, letting out just a single gasp. The comment section went wild. "Tentacles, hell yeah, are you out of your mind, Jeju? Why are you so damn good with tentacles?" Blood sprayed instantly, accompanied by Jerry's agonizing, piercing scream. Jeju used the tentacle to rip Jerry's tongue right out, dropping it with a thud onto the snow. Jeju's face cold as a blizzard stated, "You lot aren't even worthy of being treated like human beings anymore." Down in the chat, things lit up again. "Look at how ruthless Jeju is, cold-blooded, but damn, he's cool." Jerry was just playing tough for the camera. Seeing the puddle of goo on the snowy ground, Jeju asked further, "Anyone else got something to say? Speak up now." The landscape was freezing cold with pristine white snow, but Jeju's expression was even colder than the snow itself. Jeju unblinkingly declared, "I'll take that silence as nobody having any objections." The comment section kept buzzing as if they dare say anything. They only know how to obey. After ripping their tongues out, Jeju asked, "Does anyone have a healing potion?" "Fix that guy up," Immediately, the purple-haired guy scurried over to check on Jerry and stammered, Yes. Jeju smoothly and softly said, Kuttner, please step forward. Right after that, the bald guy Kuttner, stepped forward and asked, What do you want? Jeju didn't answer, just smiled. He gave a thumbs up and broke into a bright, radiant grin that lit up the entire night sky. He said, To everyone else, Kuttner, you're just trash and a criminal they want nothing to do with. He continued, But I think you're a good leader for your teammates. Down in the comments section, people were roasting him hard. Damn, the shade is real. Hey, is that supposed to be a compliment or an insult? Does that even sound like a compliment to you? Jeju beamed, his face lighting up like a flower, and he kept talking. That's why everyone gathered around and reacted to his words. As for the guy and his two knights, they scrambled away in terror just from a gesture of his, even though Jeju had been speaking nothing but sweet words the whole time. But the guy's mood hit rock bottom. Helpless, he blurted out, What exactly are you trying to say? Jeju sent a friend request to the bald guy saying, Go ahead, accept my request. When the guy heard that, it hit him like a bolt of lightning out of the blue. He couldn't believe it, panicking as he asked, What? How do you even know my account name? Right after that, Jeju's face darkened, radiating a menacing aura. He gritted his teeth and growled, the first rule, causing the guy to tremble, too scared to even look him in the eye. He could only weep and agree, all right. I accept it. The chat room wasn't holding back either, thriving on his misery. Jeju scared the living daylights out of him. But why is he adding them as a friend out of nowhere? Are they jealous they can't be friends with him? In Jeju's mind, the guy's account name, Baldy, was just his nickname for him. I know, because that's the scumbag group from the videos. Then he waved for the others to come back and said, Now everyone back in line. Jeju added kindly, Those who are injured can sit down. Jeju then lit a roaring campfire and continued, I told you you're a great leader, right? The guy was speechless, or maybe he was just too afraid to say anything. Seeing him not answer, a layer of crimson aura flared up around Jeju and he commanded, Answer me. The guy broke out into a cold sweat, nearly falling backward. He stammered, Yes, you did. The chat room was full of laughter, mocking how terrified he looked after getting the answer he wanted. Jeju happily stood up, gesturing wildly as he went on, Exactly. Because you're a great leader, you don't just plan for the present, you plan for the future too. I'm sure you've already planned for reaching the 20th floor. Jeju continued. How much money your teammates have, how to spend it, you must have already instructed them. The guy listened, breaking out into sweat beads, stammering, Then, Jeju turned to the group standing with their backs to him, held out his hand and said, Seems like you finally get it now. How much money do your teammates have? Jeju ordered. Send it all to me through a friend request. Half his face darkened as he warned, Listen carefully. Don't you dare lie to me. If anything is different from what we agreed, I'm going to be very disappointed. The chat room erupted again. The Emperor's disappointment is truly terrifying. 3 strikes of disappointment and he's done for. He's really doing it. Images of 2 palms, clasping together, surrounded by money. This money management structure ensured that no one could take the money directly. Unless the owner sent it themselves through a trade, the money would vanish along with the owner upon their death. That's why even the bandits had to use very complicated methods to steal money. Immediately after, our guy boldly stood up, puffed out his chest, and said, That's total nonsense. He raised his voice. What do you expect from people just trying to survive day to day? From things like that? Hearing that, Jeju seemed surprised and called out to him. Then Jeju stepped right up to the guy's ear and whispered, Sooner or later, by the time you reach the 20th floor, I heard you say this in a bar once. A flashback appeared. The guy was sitting comfortably holding a beer, clinking glasses, and happily saying, The thing I regret most is leaving the magic stone, hidden in the guild house on the 10th floor because I was in such a rush to get here. After whispering this, Jeju gently blew into the guy's ear, saying, That's what you said. The guy broke into a cold sweat and started denying it. Nonsense! The chat room started buzzing again. What is he saying? Why is he whispering? Is there something he doesn't want us to know? Secrets in the ear, huh? Jeju coldly continued. I heard that stone is worth 10,000 gold. Do you think I would spend so much time on this? After looking through hundreds of channels, a scene appeared of the guy standing in front of a beautiful green stone. Because he had such an unpleasant and suspicious personality, if he thought his teammates and his money were about to disappear, he had a trick to hoard all that money. He had also bought a magic stone, which was just as valuable as money and didn't fluctuate much in price. Usually it wouldn't be hard to convince people in the guild to use it for insurance and to share the guild's assets. Jeju compromised, taking a step back, and said, "Let's do this. If you hand over all your current money, I won't touch the stone, and of course I'll let you go back to the 10th floor." Hearing that, the guy thought, he's someone who can easily find my name when I never even revealed it. So the magic stone will be found by him easily too. Before long, Jeju received a letter. The guy said, "All right, I'll do as you say." Jeju kept scratching his face, looking at the guy, and said, "The knight over there, what was his name again, Jerry, right?" He casually twisted the truth. "Oh, right, you can't talk because you bit your own tongue, huh?" The chat room went wild again. "You're the one who caused that. You're so cruel. Why is Jeju the villain here? Watch your mouth. They are the villains. It's just a joke. Why are the fanboys getting so heated?" Jeju continued. "Since you can't talk if you have more than 2,000 gold nod. Otherwise, shake your head." Hearing that, Jerry shook his head immediately. Right after that, Jerry looked over the statistical breakdown he had received and muttered, "That's strange." According to Kottner, factoring in entertainment costs, he dropped a bombshell that left everyone completely spooked, adding that yesterday's total alone reached at least 3,000. Jerry nodded hastily, right on cue, but Jeju's expression darkened in an instant. With a chilling, heavy tone, he snapped, "Don't you dare play dumb with me," continuing with a lethal warning that not a single one of them would make it out alive unless they coughed up every last coin today. Jeju kept his eyes locked on the system calculations, noting 12,000 gold, which was 150 gold off from what Kottner had claimed. He muttered thoughtfully, "Must be from buying all sorts of random junk. Like food and drinks. Oh well," Jeju continued. "Let me ask this one last time. Everyone has coughed up all their money now, right?" The group nodded frantically. Jeju immediately issued his next command. "Good. Now empty every single healing potion into that bag and set it aside." The purple-haired guy looked utterly aggrieved, but didn't dare talk back, only thinking to himself as he packed away the very last potion. This bastard is even more ruthless than us. Lifting the heavy pouch of potions, Jeju said, "Good." He then opened a spatial teleportation circle and said softly, "Time to say our goodbyes." Just as Kottner and his crew were probably celebrating their supposed escape, a wave of dark aura instantly radiated outward, followed by blood-curdling screams and blood splashing everywhere. As the beaten men writhed and moaned on the ground, Jeju spoke up, "I only shaved a little piece off each of your ankles. Consider it instant karma. Serial killers, kidnappers, everyday, scammers. A whole gathering of scumbags fit right in together, didn't they?" Kottner and his crew lay there completely paralyzed, unable to get back up. The comment section exploded into a frenzy once again. Someone asked, "Seriously, how on earth did he even figure that out? If that's really what happened, they totally had it coming." Right after that, someone poured a bottle of potion directly onto the open wounds, followed immediately by a barrage of agonizing curses. "You son of a bitch, I'm going to kill you." While another viewer popped in to ask, "Wait, what does this even mean?" Other comments started raging, "What the hell is this crazy bastard doing? Are you kidding me? What the fishy?" And then Jeju grabbed one of them by the collar, hoisting him up, and asked, "Do you know?" He calmly continued, "Floor 14 is a maze. The interesting part is that it requires a 6-person party challenge." Someone hearing this immediately blurted out, "Wait." Without an ounce of mercy, Jeju finished, "And you guys dumped your money into the account to form a 6-person party, right? Let me help you out." Down by his ankles, someone dragged themselves forward, clutching his pant leg and pleading, "Hold on." Right after that, someone else screamed, "No, you promised to let us go back to floor 10. Standing right beside the dimensional gate, Jeju replied, "There is only one condition for you guys to return to floor 10, cough up all your money." Someone shot back desperately, "You literally said yourself you already verified the exact amount." Jeju retorted, "That was just the amount Kottner knew about. The real amount is completely different, and I never once said you get to keep a single coin." Glaring at the system screen, he went on, "Even though there's still more left, nobody wants to hand it over." Kottner went completely ballistic, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Damn it, you never intended to let us go from the very beginning, you lying piece of trash." Keeping his cool, Jeju stared right back at the system screen and replied, "No, I didn't lie. Like I said, the issue is that there's still money left over," reasserting his point. "There's definitely cash that hasn't been handed over yet." Jeju brushed his hands off with a nonchalant shrug. On the screen, the comment section flooded past in a non-stop blur. What Jeju just said to Kotner totally exposed him. Tell us what happened. Hurry up and spill. Amidst all the viewers demanding answers, he just leisurely hummed a tune, completely ignoring the mounting suspicions as two words slipped past his lips. No way. Looking down just past his heel, a white gift box tied with a pretty red ribbon peeked out from the shadows. His voice rang out again, sounding almost like a playful riddle. No matter how many times I repeat clearing out floor 13, I still get at least a 1 gold reward right. The red-ribboned gift box gradually materialized clearer and clearer. A pale ash-colored hand slowly crept forward, desperately trying to brush against the box. The comment section kept flying by. Haha, did you plan for this from the very beginning? Someone immediately jumped in to reply to that message. Hey, he's not wrong, though. I literally have goosebumps right now. Another user chimed in. Master Satan teacher. I still don't get this part. Meanwhile, right over on Jeju's end, he had already swiftly snatched the owner of that mysterious hand. It was a completely bald man with ghostly pale skin who shrieked in absolute panic, "Hey, your grip is way too strong," accompanied by his own signature sinister tone. Well then, let's play a fun little game, shall we? This time, his voice carried a totally different bone-chilling vibe, echoing like a cannibalistic cry straight from the depths of hell. Since they had registered as a party together, why shouldn't they clear the floor as a team? The 14th trial challenge. Grabbing the guy by the collar, Jeju hoisted his entire body up, getting ready to hurl him straight into the lethal vortex of swirling energy. Trying to conquer a maze with a missing leg was basically no different from suicide. Kotner was tossed directly into the whirlpool, his body instantly sucked in and slowly vanishing from sight. Yet his voice still echoed back, practically screaming at the top of his lungs. You bastard, I'll curse you for the rest of my life. Jeju didn't give a damn, simply turning around to quickly check his own status info. Now time to check my rewards. Comments bombarded the screen like a hail of bullets. A few standout messages caught Jeju's eye. He's the first streamer who's ever reeled me in this hard. That comment triggered a wave of confusion. Wait, so you didn't even come here to watch the stream for the game? Ha ha ha, another comment popped up. His Majesty already said he's busy checking his loot right now. Ding, a line of crimson text flashed across the screen. Common tier 1,000 gold pouch. Jeju didn't look entirely thrilled. A 1,000 gold pouch, a common tier rune, and a common tier magic orb. Honestly, pretty mediocre. Holding the blue magic orb and the money pouch in his hands, he watched the comments scroll by once more. These are so basic I could fart out better loot. And ever since I saw that gift box, I wasn't expecting much anyway, haha. The vast majority of the comments were trash-talking the system rewards, until another viewer chimed in with a question regarding Jeju's future plans. Hey Jeju, are you planning on heading back to floor 10? Better sell this pile of loot first. Jeju turned his head to read the comments, calmly replying, No, my inventory is still quite light. I haven't gathered enough items yet. Heading back to the 10th floor now would just be a waste of time. Besides, he had another thought in mind that he didn't voice out loud. Luck plays a huge factor on the 14th floor, so you really can't call this a test of teamwork. Then he turned to the stream audience and announced, All right, I'm heading to the next floor now. He continued walking his steps slow and steady. Finally, he reached the next gate, a convoluted maze with bright gray tiles, surrounded by a space enclosed in massive black blocks. Welcome to the Maze of Mischief. The size of the maze depends on the difficulty level chosen. Please select a starting point in the center of the maze. Jeju stepped inside, scanned his surroundings, and quickly spotted the others. Two men were chatting, one blonde, the other a brunette with a matching beard. The blonde said, I'm not sure we should split up and start like that. The other man replied, There's still one member missing. Let's wait for him and discuss it together. They quickly spotted him walking over and hurriedly waved, shouting, Over here! The brown-haired man greeted him cheerfully, striking up a conversation. Oh, you're Asian, right? From China. It's seriously brave of you to come here all alone, Jeju replied calmly. I'm Korean. The man tilted his head back and laughed. North Korea or something. Haha, just kidding, I'm Robert. Let me introduce you to my comrades. The comments section flared up with jokes. Why is every foreigner like this? Towards Koreans, that is? Haha, deja vu, huh? Looks like they were already a team before this. 2 knights, 2 mages, and I'm not sure about the last one. Very quickly, the introductions happened one by one, 2 women and a man. I'll keep the introductions brief. From left to right, Fordman, Ricky, Cody, and Chris. The man with dark skin wearing a wide-brimmed hat. Jeju observed them, evaluating each one in turn. Looks like you guys already know each other, huh? Is this everyone's first time on the 14th floor? He stroked his chin, looking thoughtful. Judging by the atmosphere between them, this had to be a veteran team. For a team like this to enter the 14th floor without knowing it was a 6-person trial was a bit strange. Robert's expression shifted immediately upon hearing that. You're sharp, aren't you? Wow. More comments popped up. That's why I hate those quick-witted types. Ha ha, but these guys don't look like thugs. Robert and Jeju chatted for a bit, and Jeju eventually understood the situation. Robert's team originally had 6 people. But Fordman's friend was unfortunately severely injured on the 13th floor, so he temporarily left the group to go back to the 10th floor for treatment. Jeju understood now. No wonder their gear is in such good condition. I thought it was strange. With only 5 people in a group where everyone understood and completely trusted each other, Robert continued. We wanted to wait for him, but he kept insisting we go on. He didn't want to be a burden since there was no one else to go with, so we continued as a team of 5. Jeju nodded. I see. Got it. Perhaps afraid he didn't trust them. The brown-haired man continued. Please don't misunderstand. We aren't thugs or anything. I can understand why a solo player like you would be so cautious. Jeju kept a friendly smile on his face. No, it's fine. I'm not worried at all. The comments continued in a barrage. Ha, was Jeju just disappointed? Now who's the real thug here? Let's set some ground rules. Under a cloudy sky with a hint of sunshine, everyone began talking and getting to know their teammates. You're that relaxed already. Well, that's good too, all right. Before we start, everyone introduce your class and your best skills. The introductions went smoothly and pleasantly. Robert spoke up. Now that the introductions are done, let's discuss a strategy to explore this maze. The others approached Jeju to ask how he was doing. Is this your first time on the 14th floor too? That's right, it's my first time. The other man, seeing this cheerfully, took charge. All right, then I'll explain it to everyone, so listen closely. He curled his lips into a smile, thinking I already know the format of the trial, but since the corners of the maze change over time, this counts as my first time too. I'll need luck on my side. Robert started talking about the maze. First of all, the maze has countless complex corners. If you hit a dead end, traps or monsters will appear. On the wooden table, a black cube with white dots appeared. Robert continued speaking, telling everyone to look at the table right here. That way we can figure out the starting point. See these little white dots? There's only one simple condition to beat this trial. You can use whatever means you want. All we need to do is find a path from one of these dots to the center of the maze, which is that glowing yellow circle right in the middle of the black square. Robert looked up, his eyes filled with a glimmer of hope on level 14. The path leading from our starting point to the finish line as well as its width will constantly change. So honestly, there isn't any fixed strategy we can rely on. He continued to warn everyone. Everything depends entirely on how we form up and move out behind each other. We can either start from the same spot or split up across these 4 positions. There will be fewer traps, and if there are any magic beasts, they'll be lower level. We just have to pray we land in the easiest zone. Jeju raised his hand to speak his mind. He asked, what if we split up and accidentally land in the easiest spot? Would we be able to make it through on our own? Robert shook his head. No, absolutely not. Even if it's an easy route, traveling alone brings a ridiculously high mortality rate. Just think about how the maze's layout keeps shifting. Randomly, nobody knows what's going to happen, and if you have to use your gauntlets, other members might just get in your way if we're stuck in a narrow hallway. That was why he made a decision that left the other members totally startled. All right. That settles it. I'll take a completely different path by myself and the rest of you guys go together. Robert slammed his fist hard down onto the table, shouting in fierce opposition. No way. We're not that cowardly. He raised his voice. You think we'd just agree to let you walk into danger all by yourself? Just because you're not an official member of our team, huh? The young man said with a resolute expression. I'm saying this because I genuinely believe I can handle things on my own. Robert still wore a worried look, his voice not dropping a single notch. It looks like you cleared the 13th level all by yourself without any team support. So I'm not going to question your combat skills, but even so, we can't just let you take the fall and suffer losses just for our own benefit. Jeju fell into deep thought. Unlike the previous team, this crew actually had a lot more conscience. Even so, he still didn't agree, standing there with his arms crossed, unshaken by their words at all. Look, I'll just stand right here until all of you guys set off first. That's final. Let's go with this. The chat comments kept flooding in with people whining, "Damn online players always doing whatever they want. Jesus just needs to shoot a magic blast into the sky and be done with it." Seriously, they'd listen to him right away if you just stood there quietly. Under everyone's intense stares, Robert was sweating bullets and finally gave in. "Fine, I agree, I can't stop you anyway." With that, he pulled out a turquoise porcelain bottle. "Here, take this. It's nothing too amazing, but it should definitely come in handy." He handed the flask over, not forgetting to give a warning. "If things get too dangerous, just stop right there and wait. If we're on the right track, the 5 of us will make it through." Jizu took the turquoise bottle and cheerfully agreed. "All right, I'll do that." Hearing that Robert felt relieved and called the direction, "All right, we'll start heading west." And just like that, the 5 of them vanished into a burst of light heading west. Watching them disappear, he turned around toward a different direction. "Well, then, I'll start from the north." Jizu placed his hand on the northern table, getting ready to move out. Over on the west side of the maze, the group led by. Robert started hacking and slashing through magic beasts. Chris asked, "Robert, is it really fine for him to go off on his own like that?" Robert smiled with absolute certainty. Someone that sharp isn't going to die easily. If he runs into danger, you can bet he'll pull the brakes immediately." The blonde woman holding her staff turned her head upon hearing that. "How do you know that Asian guy is such a sharp cookie?" Robert inspected his shield as he replied. It was pretty obvious just from a glance. At the way everyone greeted each other, he could already figure out our team's level of experience. Not to mention he instantly noticed that our squad was short-handed for this trial. I mean, a group of 5 for a 6-person trial, right? Even in such a sketchy situation, he stayed totally calm to gather intel. Robert also picked up on a subtle detail. He noticed the guy seemed to be hiding something under his sleeve. Obviously, with a cloak like that, he's bound to have a few tricks up his sleeve. The blonde girl bit her lip in thought. I get why he's so confident, but going solo is still way too dangerous. Robert nodded in agreement. Yeah, no matter how good his gear is, going alone is never a smart move, so we need to reach the center as fast as possible. He turned his back and kept talking, perhaps hoping he would stop before things went too far. The group continued on the final stretch until something made them stop. A large pool of blood appeared on the ground, and someone's voice rang out. "What are we supposed to do now? We won, so it should be fine, but still..." Robert looked in horror at the large, shattered piece of his shield, sweat pouring down his face. "A leech! We moved so carefully, relying on the team's experience." "But this will make us vulnerable. It attacked us instantly, and I blocked it with my shield on pure instinct. Without even thinking, it's the strongest magical beast that could appear on the 14th floor. What rotten luck," the boy with brownish blonde hair added, panicked. "My sword is broken too. It's probably hard to use now. Its body contains corrosive acid. Slashing it reduces the gear's durability. Dealing with it can ruin our equipment. We won this time. But everyone's gear in the team is damaged now, so from here on out..." Robert's face darkened. "We're in real trouble. We have to mentally prepare for the fact that at least one person in this team will have to sacrifice themselves." The dark-skinned guy scanned the area. "At this rate, we're all going to die. I don't expect our friend over there to be able to make it through the labyrinth on his own." "Hey!" Suddenly a strange sound rang out. The dark-skinned guy shouted, "Did you guys hear that?" "That sound, it's like..." A surge of power rushed toward them at an astonishing speed that everyone could feel. Boom! Everyone's face was filled with a mix of vigilance and unconcealable fear. They were all ready for battle. Boom! The wall right in front of them shattered into pieces. A blue light shone through the debris. Someone cried out, "What the hell?" And then they saw Jeju appear from behind the rubble. Unharmed and intact, he gave a sheepish, innocent smile. "Hey, everyone. Is everyone okay?" Kim Jeju rubbed his desk ready and prepared. "Well then, let's head north." As soon as he finished, his whole body lit up from bottom to top and gradually vanished. As soon as he opened his eyes, he scanned his surroundings. The backpack on his back kept shaking. It wanted to crawl out. The bag had barely opened when it poked its head out, looking around with excitement. Kim Jeju turned his head, surprised. "Baron, why did you sneak out?" Below, the quiet comments section went wild. "So cute, but why the name Baron?" "Right, it's so cute, but it really feels awkward with such a formal-sounding name. It keeps rubbing its cheek against you, acting all spoiled. Are you bored, little guy?" No sooner had he said that Kim Jeju casually dropped it to the ground. "You want down why?" Boboy kept glancing around, searching for something which caught Kim Jeju off guard. Are you hungry? Right as he finished, he saw it run toward the wall. Its small white body suddenly sprouted fangs and a massive mouth, sending the chat into a frenzy. Oh, what the hell? Am I weird for still thinking it's cute, you too, huh? I think it's cute too. Popoy quickly crunched through the walls in front of them, leaving Kim Jae-ju stunned. He broke into a cold sweat, speechless. No way. He stared at the stone wall shattered by Popoy's teeth, struggling to process what he saw. Is there magical energy in this black wall? I've never even heard of black monostone. Popoy glowed continuously as it absorbed the stones and the chat exploded. Wait, the whole wall is made of monostone. Is there anything left that makes sense anymore? That's supposed to be an unbreakable door ever since that skill was used. Hey, this is straight up cheating, right? You can just break it like that. Two more Popoys quickly popped out from behind, all of them super excited. The first Popoy turned its head, spotted its two friends, and squealed with delight. The chat went wild. Is Baron on the development team or something? That restaurant is great, Kim Jae-ju. Are you starving that little guy? Kim Jae-ju looked at the Popoys, baffled. I was sure I gave you enough stones to keep you full whenever you had time. The remaining Boy approached a piece of stone balanced on its head. It tilted its head to show off to him, excited. Kim Jae-ju sat down, smiling as he picked up the stone. I'm not mad, I was just wondering. Is this for me, thanks? The Boy hopped up excitedly in response. He reached into his pocket, careful checking first to see if it was actually a mana stone. As he fitted the stone into his hand, the pink stone shattered in the slot. He immediately tried another one while the chat mocked him, thinking about how Kim Jae-ju was about to use it right away. Seriously, if you end up owing Kim Jae-ju money, you'll lose everything. Even your underwear. Even the underwear, huh? Nice. He looked at the glowing stone on the back of his hand, wondering. If this is really a mana stone, will it activate? Will it even work? The excitement crashed as the stone fell instantly. Kim Jae-ju sighed and put the pink stone back. So this isn't a mana stone either. Popoy happily jumped up and swallowed the stone whole. The three Popoys were now settled on his shoulders, acting spoiled. I guess we're traveling like this from now on, huh? Watching him and the three Popoys head inside the chat started speculating excitedly. I'm wondering which way they're planning to go. But they really are going that way, aren't they? There's a penalty if you climb or fly over the 14th floor walls. Yeah, this time it's walking through the maze, just like the name says, so it should be fine. All four quickly headed inside, and now they were facing different paths. A fork in the road. Kim Jae-ju crossed his arms, looking a bit worried. What do I do now? The chat popped up, teasing him. Kim Jae-ju, trust me. You just need to touch the wall and keep walking. What kind of brute force method is that? Oh, wait, I've done that before. And the result was me being stuck in the maze for 3 whole days. He spotted a pillar of light nearby, drawing his gaze, and looked far into the distance. A red beam of light shooting straight into the sky. That's a vampire. Is that where Robert and his team are? Kim Jae-ju looked over at the Popoy beside him, smiling as he pointed at the wall. Do you think you can break that one? It quickly jumped up in excitement. As it landed, fangs peeked out from behind its little mouth, eyes filled with thrill. With just one bite, it crushed the wall in front of them. Kim Jae-ju and the chat were hit with another shock. Whoa, what the? This isn't the same as what Baron did before, is it? This time the little guy got a boost. That glow is a sign that it's been buffed. He panicked and called out in vain, Laha, wait! He immediately turned around and shouted, Guys, I'm going over there to check it out. The chat immediately started teasing and laughing. I'm guessing the difficulty over there isn't very popular. The red sim is tough to beat. Be careful, Kim Jae-ju. He quickly pushed forward through the dirt and rubble that kept bursting and flying everywhere. Laha, slow down! He was completely focused on the glowing Popoy in front of him. Robert and his team should be behind that wall too. Wait, that wall! Before he could stop it, the wall was completely destroyed. Popoy sighed, thoroughly satisfied with its handiwork. Kim Jae-ju stood there dumbfounded, itching his head, unable to process what just happened. Quickly, he scooped it up into his arms along with the other Boys. Laha, come here. Can you guys just be quiet for a second? As the smoke gradually cleared, the figures standing before him were revealed. Boy, who had been hiding behind him, stepped back as he embraced the little ones. Ahem. Is everyone okay? Robert nodded, confirming, though he couldn't help but worry about him. Wait a minute. Did you just break through those walls to get here? Kim Jae-ju tried to push the Popoys back into his bag, smiling sheepishly. Well, somehow things just ended up that way. I was so worried because I saw a bloodthirsty demon. But it looks like no one was seriously hurt, right? Robert sighed, looking at his teammates. Actually, nobody was hurt at all, but our gear is pretty much trashed. That's honestly pretty embarrassing. You know about them, right? They're pretty toxic. That's why our equipment is in such bad shape. Kim Jeju offered a strained smile. I see. Then wait here for a moment. It'll be dangerous for you all to keep going with your gear in this condition. Robert reached out, confused, wanting to ask more. What are you talking about? Kim Jeju quickly backed away and made a run for it. I'll catch up with you guys later. Robert and the girl behind him looked on puzzled. He just left, didn't he? The mage hesitated for a moment. That popping sound we heard when the wall was smashed, that came from Kim Jeju, right? He just sighed. As soon as he was out of that area, he kept glancing around constantly. All right, I've warned them. They shouldn't move it carelessly now. With that, he quickly let the popoys down from his back. Let's go, little ones. We just need to follow the direction of the light. The sound of explosions echoed repeatedly. The sturdy stone wall shattered under the fierce, biting attack. That's the last one! Under his command and their extraordinary strength, the popoys kept clearing the path ahead. The chat room was buzzing. Is doing this even right? I was just imagining it. But it actually broke. Isn't this a bit excessive? He's going to get penalized if he flies over the wall like that. All four of them stood excitedly before the maze's light pillar. Boboy hopped around in excitement. This is the center of the maze. I just need to touch that pillar, and I'll have passed the trial. He reached his hand out, then paused. Wait. Kim Jeju quickly called the popoys back into his bag, worried. I'd better hide them first. Others will be summoned here the moment I activate that pillar. The chat room couldn't help but laugh. At this rate, that extra-dimensional bag is going to turn into a cave. What's next? A popoy alarm clock. He touched the light pillar. Once finished, a notification board popped up. Trial cleared. The pillar expanded rapidly, accompanied by a loud noise. Robert startled, looking up at the system board. Trial cleared, Kim Jeju. The serious expression and the excitement on Robert's group's faces slowly faded away. The echoing sound died down along with the information board. Space portal to floor 10 is now open. Space portal to floor 14 is now open. The group was safely teleported to the same spot. Robert's eyes widened as he quickly walked over armor clanking and hugged him tight. You are truly... Thanks, Kim Jeju. I'm about to suffocate, man. The chat room teased him. He pushed them away slightly, smiling awkwardly. You're too kind. This is so exhausting. This big guy is hugging me with the full strength of a knight. If my body wasn't reinforced with mana stones, my ribs might have cracked. Robert laughed heartily. Thanks to you, we passed the trial without anyone getting hurt. Even if I wanted to pay you, I'm dirt poor right now. The other two teammates quickly gave a thumbs up. I thought we were done for the moment my sword broke. Thank you so much. All the worries I had have just vanished. It's all thanks to you. Thanks, Robert's group decided to part ways. We're planning to head back to the 10th floor to see our old friend Fordman at the hospital. What about you? Don't worry about me. Go ahead. The people in the chat room didn't stop discussing Robert. If Kim Jeju wasn't here, Robert would have been recognized as quite strong. In front of Kim Jeju, no one is even worth mentioning. At this level, Kim Jeju must be on par with that kid on the 20th floor, right? The Easterner looked toward the exit. Following the Eastern tradition of bowing, this is how I should say my goodbyes. Who knew that the 20th floor would be this much of a pain? He needs to reach the 15th floor. Many people have grown quite strong there. The administrator isn't messing with him this time, so he should be fine on the 15th, right? You stand on the grass, deep in thought. The 15th floor trial is in the northern part of Astros. It's a place to learn skills, complete missions, and grow. People say this floor is easier than the 5th. However, Kim Min-jae is sweating a little. That only happens if the administrator interferes and starts playing games. Speaking of which, you frown, thinking about the administrator's antics last time. You recall the lingering memory and incredibly panicked face, and facing you a massive, jagged mouth. Those sharp fangs probably weren't a hallucination. You look up at the chat, scratch your head, and tap, confirm. I'm getting too lost in thought. I'll check my rewards and get going. Once you really look at it, you understand. Right? Since there were signs of admin interference from the 10th floor, the 15th floor is likely much more normal than I thought. The system display pops up. Do you want to claim your 14th floor rewards? You agree immediately. Looking at the plain gift box makes the chat go wild. Is this the standard for 14th floor rewards? It looks like a pile of trash. Who knows what's inside? Kim Min-jae looks at the item in front of him, feeling uneasy. I'm opening it. You open it carefully with both hands and observe the inside. The system panel pops up next to each item, a knight's two-handed sword, a bag of 1,000 coins, and the lowest grade mana stones. Seeing what's in front of you makes you a bit unhappy. This chest is terrible, huh? Hey, admin, this box is so mediocre. A final notification appears. All rewards have been claimed. I've received my rewards. I'll be moving on now. Suddenly another panel appears before you. You look at the board hovering around you and can't help but smile wryly. Thanks, guys. Everyone, let's keep those donations coming. We can't afford to lose, Kim Min-jae. The chat watches as you step into the red vortex ahead, looking slightly surprised. Kim Min-jae, are you planning to go straight to the 15th floor? Why not head to the 20th floor and get some donations first? The chat keeps spamming excitedly. Just go straight to the 15th floor anyway. The 15th floor is a rest floor too. Let's go. You look at the chat and can't help but chuckle. As much as I'd like to go straight to the 15th, I have to go back to the 10th floor first. I need to sort a few things out. The comments immediately shift gears. Why? Please, keep moving. Don't go back. As you step into the 10th floor portal, you look up and smirk. Because the thing I need to take with me is currently on the 10th floor. You step through the portal and your whole body instantly vanishes into blue light. Now in a large palace, 10th floor, Astro's Empire Challenger Management Center. The receptionist with blue hair looks quite surprised. You want to know where the Black Scorpion gang is? Kim Min-jae smiles and nods. The receptionist quickly reminds you, please fill out this identification form and please take off your hood. You smile and reach up to take it off. Sure thing. You quickly fill in the information. Looking at your handwriting and the way you're dressed, the receptionist wonders. He's dressed like a challenger, but he's strangely elegant. Is he a noble? You speak up to remind her I'm finished. All right, please give it to me. I will provide the information after verifying your identity. Your name is Kim Min-jae. Too right. You frown and smile awkwardly. Yeah, that's right. The chat takes the opportunity to laugh gleefully. Hey, are you embarrassed about Kim Min-jae too? You need to learn to accept it. The receptionist verifies it quickly, smiles and returns it. Your identity has been confirmed. Your personal information will be recorded. Do you consent to that? Kim Min-jae nods in agreement. You put your hood back on turn and walk away. Let's go. You wander everywhere with the piece of paper in your hand. The northern entrance for challengers. So it's at the very end. Kim Min-jae sighs, exhausted. Asking the same question over and over is truly tiring. You remember how intently the receptionist asked, realizing that even if they are people from the Empire, they can't remember challengers when the channel changes. The image of the receptionist smiling as she returns the info comes back. To them, the channel they are in is the whole world. Remembering how you signed that paper makes you even more tired. And so to find the location of the Black Scorpion gang, I had to repeat that question on 87 different channels. Kim Min-jae looks up at the location he worked so hard to find. Is this the place? Looking at what's in front of you makes you excited. A dark alley. It really fits the gang leader's style. Going deep inside the scenery is full of old-fashioned buildings. You bang hard on the wooden door to attract attention. Realizing there's no response from inside, Kim Min-jae quickly kicks the door hard. It seems like nobody's home. The chat is buzzing. Use a master key. Just say it's an automatic door. I'm going to report it. As you step inside, you observe very carefully. Is there a way to find it? No sooner said than done, you take the backpack off your shoulder and smirk. Much faster than searching by myself. The papuas in your bag immediately crawl out looking interested. You hold out a mana stone to them and smile. Here's a low-grade mana stone. Do you think you guys can find it? The comments were buzzing with excitement over his actions. The popoys went into full hunting mode. They must have been so annoyed and immediately scattered everywhere to search while one popoy was jumping up and down in excitement at one spot. Shouting non-stop, he approached the area beaming. Is it here? It nodded enthusiastically, and the moment it did, Kim Jeju stomped hard on the exact spot where it had been jumping. The wood beneath his feet shattered, revealing a small hole under the dent, a huge treasure. The popoy was thrilled. Nice work, haha. Wait, what is that? That has to be worth at least 20,000 coins. Looks like there are intermediate grade stones in there too. The greedy, sinister look on his face made the viewers cringe. So this is what Kim Jeju has been whispering about. I'll let you live, so cough up that mana. Poor little Kana, forced to keep giving without getting anything back. He quickly stuffed the stones into his bag under Boboi's hungry gaze. Kim Jae-ju caught on quickly and sorted out the larger stones, cheerfully placing them in front of them. Good job. Here's your share. Just then, in front of the teleport gate, a crowd of people was making a racket. He took a moment to check his system interface, searched, sold, and all right, I've sold everything. I've kept a few mana stones for my gloves. I can't believe I managed to earn this much. Seeing the balance in his account made him burst with excitement. Streamer Kim Jae-ju, 2 coins. Weight 87,430 coins. With this much, there's a high chance I can buy the Latanto items myself. Reaching the 20th floor, Kim Jae-ju pushed through the crowd thinking about how to deal with the freezing northern lands. I'll use the Latanto gear for my coat to regulate temperature, and the leftover mana stones after upgrading the gloves have already been absorbed. Preparation is pretty much done. A comment popped up curious. Are you planning to stay on the US channel? Kim Jae-ju shook his head repeatedly. No. I'm moving back to the Korean channel. I want to collect the follower rewards. He moved through the restless crowd, deep in thought. Even so. That means I'm bound to run into my viewers, but I still need to increase my viewership. That's right. Americans don't like Asian streamers, you know. Are you really going to the 15th floor? You aren't planning on learning magic construction techniques there, are you? Seeing the lively comments, Kim Jae-ju felt compelled to reply. I'm actually planning to learn night skills. Night skills? You didn't even look at them on the 5th floor. Why the sudden decision? Night skills on the 15th floor. Something huge is about to go down. Standing before the portal, he thought, the 15th floor is definitely the best place to learn night skills so I can handle magic construction items and the full Latanto set in the future. First, I need to boost my physical stats. He smiled and stepped inside with a cheerful mindset. All right, here I go. As soon as he stepped in, finding himself covered in a blanket of white snow made him lose it. What the hell is this? What is this? Am I being forced to be an outsider? Why are you stuck outside? It seemed time had frozen. The white castle ahead was buried in snow. Users entering the 15th floor were supposed to appear at the challenge fountain. In the city center, he looked around at the white mist. If the required number of people isn't met, you can't leave. You can only interact with other players while waiting here. Gazing at the snow-white houses, the architectural style clearly indicated this was the northern district. Could this be the admin's doing? Wow, so time just stops until enough people gather? I've truly seen everything thanks to Kim Jae-ju. Looking at the messy admin, he prepared to observe. A notification board appeared. User 4,754,873, 4,891. User 4,899. A total of 50 people had entered. The required number of players was met. The final board appeared. The 15th floor challenge will begin soon. Under the gusts of strong wind, Kim Jae-ju quickly pulled on his hood. Damn it, the wind is too strong! He hurried toward the castle gate, ignoring the constant stream of introduction notifications. Kingdom of brave warriors with the capital as the front line fighting against magic beasts. Welcome to Taruha, the land of frozen warriors. Kingdom of the northern land. Find the power you seek and accept a quest. The notification reminded him that a gate at the challenge fountain would open once the quest was completed. I need to get to the fountain first. The comments were incredibly calm. It's nothing different from the guides everyone else has. The challenge seems normal. The admin is just trying to make it hard for others again. As soon as he entered, a booming voice made Kim Jae-ju look up, startled. Who are you? A man with a displeased look stood with his arms crossed, staring down at him. I've never seen your face before. Looking at his neat imperial uniform, are you a traveler? Kim Jae-ju gave a forced, surprised smile. Yes, it's a pleasure to meet you. The giant extended his hand gently. Pleasure to meet you too. I'm Balaham. He quickly reached out his hand as well. I am. Kim Jae-ju, while the viewers were stunned and buzzing, captain of the warrior squad Balaham, how did he already appear? The moment their hands locked, he felt a painful grip. He couldn't do anything, his face wincing as he wondered, what kind of strength is this? Balaham, though smiling, asked in surprise, bringing an oppressive weight. But how? Did you manage to leave the fountain and make it all the way here? Kim Jae-ju panicked and spoke with difficulty. I'm not really sure. It just happened. These words only make the grip tighter. He panics as he sees it. It feels like my hand is caught in a meat grinder. It wouldn't budge. He laughs loudly and asks, So this is your first time here? Yes, that's right. With an intrigued look in his eyes, he says, And yet you're already this strong. I like that. As he speaks, he lifts a leg high right in front of him. I can see the warrior in you. Kim Jeju startles, looking down in horror at the sheer force behind the move. He immediately braces himself, tensing his arms and shoulders to block the incoming kick, which carries such massive force it feels like it tears the cold air apart. He grips his other hand tight, struggling to hold his ground. Balaham looks on, amused. Oh ho, look at you keeping your stance. You actually managed to stay standing after taking my kick.
Is it because of that interesting suit?
Whatever it is, that's pretty impressive. The live comments immediately explode. Wait, no why? The warrior captain has shown up. A madman has appeared, Jun. I don't think Kim Jeju should be fighting him right now. He looks up, struggling. Sir, your way of saying hello is a bit aggressive, don't you think? Balaham looks down, looking delighted. A second later, with red eyes and an excited grin, Kim Jeju hunches over, relaxing. That sure is one intense greeting. Balaham laughs heartily. That's just because those guys from the Empire are all too weak. Just think of it as an initiation ceremony. He looks up, feeling uneasy. Even if you say that it still feels like you're going to kill me at any moment. He sighs, bored, looking at him. Even the way you talk is just like those disgusting bastards from the Empire. I've been holding back as much as I can so you wouldn't die. So stop complaining. He looks up, shivering. He wasn't even using his full strength, and yet the effects of the Lotan suit were completely neutralized. Just as I thought, he's not someone I can reason with. Looking at Balaham's silhouette and the aura of hatred radiating from him, Kim Jeju fully understands the resentment toward the Empire that is etched deep into Balaham's heart. He stares, eyes wide, feeling helpless and unable to do anything. It all started with his child's death. A father holding his dead son in his arms, crying a minor conflict with the Empire, had claimed the boy's life before he could even enjoy his youth. Balaham's image, quietly observing the snowy mountains and forests, grows alongside a deep hatred that over time moved beyond the Empire to affect even the travelers passing through. He looks at him, feeling more awkward than ever. Balaham, the warrior captain. Who would have thought the strongest warrior of Taruha was hiding in a corner of the castle tower? The comments below go wild. Initiation, my foot. If that's an initiation, you'd be dead, but if he really wanted to kill Kim Jeju, having a broken leg would be the least of his worries. Kim Jeju lifts his head. After this initiation is over, can I go? He looks up calmly, asking, do you want something from me? If I say yes, will you do it? Balaham sighs, helpless. He nods in agreement. As long as it's within my ability. He laughs excitedly. That's the attitude. I take back what I said about you being just like those bastards from the Empire. He steps closer, signaling him. Now be careful, repeat after me. Remember to say it loud and clear. That doesn't sound too hard, right? The comments below tease him while Kim Jeju looks up, bewildered. That's all. That's right, just repeat what I say. Even though he knows the man is one of the weirdest people on the 15th floor, as soon as he finishes, Balaham takes a deep breath, sucking in the air, and suddenly a roar echoes out. A pillar of snow erupts from the top of the castle tower. The screaming doesn't stop. He covers his ears tightly, his face twisting in pain. The comments below start furiously typing. What the hell is that? Isn't that the chant those Zeddy guys usually shout? Are his vocal cords even normal? My ears are bleeding. With an excited face, he asks him, well, how was that? You can do it right. Right. Balaham's gaze dims and he coldly suggests, if you aren't sure, I don't mind doing it again. No, I heard it clearly, very clearly. Kim Jeju breaks into a cold sweat, explaining. I was just wondering what it meant. He crosses his arms. You don't need to worry about that. Just repeat what I just said. Don't be like those imperial bastards. Your stubborn refusal made him sigh wearily. I don't want to repeat something I don't even know the meaning of to this thick-headed brat. The comments section is blowing up. But wait, who's the one playing games here? So what are you planning to do in this situation? It's a long-standing tradition in Taruha. I'll show you my great bow. Balaham turned and walked away, signaling for you to follow. Since it's your first time, you clearly don't know the greatness of Taruha. Follow me. The comments section is already urging you to run. This is your chance, run. Kim Jeju. He really thinks he can get away. Balaham isn't letting anyone escape. Kim Jeju watched his back, thinking there was no reason to overcomplicate things. He swallowed hard and stayed silent. The warriors following Balaham didn't seem scary at all. Sure, things were a bit clunky at first, but I'll get to meet Balaham in the end anyway. You thought, after all, Balaham was one of the greatest warriors of Taruha. Besides, I was planning to learn how to break a skills form anyway, so this isn't a bad start. You frowned, realizing that if you could break a skill's form, then it wouldn't just be a body moving according to the skill's rigid pattern anymore. Instead, the body would have full control and mastery over the skill itself. You quickly followed him outside. Through the thick, biting cold, Balaham approached a cannon by the wall and turned to ask, smiling, "Do you know what this is?" "Is that a mana cannon?" He looked at you, intrigued. "Oh, you know what it is. In the Empire, this thing is still in the testing phase." He even boasted about his recent achievements. "In the last battle, I trapped those Imperial bastards and wiped them out with this very thing." He watched the explosion with a satisfied expression. "It seems they want to try building their own cannons now, but from what I hear, they're still struggling with it." Looking up at the blue sky, Balaham laughed as the snow finally stopped. "Should I give it a shot? It's been a while." Balaham pointed toward the massive world-ending heart not far away. "See that black thing? Trust me, it wasn't always that big. Before, from here, it looked no bigger than a mole. As I got closer, I realized those monsters were using their own bodies to shield it. The first time in my life I've ever seen creatures like that." Kim Jeju watched him carefully choosing mana stones and asked, "So did you come right back?" "I only came back because my men were in rough shape. Don't get the wrong idea." He gripped the stone tightly. "Do you know where those monsters came from?" Kim Jeju lowered his head. "How could I possibly know that?" "Watch this kid!" Balaham slammed his hand onto the cannon, activating it, and projectiles erupted from that black mass. "Can you believe it?" The comment section watched the cannon fire, dying of curiosity. What on earth is Balaham doing? No, he didn't even adjust the aim. It looked like he had already locked onto the target. A massive blast roared from the cannon, the explosive power shattering the world-ending heart instantly. Vines immediately lashed out to shield it. The pressure protecting the plant surged. He looked at the scene unimpressed. "That pile of dung destroyed the great Taruha clan. What a load of crap, right?" He turned back with a smile. "Isn't it interesting this damn world keeps repeating itself? Once violated, it only leaves behind faint memories." He continued, "But they're still clear enough for us to know that everything is repeating." At his words, you furrowed your brow, unlike the 5th floor, the Taruha people on the 15th floor. Your eyes fixed on the world-ending heart. They had memories of their kingdom's collapse, a fate repeated countless times. The moment it sprouted, the creature's heart immediately drained. Every bit of life force from the surrounding environment to bloom. The image of the world-ending heart suddenly erupted, and once the petals fully bloomed, demons and monsters would pour out like a spring. It was a catastrophe that led to the total annihilation of Taruha. Balaham suddenly laughed out loud, catching you off guard, then turned to you with a smile. "I've been rambling on a bit too much, haven't I?" "A little too much. The greatness of Taruha now just a joke, isn't it?" Kim Jeju stared at him in awe. He had witnessed the monsters invading and destroying his kingdom. He had experienced his own death so many times, yet he remained this calm. This man is truly made of iron both in body and soul. Balaham smiled and turned back, suggesting, "Anyway, I think that's enough joking around. If you have something to do, go do it quickly. And get out of here. Is the initiation ceremony over?" He held his hand up to the live stream, accepting, "That's right. I have to say you did a great job." Your face went dark, and the viewers, including Captain Balaham, immediately looked shocked. "Are you intentionally ignoring our advice, Kim Jeju? Are you some kind of frog?" Balaham looked at you, arms crossed in surprise. "Oh, so you've heard of me before? Interesting. Tell me what's up." You looked up, eyes sharp. "I definitely want you to teach me how to be a warrior," Balaham exclaimed excitedly. He soon burst into loud, continuous laughter. "You must get teased a lot, don't you?" In a blink, he calmed down and grinned. "Well, sure there are a few wanderers here and there." His whole face and eyes were full of expectation. "I'll tell you this first. Most can't even last an hour, let alone a whole day." Kim Jeju's eyes sharpened with excitement. "Are you refusing me?" Balaham shook his head, avoiding the question. "What are you talking about? I'm not that cold-hearted." The comments section, filled with people who had been through it, immediately started screaming, "Why are you making me fight 20 Zetas, you madman? Are you a victim too? How did you even survive that?" 20 Zetas. Why didn't you just refuse and walk away?" "He watched from afar and helped me when I was about to die." He reached out a hand toward you, excited. "All right, I'll give you a mission. Go get to know Taruha, then come back here." Too much enthusiasm from the start just makes you more likely to die. Kim Jeju looked up, puzzled. "But if you only have fading memories every time this place is destroyed, how can I be sure you'll remember me next time?" Balaham looked at you and nodded in agreement. Don't worry, I don't forget unique wanderers like you easily. So what if I said I wanted to start right now, as soon as you said that you hit the mark? He grinned. If that's what you really want. His eyes widened and he shouted, then let's do it. The comments went wild. Look at that. That's the exact look he had when he threw me at those 20 damn Zetas traumatic. Kim Jeju stepped back nervously. Okay, I'll do as you say and take the mission first, then I'll come back. Balaham smiled in agreement. A good choice. At your current level, hunting red-jawed white boars would be quite suitable. He asked, surprised, but aren't you in the middle of a mission? Kim Jeju startled, confused. You panicked and opened the system window. What the hell? Wait, let me check. A notification popped up quickly. Floor 15. You have been assigned a mission. Quest giver, remove the heart of the organic creature. You will not be able to leave floor 15 until the mission is completed. Warning, if you fail. Remove the heart of the organic creature before it blooms. Taruha will collapse. You stared at the final warning line, if you fail. Remove the heart of the organic creature before it blooms. Taruha will collapse. Kim Jeju was stunned, unable to comprehend it. What is this? Your whole body slumped. What does this mean? A blue notification board appeared before Kim Jeju, floor 15. Challenge. You have received a mission. Mission eradicate the heart of the creature. You will not be able to leave floor 15 until the mission is completed. Warning. If you cannot remove the heart from the creature before it blooms, Taruha will collapse. You stared at the text on the board, your face showing panic. I was worried about this. Is he actually insane? No, he's definitely crazy. But that line hit your mind hard. You will not be able to leave floor 15. Kim Jeju regretted it and slapped his face. If I can't leave, that means I'll be done for when Taruha collapses. The comments kept flooding in, but suddenly Captain Balaham appeared, cutting off Kim Jeju's train of thought. He looked at you, probing. Is something wrong? You nodded helplessly. That's right. Kim Jeju frowned, his face tight with tension. Just as the viewers said, this is an impossible mission for floor 15. Even if all 50 of us work together, we couldn't even scratch the creature's heart. The comments popped up empathizing with you. Even on floor 25, it's hard to even see that thing. I thought he'd just have to deal with the monsters it spits out, but he actually has to kill the thing itself. Even for Kim Jeju, this is way too hard. Balaham asked, I don't know what happened, but can I help? But you just turned your back. No, I'm sorry, can I come back later? He laughed. Do whatever you want. Kim Jeju pondered, if I come back, where should I find you? Come to the place where the light shines brightest at sunset. You bowed. Understood, I'm heading out then. He watched your back as you walked away. Balaham crossed his arms, lost in thought about this young man. It seems something urgent has come up. Even he was silenced. Kim Jeju slowly walked out toward the wooden door surrounded by houses packed tightly together where everyone was busy whispering and speculating. I'm starting to think the admin got annoyed because we were being too loud, so he decided to drop this quest on us. That's actually pretty likely now that I think about it. You're probably right. That bastard admin. This is just another purge. They're always so quick when it comes to stuff like this. Underneath his hood, Kim Jeju's face looked incredibly tense. It was obvious who had assigned the quest. Trying to throw me into another trial, huh? The admin. Thinking back to that creature huge as a dark purple mountain. He shuddered. He reminded himself he had about a month left. He recalled the quest notification, 15th floor trial notification. You have received a quest, eliminate the creature's heart. You cannot leave the 15th floor until the quest is completed. Warning. If you cannot extract the heart before it blooms, Taruha will collapse. He calculated in his head. It usually takes less than 30 days for the creature's heart to bloom. He sighed. I need to know if I'm the only one here. Maybe the others got the same quest. If so, we could work together. He continued walking toward the houses. I'm sure I'll find them. The others are probably around the trial's fountain. He kept moving forward, unaware of the man staring at him from behind a window. Suddenly, a wooden door swung open. A man burst out sweating profusely, eyes wide, face deathly pale. Our savior! He knelt down, grabbing the hem of his robe. With a trembling voice, he cried out, Please, please! He reached out a hand, shouting, Stop the impending destruction and save us! Kim Jeju could feel the man's raw fear. Kim Jeju was a bit flustered. The man started shouting even louder when he saw him turning to leave. Oh, savior! He bowed his head, pulling his hood lower. They were always like this. Can't really blame them, though. That's what the admin told them. If the admin hadn't done that, they would have gone insane and committed mass suicide. An image of a man appeared in his mind, draped in divine golden light with white angel wings on his back. To maintain the existence of Taruha, the admin created a setup. One day a savior will appear and redeem you all. Everyone prayed with folded hands and bright smiles. In the name of God, with a beautiful halo that being delivered a prophecy to the residents of Taruha. If you wait, the final players will help you escape your doomed fate. Darkness returned, obscuring that dreamlike vision. These were the things they held onto so firmly. That hope was the only psychological medicine they had. Kim Jeju pursed his lips. He wasn't sure if any players would actually do it. To the players, this is just another part of the tower they need to clear. Images of terrified people with thin, withered hands flashed in his mind. The reality is these people probably realize that too. However, they have no choice but to keep hoping, because they know if they lose even that hope, they might collapse completely. He sighed, having lost count of how many times he'd done so. For now, focus on the trial. Kim Jeju continued toward his goal. In front of him stood a skyscraper. This was the 15th floor trial fountain. Dung is talking to Sanjuk. There were supposed to be 50 people, but how come I only see 49? He replied with a smirk. I don't know either. Maybe there was a mistake somewhere. Also, it's not as cold here as I thought. Seriously, only a muscle brain like you would think it's warm. I'm freezing over here. Kim Jeju raised a hand, cutting into their conversation. Excuse me. Immediately, Sanjuk stepped in front of the purple-haired girl. What is it? He took off his hood, wearing a bright, flowery smile. Oh, sorry. I'm a player, too. I just have a few things to ask. Hearing that, the guy beamed. Oh, you're the last one, then. Nice to meet you. They quickly introduced themselves. I'm Kim Sanjuk. Her name is Lee Ju-sung, and I'm Kim Jeju. Hearing his name, the guy looked skeptical. Huh. Is your name really Kim Jeju? Before he could finish, the girl next to him smacked him. Ju-sung laughed awkwardly. Sorry about that. He's a bit childish. You just came in from outside, right? That's right. I have a few things to ask the other players. She held her staff and said enthusiastically, Sure, what do you want to ask? Kim Jeju asked if she had noticed receiving any quests. The girl opened her quest window to check. We just got here. Wait a second. Her notification window only showed 15th floor trial notification. You have not received any quests yet. Just as expected. Nothing. That bastard admin. But Jeju, if you didn't do it. It seemed like a quest specifically for Kim Jeju. He bowed his head silent. I see. The purple-haired girl asked anxiously, Is something wrong? No, don't worry about it. Thanks for taking the time. If I'm the only one who got the quest, the other players are just bystanders. Lee Ju-sung looked at you, offering his help. If you need anything, feel free to let me know. I don't know what I'll go through, and it's unlikely the other players will help anyway. Sang-hyuk suddenly remembered something and asked for your opinion. Oh, right. We all added each other to our friend lists. Do you want to be friends with us too? Kim Jeju fell into deep thought. Although it would be hard for them to help kill the heart, having them could bring in more viewers, which wasn't a bad thing. The viewers watched the two people in front of him constantly weighing their options. They seem like pretty kind folks, don't they? Yeah, they seem like good people. Just accept it, Jeju. Who knows, it might actually be useful. To be sure, you asked them again, are these usernames your real names as well? That's right, both of us. Hearing Sang-hyuk's intent to look up the names made you panic. I'll look up Kim Jeju's name too. No, I'll send a request to you two later. The viewers were incredibly excited, wondering if you were embarrassed about the number 2. Sang-hyuk looked surprised and asked, Huh? Why wait until later? Lee Ju-sung behind him just kept grinning with amusement. All right then. If you're asking about the quest, you must be pretty busy. The chat exploded with excitement. You aren't Kim Jeju, you're Kim Jeju too, huh? What if you send a request and they turn out to be imposters? If that happens, you'll just have to change your name Jeju. Kim Jeju sighed, frustrated, looking at the man who had been begging him just moments ago. Oh, savior. The chat just wouldn't stop teasing you. Stop teasing him already. Leave him alone. You guys are going to make him cry. All right, that's enough. What are you going to do now about the quest? To be honest, I'm a bit lost. I have to go back and see Balaham now. Kim Jeju walked toward the old castle with fierce determination. All he could do now was become stronger. There was no one at the castle, just as he remembered before leaving. He had told him to go to the place with the brightest light. You turned and walked away, considering where the place Balaham mentioned could be. The chat watched you turn around and started getting distracted, constantly asking questions. I don't think Balaham can kill that tree. I think Jeju is just going back to him for more training. Do you really want to taste suffering again? Human Jeju, is that your goal? You looked toward the lonely house at the foot of the mountain, raising a hand to shield your eyes. Your eyes lit up as you spotted the large house down below. Bathed in the twilight, it had to be there. You stepped firmly, boots crunching on the snow as you moved forward. Standing before the house, it looked much larger than it did from a distance, which surprised you. The dog in the kennel suddenly woke up, ears perking up to listen. It immediately started barking to chase you away. The viewers saw it and became curious and delighted. It's been so long since I've seen a dog. What breed is it? Looks like a hunting dog. Maybe a sheepdog? Reminds me of my own dog. It lived for 16 years and passed away right before I entered the tower. You entered remaining completely alert, a sharp contrast to the conversation in the chat. Don't cry. I'm sure it went to heaven, has a girlfriend, and is living a happy life. No way it was neutered. Damn master. Oh, master. You struggled to calm the dog down amidst its endless fury. There. Good dog. A sound suddenly echoed. Balaham stepped out with a sly smile. I was wondering who that was. He crossed his arms, watching you with amusement. So have you finished handling your business? Balaham petted the golden dog and asked, Did you find a way? Jeju nodded. Yes, I think I can handle it. Actually, I came to discuss that. Suddenly, Balaham changed the subject. He picked up the dog, put it on his shoulder, and smiled. Hey, have you eaten yet? You answered honestly, no, I haven't. He put the dog down and said, Go on inside first. He pointed into the house. The ancients always said you can't work on an empty stomach. Jeju had no choice but to follow. You worriedly opened the door and stepped inside. Seeing the clean, tidy house, you stopped at the entrance, thinking, should I take my shoes off? I don't think taking my shoes off fits their culture, but wearing shoes inside is against the conscience of a Korean like me. The viewers asked tricky questions. Jeju, that's a classic Korean struggle. Another teased, wearing shoes on the carpet, that's going a bit far. That's a bit much, yeah? Balaham walked ahead and said, Come on, let's go. Inside, a blonde woman was cooking. Jeju greeted her. Excuse me. One viewer was amazed. I've never seen Balaham's house before. Another viewer added, He's pretty humble for the greatest warrior, isn't he? A third viewer chimed in. If you knew the world was an endless loop of destruction, I think you'd be a minimalist too. She smiled brightly at you the moment she saw you, as if welcoming you. Are you one of the new explorers here? Not lately, no. Commentator 1. Is that actually Balaham's wife? No way? Commentator 2. Wow, his wife is so sweet. Commentator 3. Okay, now we know his type. So that's what he's into, they added. Jeju smiled, took off his hood, and replied, Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you, ma'am. I'm Jeju. Charlotte beamed at him. I'm so glad to meet you, too. I'm Charlotte. I was so curious, it's the first time he's ever invited an explorer to have a meal with him. You're such a charming young man. She set down a tray of food with sausages and fried eggs. Jeju rubbed the back of his neck, feeling shy. Balaham, meanwhile, balled up his fist and glared. Hey, what are you doing? Hurry up and sit down. Jeju stammered. Oh, right, yes, ma'am. Charlotte introduced the dishes, sausages, bread, fried eggs, and fish. I prepared some food that explorers really enjoy. Go on, eat up. Jeju didn't hold back. Thank you for the meal. Suddenly, Charlotte's expression turned serious. By the way, she glared at Balaham, her arms crossed tightly over her chest. Just how much longer are you planning to cause trouble in the tower? As Balaham looked panicked, Jeju couldn't help but think, he's actually afraid of his wife. Balaham stammered, Come on, honey. How can you call it causing trouble? Jeju thought to himself, Balaham, I didn't think you were the type to be whipped. Commentator 1. Even the greatest warrior gets scolded when he's home with his wife, lol. Commentator 2. Honey, I just found a receipt for 50,000 won in your graduation album. Can you explain that? Commentator 3 was laughing in the chat. Balaham suddenly jumped up, slamming a hand onto Jeju's shoulder. Ahem, it looks like you're done eating right. Let's go talk for a bit, shall we? Jeju looked shocked, a fork still in his hand, wanting to protest. But I... Before he could finish, Balaham started dragging him away. Fine, I'll meet you outside. Jeju was speechless, unable to call back. He gave Charlotte an awkward smile. I really have to go now. The food was delicious, ma'am. Charlotte clapped her hands together, clearly delighted. I'm so happy you liked it. Jeju walked out the door and saw Balaham petting his dog. If it weren't for Charlotte and this little guy, I would have gone insane a long time ago. And I'd probably still be wandering aimlessly in this white wasteland. Jeju nodded, praising her. She seems like a very kind person. Seeing someone praise his wife, Balaham brightened up. Haha, right, to me she's perfect. He then turned serious. But, are you truly an explorer? Jeju nodded. Yes. Balaham asked, Really? Then what are we to you guys? Even though we know the world is coming to an end, we continue to exist in this meaningless, repetitive loop. Don't you find it hilarious? Jeju thought back to the image of himself having to beg on his knees and mentally retorted, Of course not. Whether they cling to a foolish belief in the existence of a savior or just live these meaningless, repetitive lives, they're just learning how to survive and hold on. In their own way, I don't think it's funny at all. You think so, huh? Balaham seemed to radiate a dark pressure. Is that so? Jeju was startled but answered firmly, yes. Balaham started laughing loudly. Ha ha ha! You really don't know how to talk to people, do you? Funny guy. I can't guess what's going on in that head of yours. Seriously. Balaham threw an arm around Jeju's shoulder. But strangely enough, you're not bad. Jeju, confused, asked, Was that a compliment? Commentator 1. He's telling us to get lost whenever we try to compliment him, but look at him now. Commentator 2. Haha, so many victims here. I'm in a difficult situation right now, so I want to become a warrior. Balaham's eyes glowed red. I assume it has something to do with your quest, right? Am I right? Then he patted his shoulder. All right, I'll see you tomorrow morning. Make sure you get some good rest tonight. Jeju was puzzled. But aren't you going to ask me why? Balaham waved his hand, smiling as he turned away. I'll ask tomorrow. Just sleep here for now. Commentator 1. Jeju is being treated like an outsider, LOL. Commentator 2. He wants him to sleep on the grass with the dog. Commentator 3. Jeju has chosen a rough path. Jeju watched Balaham head inside, thinking, under normal circumstances, I'd use the facilities provided near the fountain for the challenge, but I hardly have any time left now. Training. He felt a bit anxious. I can't waste time on things like that. My life is hanging by a thread. I have to try to level up. A system notification popped up. 15th floor trial notification. You have received a quest. Quest giver. Quest remove the heart of a living creature. You can only leave the 15th floor after completing this task. Warning. If you don't extract the heart of the living creature before it blooms, Taruha will collapse the very next morning when the sun rises blindingly bright, adventurer. What kind of power do you want? The extraordinary combat techniques of Taruha, or how to use the skills of an emperor. Jeju rubbed his head, tired and sleepy. Aren't you going to at least let me wash my face and eat breakfast? He thought to himself, I should at least be able to sleep inside Balaham. Full of energy, hands on his hips, he muttered, Washing up and eating will be better after you train. Don't talk like a weakling. Comment. Is this even a military camp? Comment 2. This reminds me of morning drills. Jeju replied, I want to learn the imperial axe-wielding skills. You think of those 2 crossed axe blades, it's the weapon you're most familiar with. It's also the weapon the Taruha warriors have mastered, and on top of that, Balaham is a master of the axe. Balaham stroked his chin. So that means you've already learned the imperial skills. You replied, no, not yet. Balaham decided, if that's the case, it's quite strange that you'd want to learn imperial skills, but first I don't like the outfit you're wearing. You don't understand and ask back, my clothes. He points and orders, take them off right now. Comment 1. Take them off. Comment 2. Oh, hell no. Comment 3. He doesn't like married women but men. Hoo-hoo, he reproached. How could you wear clothes? That actually have a protective function for the user. They will only hinder your training process. Jeju listened and took off his coat. Understood. The folded coat radiated a purple aura. He thought to himself, that makes sense. Even when I can control it, it reacts automatically when I'm in danger. Balaham suddenly appeared behind him and slapped his shoulder hard. Oh ho, you've got a decent build. Must be very popular with the girls. Jeju panicked. Please don't say things like that. Comment 1. That's right, Jeju is actually very popular. Comment 2. Yeah, like that high school girl, Ion, right? Comment 3. Our Jeju has committed so many sins, LMAO. He cracked his knuckles to warm up. All right, let's begin. I was quite annoyed that it ended too early the last time we met. You were shocked. What? Balaham swung his fist and Jeju barely dodged to the side. The punch carried a gust of wind. Ugh! You stepped back, putting your hands up in a defensive stance, and reminded him, could you at least give a signal before starting? Balaham didn't care, laughing menacingly. Next up, the legs. Both of their legs gathered strength, and Balaham kicked straight toward that spot, shouting, You've never learned these skills. But you can use your instincts. You're truly talented. Jeju furrowed his brow. If you're just joking around, stop. Is this part of the training? He continued to throw a punch. You talk too much. This time it's the head. Jeju was too slow. I can't dodge this in time. He was struck, and his arm, which had blocked the blow, started to tremble. This strength felt as if he had been hit with a hammer. Balaham smiled, announcing, It's not over yet. Let's keep going. Every time he shouted a location, he struck that part of the body, chin, stomach, then the head and hips. The fight continued. Jeju could only defend and dodge. He was panting, his arms covered in purple and red bruises, thinking in shock. What the hell, is he a monster? It's been an hour and he still hasn't stopped attacking. He tried to stay calm. I can't keep fighting. He lay flat on the ground, reaching his limit. I haven't even had breakfast yet. Balaham smiled, crossing his arms above him, looking down. You said you'd never learned Imperial skills, right? He continued, Then that's impossible. Jeju still lay there, panting, not understanding. What does he mean? Suddenly, Balaham asked, How is it? Do you like it? A system board appeared before his eyes. You have learned a new skill, Taruha Warrior Martial Arts. Level 1. Jeju nodded. Yes. He smiled slightly. This is wonderful. The system displayed a notification. You have learned a new skill, Taruha Warrior Martial Arts. Level 1. Balaham asked, Do you like it? Jeju smiled. This feels amazing. He tried to support his trembling hands, sat up, and looked at the system board. I never expected this to happen. Comment 1. Looks like Jeju doesn't even know. Comment 2. We don't even know if this skill is any good. Comment 3. He learned it just by getting punched. LMAO. That's a passive skill. It must be a good one. Jeju thought, it's not a bad thing even if it wasn't assigned by the system here. Users have classified skills into 2 main types. Active skills used when the user actively initiates them, and passive skills which are triggered at all times. Passive skills are often created through frequent use. Active skills also have a small chance of triggering a passive skill when using high-level techniques. Passive skills are created in these ways. They don't cost mana or aura, and passive skills increase the user's chances. The more that are triggered, the better. Balaham stood with his hands behind his back and spoke up. Don't say I was wrong. Jeju tilted his head and asked, Are you worried if you guessed wrong? He smiled nonchalantly. I was just testing you. I bet you were just trying to find a gap to stop getting punched. Jeju wanted to get angry. Filled with determination, he took a defensive stance, wanting to fight back. Shall we? Balaham laughed loudly. Someone's suddenly very strong. You still exerted force into your feet. I have to test out the new skill. You dashed forward. Here I come. He's stunned by his speed and movements. Everyone would definitely agree that he's worthy of being called a Taruha warrior. How on earth did he... and managed to mimic my moves after seeing them only a few times? Balaham catches the incoming punch just before it hits his face and sighs. I knew it, he thinks. It looks decent on the surface. But your attacks are still clumsy. Before he could finish saying, You still have plenty of time, he takes a knee to the gut. What were you saying, sir? You ask with a confident smile. Balaham grips your hand, lifts it high, and radiates a dark aura. So this punch was a trap. This is clearly my mistake for letting my guard down. I have nothing to say. Jeju breaks into a cold sweat, thinking, I might have made a mistake. At first he just wanted to see what this skill was, but as he lunged forward, he changed his mind. Feeling the power in his feet, his body felt so light, it was as if he were about to take flight. His hands also radiated blue energy. For the first time, he felt like he could do anything. But the gap in power is so massive that he doesn't even dare to think about restoring his full condition. Remembering that knee from earlier, an overconfidence begins to sprout. The thought of landing a punch on Palaham makes Jeju nervous, now thinking that for Palaham this must be a failure. You advise him, "Sir, could you please let go of my hand first?" Palaham gets angry and retorts, "Could you please let go of my hand first?" Jeju doesn't dare look him in the eye, turning his head away, commenting, "Jeju-chan is so cool now that he's learned that." In the yard, the sound of rhythmic punching echoes. He shouts, "Hips!" Jeju doesn't dodge in time and gets hit. "Ugh!" Palaham cheers. "Ha ha! That's refreshing. What do you think?" Jeju falls to the ground, his body a bit battered. "I think you're trying to kill me." He joyfully retorts, "You're overreacting. I'll make sure to keep you alive." Charlotte peeks out the window and yells, "That's enough. Come and have breakfast quickly." Palaham puts his arm around your shoulder. "Let's go." Jeju nods. "Okay." The system notifies Taruha Warrior Martial Arts level increased to 2. A comment pops up. "Wait, isn't it supposed to take a month for a passive skill to level up to 2? Comment 2, that's insane. Taruha Warrior Martial Arts are that easy to level up. Comment 3, Jeju is the only one with that skill. So I don't know. Comment 4, no way. I'm sure many people know it, just like the viewers said. It's not easy to level up a passive skill. You look at the system window smiling as you think his punches became more passionate. And after I landed that one hit on him. But Palaham is truly a good teacher. The results speak for themselves. Jeju is happy and the atmosphere around him seems to bloom. The sky is so beautiful. But the sky outside is incredibly gloomy. Comment 1, WTF. Comment 2. It's going to be dark and overcast for the whole month. Comment 3. Did Palaham punch you until your brain broke? Seeing the comments, you ask, is everyone not eating? Comment 1. Look at him changing the subject. Comment 2. We're eating while watching, haha. They burst into laughter. Comment 3. Watching Jeju get hit while eating fried chicken is the best. You puff out your cheeks, pout, and look over to see Palaham playing with the dog. He says to it, "That's right. Eat a lot." Jeju immediately thinks of his 3 little popoys. "I need to find stones for the popoys." He asks you, "How was breakfast?" You reply, "It was delicious. Your wife's cooking surprised me." Palaham suddenly becomes pensive. "I've been thinking about it. The mission you accepted, it's something about defeating a giant. Or a monster, right?" Jeju reaches up to scratch his cheek. Something like that." He looks off into the distance, arms crossed over his chest. "That's what I thought too. And that's why you wanted me to teach you. But there are a few things that make me feel strange." Jeju curiously steps up beside him and asks, "What is it?" Palaham replies, "Considering your abilities and the function of that strange outfit, you aren't really learning from me, are you?" You explain, "I said it before at the castle tower. From the very beginning, I intended to come see you." Palaham is very smart, isn't he? There's nothing forcing you to be here. At this point, there's been a delay in your plans, or perhaps you received a mission you didn't want. If not that, then it's an impossible task. Jeju asks back, "So?" Palaham points to a spot on the mountain range. "Is it that?" A red dot stands out against the white snow. "The thing you have to defeat is a giant flower radiating a terrifying blood-red aura." He continues, "Or am I wrong?" Jeju is silent for a moment before speaking up. "You're right." He thinks, "I have no reason to lie here. He only asked because he wanted to confirm his own suspicions." Comment 1. Look at how sharp he is blue. Comment 2. Is he just guessing? Comment 3. The older the ginger, the spicier it gets. Turning to you, Palaham exclaims, "The gods sure like to play cruel jokes sometimes." Jeju is surprised. "Do you believe in gods, sir?" He asks back, surprised. "Do I not look like someone who believes in gods?" You aren't sure, so you answer, well, a little bit." You ask suspiciously, "Do you think trying to kill that thing is a meaningless act?" Palaham steps forward. "There is nothing that can be called meaningless in this world." He touches and grips the wooden fence. An action that one person considers meaningless is sometimes more significant than anything else to the person performing it. Memories pass through Keju's head like a movie. He remains silent. "More significant than anything else, huh? Since you've been so direct, will you help me out, sir?" Jeju waited anxiously for a moment before Palaham finally turned around, smiled, and replied, "Sure thing, let's go." Jeju asked, confused, "Go where?" Palaham confidently pointed his thumb toward the flower bud on that mountain. "Well, over there, obviously." There's a saying, to defeat your enemy, you must first understand what they are. That giant bud, the energy it's giving off, that alone shows just how dangerous it is. Hearing that, Jeju looked troubled. Are you serious, sir? I haven't even learned how to fight yet. He turned his head to the side, trying to provoke him. If you don't want to, then forget it. Jeju panicked and agreed. Since you're the one asking, fine, all right. I get it. But if things start getting dangerous, we have to leave immediately. Balaham smiled, reassured him, and turned away quickly. Of course. I just need to grab my gear. I'll be ready in 1 minute. Jeju was speechless, thinking, did he really just agree to that? Comment 2, was Balaham just pretending to be annoyed? Comment 3, somehow Jeju is going to make this work. Jeju slumped to the ground and sighed, I really have no choice. I'm willing to bet. He'd be furious if I didn't ask him to come along. Comment 1, would just a scouting trip even be worth it? Comment 2, if Balaham actually got mad, Jeju would definitely end up as his punching bag. Jeju turned and smiled at the dog. Hey there, good boy. The dog approached his hand and sniffed it. Suddenly the popoys appeared, popoi. Comment 1. Huh. Why are they suddenly popping out? Are they hungry? Comment 2, haha popoi. As soon as they appeared, they showed attitude toward the dog, making it back away. A proud popoi sat on his shoulder, and Jeju held 2 other popoys in his hands. Jeju looked at the dog, feeling awkward. Sorry about that. Then he said to the 3 popoys, sorry I can't let you guys out. Just then Balaham opened the door and came out. Noticing the popoys, he asked, what are you doing with them? Balaham's sudden appearance made him jump. Oh, it just sort of happened, he explained vaguely. Comment, look at that weak excuse. He nodded. I see. Comment 1, Balaham seems like a man of few words. Comment 2, maybe it's because he's the captain of the warrior squad. Look how cool he looks. To escape the awkwardness, Jeju changed the subject. Oh, what's the dog's name? Balaham heard him ask and said, it seems I forgot to introduce you to. This fellow is Khan La Chanta. We usually just call him Chanta. It was a large brown dog, and it didn't look very happy. Comment 1, isn't there someone who calls Jeju La Chanta too? Comment 2, wait, so that's a dog's name, LMAO. Comment 3, it probably means something else too. Jeju held back a laugh, trembling. I see. That's a nice name. Balaham sat down to pet the dog. A popoi slid from his shoulder to the ground. Jeju looked toward the direction of the thing emitting the red light, the heart of that organic creature, the source of destruction that caused the fall of Taroha, a flower bud filled with sharp teeth. And Jeju was about to face that terrifying thing. He wondered if he could actually destroy it. Jeju gritted his teeth, determined. No, I have to do this. Even the admin has stepped in on this. I don't have any other choice.